So, the brother's wife turned her eyes to me. I hear you and John are both doctors who deliver babies. That came out of nowhere, I thought, with a look of confusion. Yes, I smiled. It's how we met. That's interesting. She sipped her champagne, her brown eyes darting to John's mom, then back to me. I refused to give birth in a hospital when my daughter was born.
A fact you love reminding everyone about whenever you can, John stated dryly. What has this to do with your husband's toast, Melissa?
I am just curious, she answered John's stern expression.
Curious, John said,
his brows knitted together.
Or finding a way to sling an insult at someone you feel is beneath your status. A status that, I'll remind you, you only have because you married into my family.
I didn't know when John had reached his boiling point, but it happened, and I had no idea where this would head.
That's enough, John,
his father said in a low, authoritative voice. I eyed John, seeing him clench his fist over his knee.
I agree,
he said, sipping his champagne.
While we're on the subject of hospitals, and this one,
he nodded in annoyance toward Sebastian's wife,
opting for home delivery. Does she know that this family donates large sums to hospitals? Seems like a waste not to utilize them. I'm not sure I follow you,
his father answered.
No? I spoke with James Mitchell in Aspen when you and Mother so graciously allowed Jenkins and his staff to spy on us, and he mentioned your exceedingly generous donations to St. John's. So generous, in fact, that no one else has ever matched one in amount or frequency.
I watched as both parents looked at John, and if their looks could turn him to ash, he'd be blowing in the breeze.
Interesting. I was under the impression that Mr. Mitchell was a savvy businessman, not at all the type to gossip about sensitive information.
The father answered.
Gossip?
John shot back.
Forgive me, but you misunderstand. He didn't tell me anything that wasn't accessible information via St. John's transparency policy through the board of directors. He merely extended his appreciation and gratitude for your donations on my behalf. They've used the funds to build more outpatient and specialized training facilities, as well as pioneering endeavors for multiple clinics in underprivileged communities. Luckily, he's such a savvy businessman that the hospital has done all these things with your generosity, and they haven't had to rely on a cent. Isn't that remarkable?
Is that so? His mother questioned with a venomous tone.
That is so, John snapped. I just thought you'd both be thrilled that the hospital isn't dependent upon your contributions. You know, in case something arises, and you choose to move your donations elsewhere.
We will discuss this no further, John's mother spoke, eyeing her husband, then standing. There are guests to attend to. They've come to celebrate what is likely to be the last beautiful wedding of this family. I had no idea what the hell was happening, but it felt like the first of many bombs had just been detonated. The look on Mark's face matched John's expression, which made it clear they were both ready to lose their shit.
There's no need for that,
Mark said, Pollyanna standing at his side, tugging on his arm and trying to make him stand.
There will be no wedding tomorrow.
Don't play games, John's mother said, staring daggers at Mark.
I'm not playing games.
Mark stood and looked at his dad while Pollyanna watched nervously. She must have known better than to interject during this family discussion, even when it had everything to do with her.
I've seen enough to show me that my entire life is a game. A joke. From the sound of John's assessment of your charitable donations, it seems you've been playing games behind his back as well. If you want Pollyanna in this family so badly, then marry her to John, he snapped. But I'm done trying to please parents who are insatiable. I would put a bullet in my... That's enough, Mark. John spoke, his voice nervous. I'll get him out of here. It seems everything tonight has been a bit overwhelming.
He looked at Pollyanna, who stood in shock, looking as if she'd stumbled upon a dead body.
Let's get him some air and cool things off a bit.
That's a splendid idea, his mother said. She looked at me. Perhaps you would like to dismiss yourself to your room."
"She won't be dismissing herself anywhere,"
John said, taking control of this sudden shit show.
"She'll be coming with me and my brother, as I'm quite confident she's endured more than enough of everyone here tonight. Good night."
With that final dismissal, John gripped my hand protectively as he led me out of the hall and through a private door, his brother following alongside. I expected the night to be eventful, but I had no idea it would end like this.
Chapter 45. John. 100 things were running through my mind as I led Mickey and Mark from the hotel, but the only one that mattered was what the hell I was supposed to do now. If I didn't pull something out of my ass quickly to stop my brother from becoming the runaway groom, all hell would bust loose, and I didn't want to be in a 1,000-mile radius of this place if that happened. Mark marrying Pollyanna was the only way to avoid that, so I needed to smooth things over and get to the bottom of this. Selfishly, I hoped this was a case of cold feet or pre-wedding jitters, because that meant everything could go back to the status quo and Margot Aster's wrath would never be unleashed. "Hey." I gripped the inside of Mark's arm once we were out of the hotel and on some cobblestone path that led around the building. "Dude," I said, out of breath and nearly forgetting about the grip I had on Mickey's hand as I drug her ass out into the cold with my brother. "What the fuck is going on?" Mark turned and eyed Mickey and me as if we were soldiers sent to hunt his ass down and bring him to an executioner. "I'm sure your girlfriend can answer that for you," Mark spat out. "Leave her out of your bullshit," I snapped defensively. She'd been a target from the moment she arrived, but this had nothing to do with her. "She's here for me and me alone." "No shit," Mark said, running a hand through his hair. "Because you've always been the selfish baby of the family, getting away with murder, dating whomever you please, and doing whatever the hell you want. But me?" he questioned in a high-pitched, pissed-off tone. "Not a chance. My life is fucking over after I marry that bitch." "Whoa, take it easy," I said, shocked by his harshness. I looked at Mickey, who appeared to be freezing her ass off and probably didn't want to have anything to do with this conversation, given where it seemed to be headed. She'd endured enough already. She didn't need a full-blown mental breakdown to go along with it. I conjured the best smile I could muster. "Would you mind giving us a few minutes? You can go to your room if you'd like, and I'll be there as soon as I'm done." "Yes, of course," she said, then looked at Mark. "I'm sorry if I upset you by being here," she said with a sad look. "And I'm so sorry you're having a difficult time right now." Mark's posture unexpectedly softened, like he'd let down his guard, and he smiled at her. "Forgive me for being so rude," he said. "I hate that you had to witness all of that, and this is how I meet the one woman my brother is brave enough to bring around our family." He stood straight, taking a cleansing breath. "My mother's brief introductions were one of the many things that set my outburst into motion tonight, so allow me to introduce myself properly. I'm Mark." He extended his hand to shake hers, and I grinned when she hugged him warmly instead. Her gesture was so kind and genuine that I thought Mark might collapse into her embrace. As if she'd known him her entire life, she pulled back and planted a hand on each of his shoulders, prompting him to look into her caring eyes. "Don't worry about me," she said. "Worry about yourself. I might not understand your feelings about the wedding or your family's expectations of you, but I know something about not wanting to marry the person you're supposed to." "Oh?" Mark said, seemingly waiting for her to give him the answers to his fucked-up life problems. I knew Mickey didn't have them, but maybe she could help him cope, and he'd marry Pollyanna and keep my parents from exploding and looking to ruin both mine and Mark's lives. "I was engaged once," she said. "The man seemed perfect, but over time, we just sort of fell out of love. It was nearly suffocating to think of being married to him. And just like you might feel now, I needed a break. So we separated." "And that helped?" Mark asked. She chuckled. Helped him? She rolled her eyes and glanced at me with a smirk as she referenced the night we first met. He moved on with another woman and realized that I wasn't the love of his life like he thought. Fuck. Mark ran an angry hand through his thick black hair. I can't marry her, he said, looking from Mickey to me. I can't. Listen, I said, taking off my jacket and wrapping it around Mickey as I should have as soon as we walked outside. This is shit that you should have worked out with our parents months ago, not the night before your wedding. There is no way on earth that you're getting out of this now. This will embarrass them more than if you divorce, walking out like a little bitch. Behold, he mocked with a booming voice, waving his hands in front of Mickey and me as we stood there, watching the man barely hold himself together. These are all the fucks I give about our family's embarrassment in society. He nodded with a smile as crazy as he sounded. You can see there are none. I rolled my eyes, softly laughing while sliding my hands into my pockets. Funny guy. I'm going to leave you two to talk, Mickey said through chattering teeth. Mark, I know I don't understand much, but this is your life, and life is short. So maybe it helps to know that if you put yourself and your happiness first, you'll be okay. Mark nodded. Thank you, Mickey, he smiled. I appreciate the sentiment, but growing up with parents like mine, who've dictated every move I am allowed to make, makes it extremely difficult to follow your healthy advice. Being outside at this very moment will probably come at a higher price than even John and I realize. I understand, Mickey conceded, and then, with a quick peck on my cheek, Mickey turned and walked away. You're going to lose that woman, Mark warned. I hope you know that. Hell will have to freeze over first, I said. I don't give a fuck about what our parents say. I will not lose the only woman I've ever loved. Ha! Mark said, his face turning up to the sky for help from God. You say that now, baby brother? He looked back at me. But you were seated at the table with your future tonight, and you know it. The table of ex-girlfriends? I laughed off my mother's petty game. Fuck no. You'll never catch me in an arranged marriage. Never going to happen. You say that like you have control over it, he answered. I sure as fuck do, I countered. He shook his head, slid his hands into his pockets, and bit his bottom lip. Why the hell do we have parents who are so fucking self-absorbed that they bred children to be used as status symbols to hang on to this family name that I now hate? Come on, Mark, I said with some annoyance, knowing he was more pissed that he felt controlled by our parents than he was upset to be marrying Pollyanna. Polly is fucking gorgeous. The woman could have any man on the planet begging to marry her, but you're pissed because our parents insist upon you being the one. Not true, he said, shaking his head. Sure, she's beautiful and she's amazing in bed, but she's nuts, man. I mean it. She's fucking crazy. I watched his eyes go wide as he proclaimed that truth. I felt he'd come to this conclusion before he came to see me in California because he'd never seemed to have an issue with her before. Now it was clear that something was up with this chick, because my brother seemed more terrified than pissed to have to marry the woman. The icy chill of the air was biting at my skin since I'd taken my jacket off, but the heat rising inside my body made me warm from the inside out. It was panic setting in, and not for me, but for my brother. What exactly are you talking about, her being crazy? I asked, trying my hardest to help the guy level this all out in his head. I mean, if we're honest, every chick in that room is out of their damn minds, hungry for money and status. You know how Mom is, right? He questioned. Yeah, and poor Mick got half a dose of her true colors tonight, too. Well, Polly is sure to be 10 times worse from how she controls every move I make. I can't even fucking think for myself without her insisting I do or say something a certain way. She nitpicks everything. Oh, and if I'm out golfing with Dad, she'll randomly show up. I swear to God, she follows me everywhere I go. Everywhere. Jesus Christ, I answered. Why? Did she catch you with another woman or something? Hell no, he said. It's almost as if she treats me like I'm this weakling who does everything wrong and can't be trusted out of her sight. Maybe it's just childish insecurities, I said, hoping I was right. Really? He said. Is marching into my room at 3 a.m. because my phone was on silent after I landed in London, jet-lagged and completely exhausted from the flight and 10 hours of meetings, just a childish insecurity? Holy fuck, I answered in disgust. Please tell me she was on that business trip with you. He grinned in a sinister way. No, he bit out. She flew over on her parents' jet because I only texted back okay to a 10-paragraph text she'd sent while I was in a meeting. I stood there stone-faced and not knowing what the fuck to say in response. Have you brought this up to our parents? I asked. Why would I bitch about a psychotic fiancé to our parents? No, asshole, I talked to her about it. I fucking communicated and insisted that if she didn't knock this shit off, I wouldn't marry her. I'm guessing she did? I cringed in response. Since the wedding is happening tomorrow? She did not. But she did tell our mother that I was psychologically abusive toward her and I needed therapy. Well, that goes without saying. I think we all need therapy growing up the way we have, I tried to tease. What did Mom say? I think that's the pressing issue. Our mother told her that she would deal with me and that not a word was to be spoken about my abusive behavior. So she set Polly in her place. No! She lost her shit on me and said that if she ever had a woman come to her with complaints like that again, she would make sure I regretted it. That's just an empty threat, I said, rolling my eyes. There's nothing our parents can do to ruin our lives unless we allow them to mentally fuck us up. Mark did that snake grin again. You think so, eh? I know so, I answered assuredly. Well, plans are already underway to get you back to New York before they ship you to France to take Sebastian's place there. Well, that idea can go fuck itself, I said, furious to hear that plans were underway for my life and my brothers knew about it. Our family isn't one of the most powerful in the world because our parents are stupid, man, Mark said. They know what they're doing and are extremely stealthy in achieving whatever they want. Well, whether you run away from this life or stick it out and deal with it, I'm not playing along. There's nothing they can do or say to me. I'm serious as fuck about that. You love your job? He asked, eyeing me as if he knew the plan to get me back and under my parents' thumbs. You know I do, and I love my freedom. Most of all, I love Mickey, the woman who's probably going to dump my ass after all this shit tonight. And that's where they have you, brother, he said. That's how they'll bring you to your fucking knees and make you do what you were born to do. Don't you think you're overreacting a bit? I mean, come the fuck on, I said, getting sick and tired of hearing these ridiculous, fearful threats spill out of my brother's mouth. We aren't all the Rothschilds or the Kochs. Exactly, he answered. And until the Aster family name hits like those names, our parents won't stop climbing their way to the top. Well, they're going to need some conspiracy for people to give a fuck about our family. And what better conspiracy than to use you and your job to make headlines, from California all the way to Manhattan? I felt a sudden lump in my throat. I knew my family was next-level greedy for status, but I didn't realize how desperate they were to achieve it. Using their children to further their agenda was bad enough, but using their kids to make headlines somehow? That was out of control. I didn't know what they were planning, but whatever it was, there was no way my parents would allow the family name to be tarnished. No way in hell. Something was brewing, though. I could tell Mark was too fearful to run away from this marriage. He was just out here blowing off steam, having one last moment of feeling like he owned who he was before Pollyanna took full control of him tomorrow. I felt sorry for the bastard. That woman was well on her way to break him mentally, and the brother I knew now would not be the same man in a year from now. I wanted to have time to figure out how to save his ass from all this bullshit, but something told me my parents were hot on my heels to destroy the life I'd built for myself and take away the woman I loved. I had to fight for myself, my life, and Mickey, if things were about to go down the way Mark was trying to relay. I just didn't know where the fight would be, and that's what scared me.
Chapter 46. Mickey. I walked into the overstated, elegant room, which it seemed I had been assigned to stay in, just as I'd been assigned to sit at a table with John's exes tonight. And everything looked quite different to me now. I couldn't kick these heels off or peel myself out of this fancy gown quickly enough. Luckily, the velvet boxes for all of my heirloom jewelry had been placed front and center on the dressing table, because if they weren't, I'd probably have chucked the damn things across the counter without a second thought. Unlike Cinderella, I didn't care if I was about to turn back into a broke maid, wearing only my rags and non-designer clothing. I planned to take a hot bath to soak off the expensive perfume the stylist had dabbed on me with care before leaving for dinner, and wash away the insanity I'd been through. I sat on the edge of the grand clawfoot bathtub and ran the hot water, adding just enough cold to prevent third-degree burns. I reached for the salts filled in a well-crafted glass container and sprinkled it in the water, whirling it through the rapidly filling tub. Once the bath was prepped to thaw out my body, I removed my undergarments, grabbed a fluffy robe, set it on the velvet chair next to the tub, and snatched my phone. I wanted to keep it close while I waited for John to call and notify me he was on his way to the room and hopefully say that his brother was doing better. I wasn't upset with John for this crazy night. I didn't have high hopes for the evening, but I also didn't expect to be treated like a homeless wedding crasher. I didn't want to hold his family's behavior against him. I knew this wasn't who he was. At least, I didn't think so. Ring, ring. I snapped up from where I'd slid so comfortably into the silky bathwater at the sound of my phone ringing. I frowned. It wasn't John. It was my sister. "Hey, Lydia," I answered, confused she was calling. "Everything okay?" "Yeah," she answered, and the happiness in her voice sent a soothing sensation throughout my entire being. "I heard you're in Monaco?" "Oh, yeah, I am. I'd love to say I was here on a beautiful vacation, but no." "I'm arriving there tomorrow," she informed me. "I'm styling a runway model I've worked with a number of times. She's attending some big deal wedding." "Dear God," I said. "Who hired you to style them?" "You sound skeptical," she chuckled. "But you know I do this for a living, right? She's a friend of mine, Candace Anders. She's the model formerly known as Candace Hamilton, but she got married last year. I styled her for her wedding. Do you know of her?" "I have no idea who that is." I smiled at Lydia's giddiness. "But I'm here for the same event. I only wish I was Candace Anders so you could be styling me." "Are you serious? What the hell are you doing going to a wedding like this?" She sounded almost shocked. "Well, that came out wrong. I don't mean it that way. Obviously, you're gorgeous and glamorous, and you can be fancy when you're not wearing scrubs. I know what you mean, dude," I said with a roll of my eyes. "But don't sound so shocked. Trust me, I'm the same mud pie slinging, toad catching, down home Tennessee sister you've always known and loved." "So, give me some details. How did you score an invitation to this primetime event? Remember the doctor that came to the table when we were eating dinner with Mom and Dad when you came to LA? Do I remember? Hell yes, I remember. Who could forget Dr. fucking Gorgeous?" "Surely nobody," I laughed. "Are you two dating? So, wait," she interrupted herself. "Did he invite you as his +1 to this wedding? How did he get an invitation?" She paused and sighed. "I'm sorry, I'm confused." "It's his brother getting married," I interrupted my chatty sister. Anyone could see that my sister and I were polar opposites in all aspects of life, from our personalities down to our footwear. An event like this would perk Lydia right up, and she'd embrace all of it, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I, however, couldn't get through a few hours at dinner before needing to get away from everyone and unwind in a hot bath. "Okay, so he's an Aster?" she asked, as if I'd told her he was an alien. No, I can't wrap my head around that. Do you know who they are? I got a taste of that introduction tonight, I answered. Well, by the dry tone of your voice, it went about as well as I'd imagine. I don't mean to go dashing any fantasies, but believe me when I tell you there's no way in hell you're dating a child of Sebastian and Margot Aster. Huh? You heard me, she insisted. He can't be an Aster. There's no way that family would allow their son to work at a hospital, be an average doctor, and live in California. Period. They're way too high up on that social ladder for basic bitch shit like that. That family is known to stare down their noses at anyone who dares to approach them. I'd be shocked if they didn't expect all leaders of every damn country to pay their respects to them. They probably have more than half of them in their pockets anyway. How the hell do you know any of this? I asked, wishing my sister and I had had this conversation months ago, before I succumbed to John Aster's advances and threw myself into a lion's den. Like I said, she answered, I'm pretty good friends with Candace Anders. Her family and the Aster family are extremely close. She's had a rough start to her marriage after marrying into high society. She and Cliff seem to be doing okay for now, but the last thing she said to me about her marriage, his family was fully involved in what was going to happen in their future. Jesus, I said. Jesus can't help any of those people, Lydia chuckled. Well, it seems I should have asked you about this a while ago. How is John related to the groom? She asked. I wasn't kidding, I said, my stomach churning in knots, knowing that things would probably only get increasingly ugly in the relationship John and I thought we had figured out. He is his brother. Silence. And I'm fucked, it seems, I said, breaking the silence. Nothing more to say, I'm sure. Please tell me you're not serious with this guy. I am serious. He's the fucking brother of the guy who's getting married, Mark. No, I mean, relationship-wise. Are you and... She paused. What's his name again? Dr. Gorgeous? John. Are you a couple? Like exclusive? Or just good friends? I pinched the bridge of my nose. My sister was not a bitch by any means. She was a brilliant woman who was deeply connected and well-informed, so I knew she wasn't full of shit or trying to overstate things. She was my sister, and we always had each other's backs. And if there was danger ahead for me, there was no way she'd let me walk into it unknowingly. It's too late, I said in defeat. I told you. I'm fucked. You fell for him, didn't you? She questioned. Shit. He was a rebound from that narcissistic prick you were engaged to. Not that I blame you at all. I mean, I've met the guy, and I can't say I'd have the strength to push him out of bed. But yeah, this is one guy you should have stayed far away from. You act like his family will invite all their rich friends over and hunt me for sport. I tried to turn this into the joke I hoped it sounded like. No, she said, but they will get rid of you in one way or the other if that is really their son. Who knows? You might get lucky, and it turns out he's just some adopted kid from a scandal with a maid. I laughed. What the hell, Lydia? Maybe I'm wrong, and it's not that. They're just going to hunt you for sport. She laughed, too. Seriously, though, that family doesn't seem the type to put their name out there like that. Well, maybe the guy I fell blindly and stupidly in love with was adopted, but I doubt it. After what I went through tonight, I'm pretty sure I'm fucked, and his mom will stop at nothing to end the relationship. Well, I won't fault you for falling in love because love is blind, dear sister, she said. But you better pray he's a scandal baby, because if he's blood, it's never gonna happen. John mentioned something about his fears for the future, and I think what you've been talking about is what he was worried about. Because he knows that he doesn't have a future unless it's something his family chooses for him. Fuck. I'm sorry, Mickey, she said, as if she'd already seen into my future, and John and I were toast. I don't. His parents will ruin your life if you stay with him. They care only about themselves and their money. They don't love their children. The children are used for attention, popularity gain, and marriages to merge families into a stronger empire. John seemed like a cool guy, but I don't think he'll have the happy life he seems to be living now for very long. I heard a knock on my door, and I was relieved John was finally here so we could talk about this. I was not going to bed with a head full of worry. I needed the facts. I wanted to know how screwed I was for allowing myself to fall in love with some trust fund prince. "I gotta go, Liddy," I said. "Hopefully, I'll see you tomorrow." "I love you," she said. Then we hung up. I threw on my robe after stepping out of the tub, soaking wet and not caring. I needed to see John. I wanted to hug him and hold him and never let him go now that I knew I might lose him. I flung open the door and sucked in a breath when two hazel eyes stared sternly into mine. Unfortunately, these hazel eyes belonged to Margot Aster and not John. "May I come in?" she questioned with supreme authority. "Something tells me that you aren't the type to need permission," I said. Her stern expression didn't waver. Hell, she didn't even blink. "It would be rude of me not to ask," she stated. "Come in," I said, not wanting to get into a pissing match. "Do you know where John is?" "John is speaking with his brothers and father. Don't concern yourself over him, please." I suddenly felt like I'd been transported to some strange world where everything was prim and proper. It wasn't comfortable. I wasn't even fucking dressed, and I was soaked beneath my robe. But I also wasn't in any mood to be intimidated. "I trust John and you have discussed the finer details of his life by this stage in your relationship," she said, turning and clasping her hands in front of her. "Why don't I go get dressed?" I told her. "Give me a second. You caught me getting out of the—" "There's no need for that. I won't be long." "Okay," I exhaled. "John and I have discussed the details of his life. He's an excellent doctor. He loves last-minute, spontaneous—" "That's not what I'm speaking about, and I think you know that very well." I studied her, lifting her chin in superiority to speak, and eyeing me in a way that should have made me shrink down to the smallest person on the planet. "What are you talking about, then?" "For John to even think it would be acceptable to bring some random girlfriend to such a huge family occasion, I would believe he's made it clear that things between you will go no farther than this." "No farther than this?" I questioned her, confused. "Indeed," she informed me. "John is quite special in our family." "As he should be," I answered. "He's also a grown man, and last I checked, he makes his own decisions." She smiled wickedly at me. "John is made to believe he makes his own decisions, yes," she confirmed. "However, my son's loyalty is to this family first. He dare not think he would be happy to lose communication with me or his father." "So you would cut him off for what?" "Allow me to inform you about something, dear," she said. "This family has a legacy that goes beyond wealth. We've had many greats in our family who came before us." "Right," I said, not knowing why I was getting a family history lesson and wondering what was taking John so long. "I don't expect you to care," she said, unhappy with my response. "But you should know that John comes from a family that sticks close together and defends each other from any outsider. Unfortunately for you, you are most definitely an outsider, someone unworthy to share our space, and indeed not bear our name." I had no idea what to say. "That is a wildly conceited thing to say," I answered, with the only thing that came to mind. I knew I'd hate myself later when all the 10 million better comebacks in the world came to mind. But for now, My fifth-grader response was all I could manage. She smiled. Of course it is. Nevertheless, it is the truth. We have worked hard for generations to prove to everyone around us that we are a close family and that we take pride in who we are. We won't allow anyone into this family that we cannot trust. I have no idea of your background or the history of your family's beliefs or status. None of the things that are vital to know before allowing someone entry into our circle. I'm not going to steal from you if that's what you're worried about. Don't play games with me, she seethed. You may believe you are intelligent, and perhaps you are, but that is my son you're meddling with, and I will not lose him to some childish woman who comes from nothing and has no idea what it means to take care of an Aster man and serve him with reverence as his wife. What the hell are you talking about? I questioned. How am I to know you will be loyal and faithful to my son, keeping his home pure and clean while tending to his needs after a long day? Is that what John expects from me as his wife? I don't plan on marrying him right now, but I am loyal. As for the house, he's got a maid, and Irina keeps his house pure and clean, I answered, flabbergasted by this woman's audacity. At this point, I didn't know if she was trying to scare me or if she was just a nut job. Probably both. John will expect from his wife what his fathers and brothers expect of theirs. A dutiful woman who appreciates him, loves him, and adores him. Dutiful, I said with concern. I was a lot of things, but Mama didn't raise me to be some subservient little woman, keeping my man's house pure and clean. Fuck that. This woman was a wretched bitch. Our family values seem not to meet with your approval. What I don't understand is why I am the one being confronted. I'm not the one marrying your son tomorrow, and last I heard, the son getting married tomorrow is terrified of it. Mark is fine now, she assured me. His issues were a simple misunderstanding. I know the woman's family. Listen, I'm not trying to insult anyone here. Yes, John and I are dating, but we aren't getting married. He just invited me along to enjoy a beautiful occasion for his brother. Everything seemed fine and well until you met me, and I can see you disapprove. I get it. You don't even know who I am. And of course, a loving mother would be concerned about her son. That's not even close to what this is about, she said, stopping me from going further. A private jet is being prepared and will be ready to fly you home within the hour, and a driver will be here to collect you and bring you to the jet. I'm sorry I must be so rude, but that is my son, and you will not take him from this family. I don't need to be collected by a damn driver, I snapped. I was furious that John had allowed his mother to come here and talk to me like this without speaking to me about any of these things beforehand. And I don't need a fucking private jet. I will leave in the morning after I book a flight out of here. I will pay for the flight. Such a last-minute flight will be expensive. I don't need anything from you, I snapped. I understand. She didn't understand. She was just happy I was leaving. You know, I suppose this could have all been avoided if John had told me more about his parents and their controlling ways and how not just anyone gets to date their son. I had no idea. For whatever it's worth, I love him. And if he ever asked me to be his wife, I may not have played that role as perfectly as you have for his father, but I would have loved and supported him in everything he did. She stood unflinchingly as I went on. My parents have been in a loving marriage for 50 years because they treat each other with mutual respect and love. After listening to the way your family believes marriage should be, I think John would eventually be miserable with someone like me, not serving him or reverencing him the way you want. Not only would he be miserable, but I would be too. I couldn't even imagine bringing children into that equation. I'm glad you see it that way. Then we are finished, she interrupted. Good night. She wasn't listening to a word I said. She was just waiting for a moment to tell me to fuck off. And so that was the end of that. I had to get the hell out of here. I really did. I needed to see John, but sending him a text was probably the better option because, after what I'd just been through with his mother, I couldn't imagine the shit he was taking from his dad. God, I needed a fucking drink. Mickey. Hey, I just had an interesting conversation with your mom. I think it's best if I take an early flight home. I don't want to cause any more stress to your family, and that's all I'm doing here. You looked handsome tonight, and I hope we can have some laughs about all of this when you get back home. Sorry to bail, but I think it's for the best. I thought for a while after I sent the text, not wanting to leave things on a sour note. I should probably tell him I'm not mad at him, and that's why I'm not staying. Shit. Can I call him? He probably won't pick up anyway. No. Maybe I'll... Ping. My text alerted me in the middle of my anxious thoughts. John.
Okay. Thanks.
I stared at John's simple 2-word response and exhaled. Great. That's it? I'm flying all the way back to the States, like leaving right now, and that's all he has to say after tonight? Did he even read my text? There was no way I wouldn't overthink this situation, so I needed to get out of here. I'd be better off sitting at the airport and waiting for my flight than wondering if he would come to my room gallantly and try to stop me from leaving. From his last text, I was pretty sure that wouldn't happen, and I didn't want to sit around wondering why not. Chapter 47. Mickey. I'd like to say that after I got home to the States and returned to work, everything went back to normal. However, that was the furthest thing from the truth. After numerous calls to John had been sent straight to voicemail and texts had gone unread, I realized his number had been changed, and I began to wonder if his family was holding him hostage somewhere. It had been over a week, and John still hadn't returned to work. Today was the first day of February, and though I wasn't counting down the days to Valentine's Day or anything, I'd never been a fan of the so-called holiday. It was increasingly apparent I'd be spending it alone. As quickly as our relationship had started, it had ended. And even though I left at the time, I didn't think things were over. There was so much to discuss, but it was clear that I was the only one who felt that way. So, while it was evident that John and I were no longer an item, at this point, it seemed we weren't even co-workers anymore. I was filling in for him with his patients, using his desk to keep our side of this clinic rolling as tightly as it did while he was part of it, and I tried to stay as busy as I could to forget about how angry and hurt that I was about everything.
Hey, kid.
I heard a familiar voice from the office doorway. I'd stayed well past closing time, trying to sign off on charts and handle everything before doing it all over again in the morning. Dr. Mitchell, I smiled to greet the blue-eyed chief of cardiology.
Meh,
he shrugged.
After all our adventures in Aspen, you should know me well enough by now to understand that when I'm off the clock, I'd rather be called Jake.
He smirked and then sat in the chair across from where I sat at the desk. Give me a sec. I'm just signing off on this last patient's bed rest, and then I'm all yours, I said, clicking a few more boxes, typing some instructions on the chart, and then emailing it to the admin department at the hospital.
Forgive me, but I thought you were all John's,
he questioned, prompting me to pull off my reading glasses and smile at his cocky grin.
I mean,
he held his hands up.
I know I'm irresistible and gorgeous, but my wife likes you a lot, and I don't want to cause any problems there.
I rolled my eyes and relaxed into John's oversized office chair. What's going on? I asked.
I was hoping you could tell me.
About what?
Well, Dr. Aster is usually helping with the load you're carrying these days, and I noticed he'd been gone. Then Ash was referred to another oncologist to continue her treatment, and Jim told me that John had resigned all his positions at the hospital. I couldn't believe any of it, so I had to come and see for myself.
I frowned. The knot that had been twisting in my stomach since my confrontation with John's mother tightened in a way that made me want to hurl or cry. whichever came first at this point. I wasn't... My voice cracked as I choked on my words, and I had to clear my throat. Sorry, I wasn't aware of any of this.
Jim and Chief Allen are hunting like crazy men to get someone to float over here and help you with the workload, but finding an OB/GYN oncologist is pretty difficult these days.
There's not too many of them, I answered, remembering why John had pursued the specialty.
Nope.
He leaned forward and clasped his hands on the mahogany desk.
Have you ever considered the specialty?
It would take at least 2 more years of school, and unfortunately, money isn't at my disposal because my parents don't come from a long line of people who run the world like John's, I said snidely. I couldn't help but let some of the venom seethe out. After hearing this news, I was incensed. I should have been angry with myself because I knew from the beginning this could happen, even when he insisted it wouldn't. But I wasn't. I was angry with him. I wanted to be a bigger person, knowing that this was ultimately for the best because we weren't socially compatible, and I was responsible for leaving Monaco the way I did and all that bullshit. But I wasn't ready to deal with the big picture.
There's the pissed-off girlfriend I was hoping to find.
What does that mean?
I want to know what the hell happened. Why did my buddy, whom I just went on a ski trip to Aspen with, go MIA? Bad breakup?
I guess you could say that. If you could get through to the Secret Service and contact his mommy, you'd probably get all the answers you need.
Ah,
Jake smirked.
I'd love to say I could relate to the wealthy bitch mother who runs her children's life with no remorse because she's obsessed with her precious family name. However...
You can't because I assume your wealthy mother isn't a control freak who manipulates you so much that you believe she actually loves you and is doing you a favor when she says that your girlfriend is a worthless nobody who could never love you the way you deserve?
Indeed,
he answered smugly.
My mother was a wealthy crack whore who locked my brother and me outside as children. She also banged anyone who walked through our front door while my dad busted his ass to build us the life we have today. So... yeah, neat lady.
Oh my God, I said, eyes wide and feeling like an asshole for my comment. I'm sorry. It was harsh of me to make assumptions about your family. I didn't mean anything by it. It's just burning me that the woman was so goddamn insistent that I'm not good enough for her son.
A mama's boy, eh?
He grinned and shook his head.
Those are tough. They're spoiled golden children, and the little angels can do no wrong.
Well... he sure did wrong when he brought me to his brother's wedding, which didn't even ultimately happen from what my sister told me. I paused, trying not to sound as obsessed as I felt, since John had ghosted me in every sense of the word. Doesn't seem that the golden child is golden anymore.
Ah, you don't know how these wicked moms work, do you?
Apparently, I don't.
Here's a funny one for you.
He casually slumped into the chair, his chill demeanor and personality putting me at ease, as I listened to Jake prepare to tell me a story.
There was this family. The Browns, I think it was. It doesn't matter. Anyway, they walked around like the biggest badasses on the planet, moving out of every house they lived in because every neighbor was jealous and out to get them. It didn't take long for everyone to start figuring them out, though.
And what did they find?
They were miserable assholes who provoked everyone around them. If someone called them out on what one of their spoiled-ass sons did, they turned them into an enemy. They'd stop at nothing to make everyone's life hell if anyone went up against them.
What's the point in this story, Jake? I said, not following him.
Well, one of the sons and the old man clashed big time. They never saw eye to eye, always arguing and all that, so the kid pretty much runs away and gets married to prove he can be a big boy. But his parents' disappointment made him try even harder to earn their love. The poor girl who fell for his damaged ass thought the bastard loved her, so they had multiple kids, and she spent years trying to help him with his family issues.
Okay.
Well, years later, she realized the same thing you would if you had stayed with John, given his current response to his family shit, and that is that she couldn't fix his issues. She spent her whole adult life trying to be there for the man, but his family and their weird obsession with themselves had a stronger pull. He was never present with her because he was hardwired to put his family first and spent his life trying to get their approval.
That sounds pretty fucking dysfunctional, I said.
And look at how close you were to getting stuck into that shit.
There's no way I would have gone into a world like that. God help me. I truly didn't think John was anything like them.
Until he didn't come back to you, yes?
Exactly. I sighed.
Listen, enough of my parables. I just want you to know that you're a great gal, and I hope this doesn't get you down for too long. And not just because we don't want to lose you on staff, kid.
He laughed.
I saw how you two were in Aspen, and I don't want this to crush you.
It already is crushing me.
I want you to remain focused on how much worse it could have been if John had insisted on dragging you into a family that, it's obvious, he's too fucking spineless to stand up to. For Jim to get that letter of resignation, knowing how cunning that family has already proven themselves to be, then John is allowing his parents to run his life. As mad as I am at the dumb bastard, I feel sorry for him. Living to impress your parents is a wasted life.
I don't think that's what he's doing, though. It can't be, right?
Well, none of us would know, would we? He fell off the face of the earth with no reason to resign, and his family is one to stay out of the headlines, so I don't think anyone will ever know. You won't have closure, and it will fuck with you because I could tell you two were in the best stages of falling in love.
Pretty much.
Very calculated, I would say. And I'm sorry you fell victim to a family like that.
Well, like I said, I didn't think John was anything like them.
A family that takes that much pride in themselves has enough skill to get him to do what he was born and raised to do. Serve the fucking family.
Then I'm glad that's not my future, I said, pissed.
I am too. He loved you, Mickey. I saw it in his eyes. So if you're miserable, know he feels even worse.
That should make me happy, but it doesn't.
Look, anyone who can't think for themselves and still need mommy and daddy's approval will never be happy. He'll be just as miserable as they are. That shit goes through generations, you know? Generational misery. Each child is paying some debt of servitude to their family. It's why my brother and I are thankful that a good, honest, and humble man raised us. He didn't do shit like that. He wanted Jim and me to grow up and live happy lives.
Well, Ashley's got herself a great man, I said, standing up and stretching. I need to get out of here. Sorry I don't have more info for you on John. Jim knew more than I did.
Remember what I said. Sometimes things don't work out for a reason. Be glad you dodged the bullet with John and his family. Now,
he said, standing to join me as I left the office.
If John comes back and makes things right by you, that means he told his family they could fuck off. If the dipshit does that, then I'll gladly give my nod of approval.
That's good to know. I shouldered my purse after hanging my lab coat on the rack. Now I need to get out of here. Incidentally, I'm meeting Ash and Avery for dinner. Jake smiled.
Hopefully they'll cheer you up. They love making fun of us trust fund babies. They find a way to give hope where hope is lost.
Well, I'm not looking for hope. I'm just looking to keep myself distracted so I don't think about this shit when the world goes quiet all around me.
Hey, Mickey,
Jake called as I walked out ahead of him. I turned.
I really think you should pursue that degree.
I'll kick it around. For now, I'm just trying to get through another day, trying to figure out how this bomb blew up in my face and I lost the man I love. I walked out of the office more depressed than before that John had disappeared as if I had never meant anything to him. Nothing. Chapter 48. Mickey. You know that feeling when you bounce around with your emotions, sometimes making you angry, sick, nauseous, anxious, depressed, sad, annoyed, you name it? I was dealing with that, and these feelings were moving around as if each beat of my heart was circulating them one by one, propelling them through my system for my mind to process, and it was making me feel like I was going insane. It was even more brutal than when I ended my engagement, which didn't make sense. My relationship with John was short-term, based on fantastic sex, laughter, jokes, silly situations that made me happy and not stressed. Everything good. But that's not what a real relationship is, right? Those relationships meant going deep into emotional intimacy and communicating about uncomfortable things, working through financial hardships, and learning to grow closer through them instead of allowing them to tear you apart. Fighting over what would be for dinner and who would cook it after you both worked all day and were too tired to eat, much less cook. These are the things that normal couples work through together. Sometimes it tore them apart, and sometimes it brought them closer together. My problem was the lack of closure. We didn't even have a real breakup. The son of an actual bitch just went MIA on my ass, and I had no idea what the hell had happened. I'd read about people being ghosted, but I never thought it would happen to me. I took every precaution. I tried to get out of the relationship train so many goddamn times, but John insisted this wouldn't happen. How selfish and deluded do you have to be to drag someone into something so messy, knowing you don't have the balls to stand up to your parents? He knew this would happen all along, and he did it anyway. Knock, knock, knock. It was one of my 2 days off, and I'd spent the better part of the day getting drunk and wallowing in self-pity, so I wasn't sure how I felt about someone standing unexpectedly at my door. I got up from where I lay on my back in front of the fireplace on my aunt's lush carpet, set my glass of whiskey aside, and widened my eyes to focus them. I probably shouldn't have answered the door, but I didn't give a shit about who was on the other side at this point. Serial killer? Fine. Please do me a favor and put me out of my misery.
"Hey, Mickey,"
Ashley said with a cheerful smile.
"We brought liquor,"
Avery said, holding up a bottle of wine, both wearing cheerful smiles.
"Too late," I said, drunker than I realized. "I'm already 2 hours into my aunt's 20-year-old single malt."
"That's why they brought me, honey. I'm Natalia,"
another woman said. She was a total smoke show with perfectly smoothed blonde hair and bright blue, seductive eyes.
"This place is gorgeous,"
she said, looking around before returning her focus to me.
"Babe, you look like shit. When was the last time you drank a glass of water?"
"I haven't drunk anything that isn't brown for a few hours,"
I answered with a shrug.
"May we come in?"
Ash asked, laughing at me.
"Yes, of course,"
I slurred. "Damn it," Natalia said, walking in behind me and the other 2 ladies.
"We're too late, and you've given yourself to the hard stuff."
She smiled in a sympathetic way that made me smile in return.
"However, it's why we're here."
"Who sent you?"
I asked, completely confused as to why my 2 newest friends had shown up unannounced with a stranger.
"No one sent us,"
Avery grinned, looping her arm through mine.
"We were at dinner with the men tonight, and they talked about what has happened with your ex. After listening to that shit all night, there was no way we weren't coming to check on you."
"What if I'd been at work?"
"That's where we went first," Natalia said, spinning around with a smile. "Booze and all, sweetheart."
"So this is Nat," Ash said. "She insisted on joining us, and I hope you're okay with that."
"I'm too wasted to care. I could pass out right about now and not care if you stole everything my aunt owned."
"I'm so sorry about what John has put you through," Avery said. "These rich pricks always pull this shit, worrying only about their selfish, entitled selves."
"Sadly for you," Nat spoke, "I know all too well about the position you're in with your guy."
"Did yours do what mine did too?"
I asked lazily, leading the women into my aunt's sitting room, where all the booze in the world was at our disposal at the bar against the wall.
"No,"
Nat said with a smile.
"My guy had his mother put behind bars for the psychopath she was.
She was a wretched bitch who took to threatening everyone, but she forgot how smart he was."
"Oh,"
I said in defeat.
"Am I the only one whose guy couldn't stand up to his parents?"
"Pretty much, but that's not the point," Ashley said. "The point is, it doesn't matter if they can't stand up to their parents or anyone else for that matter. They shouldn't put themselves in a position to push away the person they love because they have the emotional immaturity of a mountain goat."
"Look at it this way," Avery said, uncorking the wine she brought.
"We're here to let you know that we understand what you're going through. We've all been in your shoes. And at the end of the day, It doesn't matter if it's mommy and daddy issues, business issues, or status issues. They're all just excuses." "Right," I said, feeling a headache coming on. "God, I think I'm too drunk for this. This is embarrassing." "Oh, honey," Nat said with a daring smile that probably made men fall at her feet. "You're not drunk enough, if you ask me." She chuckled. "You're not falling all over the place, and you can still talk normally, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Now," she looped her arm through mine, "tell me where the kitchen is in this place. I know it has to be just as impressive as the rest of this fabulous house. We'll get you some coffee and help you get your equilibrium back." She smiled at me, leading her down the hallway toward the kitchen at the back of the house. "And before bed, you're going to want to drink a gallon of water, because a brown liquor hangover is not the business, let me tell you. No man alive is worth a woman putting herself through that kind of pain." "True," I half-heartedly agreed. "Can I ask how you know the girls?" "I'm married to Jim's friend Spencer," she answered casually. "Hot damn! This kitchen is something out of 1943. Jesus, look at this." I smiled at her reaction to my Aunt Bev's house. The funny thing is that Nat reminded me of my aunt. Add about 30 years to this beautiful blonde goddess, and I swear I might be unable to tell them apart. My aunt was an actress for a long time. She was obsessed with the golden age of Hollywood, so when she saw this house, she had to have it. "That makes perfect sense. This place evokes old Hollywood elegance and timeless charm," Nat said. "Except for this Keurig espresso and coffee maker combo, of course." She pointed at the black coffee maker I'd been using that clashed with the stainless steel, white gloss cabinets and checkered floor. "That's because it's mine." I chuckled. "Here, let me get a mug," I said, feeling a little tipsy, but my body was holding off from spiraling toward the drunken stupor it was approaching before the girls showed up. "I find it fascinating that your aunt was an actress," Nat said, making small talk. I put my coffee cup on the tray and filled the water reservoir. "Yeah, it's pretty neat," I answered. "Your personality reminds me a bit of hers." "Well, I'm flattered, but you hardly know me," she said with a smile. "No, maybe I shouldn't say it's your personality. I suppose it's more like your energy." I turned while I waited for the coffee maker to do its thing. "The way you carry yourself, your confidence when you talk, and calling me honey?" I chuckled, letting my buzz do the chattering when I would never do so if I were sober. My aunt is the same way. She doesn't put up with nonsense of any kind and will put you in your place in a heartbeat if she catches you slipping. Even in her 60s, the woman still has men falling over her feet. You both remind me of Lauren Bacall with your sultry voices and glamorous style." Natalia's vivid blue eyes studied mine with a sassy smirk. "I know I haven't met you sober. However, I will say I do love this tipsy version of you." She winked and stepped toward the counter I was leaning against. "Perhaps one day I'll have the honor of meeting your aunt. I love her style in this home. It's glamorous as fuck." "I think you'd get along famously," I said, taking the cup Natalia took from the coffee maker and handing it to me. "Come on, let's go find the girls and figure out what the hell we're going to do to help you get through this bullshit." "Oh shit, I just left them alone in the sitting room," I said, realizing I was a shitty host after a few hearty drinks. "Avery and Ash are grown women. You didn't leave them anywhere. They're waiting for us in that living room we passed on our way to the kitchen." We walked down and found both ladies sitting in the living room where I'd spent the evening getting drunk and lying in front of the fireplace, feeling sorry for myself. "I think I'll remodel my place. This home is so glamorous." Ash laughed, sitting on a chair across from Avery on the chaise under the window, both women sipping on a glass of wine. "Is this home yours?" she asked, as I walked over and picked up the blanket I'd left on the plush carpet beside the fireplace. "No, it's her aunt's," Nat said, sitting beside me on the sofa. "This drunk little vixen said that her aunt and I remind her of Lauren Bacall. And as strange as it may sound, since my bestie lives, eats, and breathes old movies and knows about all these actresses,
I have no idea who Lauren Bacall is.
That's crazy, Ash said as Avery laughed. Bree has never told you that you remind her of Lauren Bacall?
Like I just said, Nat said with raised eyebrows, looking like she would like to know what the fuss was about.
Now that I think about it, you're a lot like her, Ash said. She's the sassy actress who stole Humphrey Bogart's heart. Okay, Nat isn't the only one who has no idea who you're talking about, Avery said. I'm a hood rat from the 90s, so I have no clue. What I'd like to know is, how do you know anything about them, Ash? I was almost shocked that two people in the world didn't know who Humphrey Bogart and Lauren Bacall were. We were sitting in a time capsule, which my Aunt Beverly had gone to great expense to keep in its original condition, surrounded by trinkets and knickknacks from a glamorous, bygone era. When I thought about it, I wouldn't have been surprised if those actors had been in this very house at some point. It had to have belonged to some studio executive back in the day. The parties that must have been thrown. Well, my mother loved all of it, Ashley said, snapping me out of my tipsy daydream. Some of my best memories with her are when we'd watch old movies with Audrey Hepburn, Cary Grant, Lauren and Bogey. She laughed and looked at Nat. I think it was the best time for Hollywood. I agree, I answered with a smile. And obviously, you can tell my aunt does too. You must love living here, Ash said. I would never want to leave this house. Ever since you and Jake moved from the hills to Newport, you've wanted to remodel, Avery said. Now you have an idea of what to do.
If it gets him laid, Jake will do anything this beautiful wife of his wants, Nat said. Speaking of getting laid and never getting laid by you again, let's get down to brass tacks about this situation John has placed himself in. Nat smirked. We're not here to talk about Hollywood. We're here to focus on the fact that this gal nearly gave herself a monumental hangover tomorrow for a selfish asshole. I don't think he's selfish, I said, defending John's indefensible actions for some reason. Oh, no, you don't, Avery said with a chuckle. Do not defend this bullshit, or you'll stay in this cycle forever. Trust me, these guys have shit to work out, and I swear to God, it's probably how we all attracted them. They had issues, then they split when they realized we couldn't solve them. I'll correct you on that, Ave, Nat said, returning to the sofa with a glass of wine she'd poured herself. Spence had issues, yes. However, he was attracted to me only for the sex. It was my stupid ass who was dumb enough to fall for the guy so easily.
You think it was only for the sex? Avery said with a chuckle. Jim and Spence are thick as thieves, and once you and that guy reconnected, Jim said Spence could hardly work because he was so distracted. You were all over that man's mind.
I know, Nat said with a confident roll of her eyes. It was because of the sex, I'm telling you. I'm very good. I chuckled.
And then you broke up?
And then I went through the same hell that you seem to have gone through with your man's family. I was treated like shit, even investigated, before I discovered that my deepest, darkest secrets had been uncovered by his bitch of a mother and used to convince Spencer that I was some gold-digging whore.
Holy shit, I said in shock, looking at her. I wouldn't be shocked if John's mother did the same to me.
She probably did. Nat waved her hand while sipping wine. All of these mothers who feel they know best for their perfect children are so wildly insane. I swear, if Spencer's mother had concerned herself more with herself than her damn son's life, she might still have a relationship with him.
Oh, they don't talk anymore?
I had to wonder if John would do something like that, or if he'd been convinced to stay away from me, and that's why I hadn't heard from him. Hell no, Nat answered. Spence grew a pair of balls and determined it was his life to live, not his mother's. If she weren't determined to ruin my character, she might have saved her own.
Karma is a nasty bitch, Ashley said with a grin. Here's the thing. You and John seem to have had that adorable spark of energy we all had with our men. I saw it, and so did Avery. All I know is what I've seen from our situations, and when family meddles in matters of the heart, it doesn't end well. Well, I'm not even sure what is going on. Last I saw or spoke to John, he was consoling his brother, who seemed miserable that he was set to marry a woman he hated the following day. God, that's so fucking strange, Avery said. Which part? I answered with a laugh. After the nightmare confrontation I had with John's mother about how I was basically trash, I concluded that the family saw me as some kind of threat. I cringed and sipped my coffee. It strangely feels like John got in trouble or something for daring to bring me to that wedding. Jim mentioned something about how they heavily fund the hospital, Avery said, reminding me of a conversation I had with John. Maybe that's what's going on, I answered her. I honestly have no idea. I miss him so much that it hurts. I miss him being at work. Everyone misses him at work, actually. It's just hard because there's no closure. Don't believe it's the end, Ash said. Seriously, don't put that out in the universe like that. You need to know that he'll come back to you. I'm just waiting to see if I ever hear from him again, I answered truthfully. Today was just a rough day of missing him and what we had and where it all could have gone. You're not going to go through this alone, Nat said with a pat on my leg. We're here for you, and we'll help get you through the pain. We've all been there, Avery said, and we wouldn't have made it through without each other. I smiled at the three women, believing they were angels sent to help me and change my perspective. I'd gone from spending all my time going to school and spending time with Jesse to working nonstop and filling all my time with John. What I needed now, what I didn't realize I needed until tonight, was friendship. And somehow, I'd been blessed with a support system, a sisterhood of some incredible women who understood my situation. They were a breath of fresh air, and because of their kindness and willingness to reach out, even when they didn't have to, I was more grateful than they could imagine.
Chapter 49. John. The chain of events that had led to my drastic life change since Mark's failed wedding months ago was something that I couldn't even explain to a therapist and have them understand. Who was I kidding? Understand? There was nothing to fucking understand about this. "How are things going?" Seb asked, coming to Mom and Dad's house to report for duty, as he did nearly every fucking day. I took a sip of scotch and stared at the fire roaring in the fireplace, not making eye contact. Ever taken a piece of paper, crumpled it into a ball angrily, and thrown it into a fireplace? I heard him laugh while pouring a drink for himself. Then he sat in the oversized chair adjacent to where I was on the leather sofa, studying the flickering flames for the past few hours, contemplating if my life could get any worse. "More than a few times," he said, in a stupid fucking smug voice that I hated. It was so contrived. "Well?" I looked over at his happy fucking smile and glared at him. "That's pretty much how I feel. I feel like our parents finally had their way with my life. They crumpled it up and threw it into the goddamn fire." "It's not that bad, and you know it," he said, leaning his elbows on his knees. "You and Summer will work things out, and she'll make you a very happy man." I stood, feeling a sudden spike of negative energy at the reminder of Summer Cavendish, my mother's prized pet, and the next victim who would marry one of her sons. "Summer," I seethed through my teeth, "will be more unhappy than me if our mother has her fucking way with things. They forced me to resign from my job and leave my career by threatening damn near everything I care about, but what they won't get me to do is bend the fucking knee and marry someone they have chosen to be the right fit for their family." "Why do you always fight it so much?" Sebastian asked. I looked over at him, wanting to punch him in his perfect teeth and end the conversation before it could begin, but his genuine curiosity stopped me. He honestly didn't know any other way than to simply obey. He thought I was the crazy one for wanting autonomy. "You're a poor bastard, you know that?" I said honestly. He humored me with a grin, taking a sip of his bourbon. "How so?" "Oldest son," I chuckled in disgust. "You never stood a fucking chance." "What if I didn't want to stand a fucking chance?" he mocked. "Well, Seb, knowing you and how far your nose is shoved up our father's ass, that doesn't surprise me." Seb's dark eyes grew as cold. "You're acting like a little bitch about all of this, you know that." "I'm not the bitch, brother," I eyed him. "You are. You've been Mom and Dad's bitch since the day you were born. I've always felt sorry for you. Since we were born, you've only ever cared about being Dad's favorite son, the almighty heir named after the big man himself, the one who assumes the patriarchal role once the old man is gone, right? But you were always jealous of me and Mark." "Jealous?" he laughed. "Hardly. What is there to be jealous of, John, you both being fuck-ups? Or is it that you two are a constant burden for our parents, forever doing shit to stress them out? I never behaved as recklessly as either of you, especially you, because I know what this family stands for, what our father expects, and I honor that, you asshole." "Honor that, my ass," I said. "This family is so fucked up, and you know it." "You're so goddamn dramatic. You don't get what you want, so you turn into Mommy's little baby." I narrowed my eyes at my brother, who was the biggest dick this side of my father. "When's the last time Dad told you he was proud of you?" It was a low blow, but I didn't care. "Shut the hell up," he snapped. I smiled. "Come on, Sebastian. You were named after the man. Surely he's told you how proud he is of his namesake." He stayed quiet, because this was a wound that always reopened and bled for my eldest brother. It was sad, but with the frame of mind I was in these days, I didn't feel sorry for anyone else. "You stay quiet, because he will never say the words to you, and even if the son of a bitch does, you will always wonder if he means it. The inability to say it is father's greatest weakness, and your," I pointed my glass of scotch toward him, "biggest demon." "You have no idea what you're saying," he said, knitting his brows together in reproach. "You're drunk, and you're—" "Save it," I interrupted. "I know exactly what I'm saying. You live to impress an asshole who will never show you he's impressed. Our mother insists that you are babied and well taken care of while you whine to her about him, and then she bitches to you about him too. Shut the hell up, John. Then, after you sit together in your bitch sessions, you both go to him and kiss his ass. Typical of you to talk like this, baby brother." He stood to try and gain superiority over me. "You've never appreciated what this family was or has always done and provided for you. You don't care about the work our father does, night and day, being the backbone of this family. And our mother? All you've ever done is take advantage of her generosity to you. You'll never understand their love for their sons or this family because you are too busy rebelling." I rolled my eyes. "Rebelling? You call going to med school, becoming a doctor, and getting a job in Los Angeles a rebellious act? I call all of it shit that wouldn't have happened without our parents' money and help." Fuck, I thought, knowing the bastard had me on that truth, and if I wasn't half drunk, I could have been sharper in countering him. "Your silence speaks volumes," he said with disgust. "Now grow the fuck up, get over the girlfriend of 3 months you're always crying about, and understand that your job at St. John's was an educational lesson for the real job you have ahead of you within the family." I wanted to kick his ass for referring to Mickey as he just had, but I was too buzzed to fight, and the cocky bastard knew it. "It's like a prison," I said, feeling a swift change in my emotions. "This family is a charade." I leaned back on the couch, depressed and defeated. Our parents practically brainwashed all three of us to believe we were above everyone else and that nothing could touch us. We have the most selfish and toxic family out there." "There are worse families than ours living with the same amount of dysfunction," he answered. I shook my head. "No," I told him. "That's where you're wrong. Our parents manipulate us mentally and physically." I stared back into the fireplace. "If we don't do what they want, they'll hold us hostage financially. They own us." I looked over at him. "And you're too busy trying to be their favorite son to see it." "Maybe you're right," Seb said dismissively. "Maybe the grass is greener on the other side, living in the suburbs with a lovely family and a happy wife." I rolled my eyes at his stupid analogy. "But you'll never fucking know because you act spineless and weak around them. You do everything they say, don't you?" "I did what I had to do, John. If putting the word out to the heaviest investors of St. John's to pull their support if you didn't come home was what it took to get you back, then that's what I had to do. I'll do whatever it takes." I hated continually rehashing this, but it was all I could think about. It never mattered to my parents if Jim Mitchell had moved their funds around to keep the hospital from relying on their money. They knew they could get to every single donor St. John's had and get them to cut off the hospital. And they would have, single-handedly tanking the place, if I didn't do what they demanded. For the good of the fucking family, right? I eyed him. Why would you take part in such a thing? You'd participate in strong-arming people who are donating to a hospital, doing some good in the world, just to get me to stop delivering babies and helping women who have cancer? "Because it was not the right thing for our family," he said. "Humans are replaceable. Money is not. I'm sure your buddy, James Mitchell, could tell you that." To hear my brother say that money was more important than me or my work as a physician cut deeper than I imagined. How could anything be more important than human life? I dedicated myself to healing women with cancer and helping bring babies into the world. I'd witnessed the miracle of life multiple times a day and was in awe every time. The honor of helping bring life into the world showed me long ago that nothing was more important than humanity. And that privilege was stolen from me by people who put money above human life. Their tactics to manipulate me had so many layers that I didn't even know what to think anymore. My mother was the first to tell me that Mickey wanted nothing to do with me anymore, and after what had happened at the wedding, I didn't blame her. Everyone treated Mickey horrendously, and I made no real effort to stop it. I was ashamed of my behavior. She had every right to hate me for being a coward. Once my father called Mark and me to the room to talk that night, and the threats started flying, I knew Mickey had to get far away from me. My parents would stop at nothing to get what they wanted, and I couldn't live with myself if Mickey were caught in the crossfire. They made it abundantly clear that they'd stop at nothing to keep her away from me, and they meant it. Maybe that was an excuse to hide my shame for what had happened, but my family was more ruthless than I imagined, and everyone knows people like my parents have no qualms about getting rid of their problems. Chapter 50. John. I stared out at the ocean. The shimmer and sparkle that once stole my mind away from the stress of the world no longer had the same effect on me. Hell, I didn't even know who me was anymore. I had tried so many ways to get out of this box I'd somehow locked myself into, but just like being buried in a casket 6 feet under, I'd come up with nothing to leave and reclaim my life again. Sometimes I felt like I was a prisoner of my mind and thoughts. Other times, I deflected and blamed my parents for everything that had taken place since January, when Mark was supposed to marry into his miserable life, not make me worse off than he could have ever been if he'd just married Pollyanna and bit the Aster family bullet. I'd tried to call Mickey just to hear her voice again, and when it went to voicemail, hearing those few words, "It's Mickey, leave a message," echoed through my hollow insides and caused more pain than I expected. I remembered a time when her voice soothed every nerve in my body, and I couldn't contain my dick from jumping at the sound of it. But now, it was like getting stabbed in the heart with a hot poker. Damn it, I fucking hurt, but who was I kidding? My shame for abandoning Mickey was like a boa constrictor squeezing me to death, and I deserved it. Maybe I was punishing myself. "John?" I didn't turn. My mother's voice had been like nails on a chalkboard to me for months. Once she realized how angry and caged I felt after locking me in this prison of a life with my family again, under the threat of ruining everyone and everything I held dear, she backed off with her demands, forced etiquette, and all the other customs I was used to at home. She tried to be softer, but nothing she did worked in her favor, and she knew it. "Good afternoon, sweetheart," she said, patting my knee and sitting in the wooden beach chair beside mine in the sand, where she and my father typically enjoyed nightcaps or caught the occasional sunrise over the ocean. "We have the loveliest view on the shoreline, don't you think?" I rolled my eyes behind my sunglasses. "Better than Manhattan," I said curtly. "I'm glad your father recommended we come out early this month. The Hamptons are just perfect in May, don't you think?" "I don't really fucking care, Mom," I said. My mom hated it when I used the F word, but she could never hate the word more than I hated my life right now. It's all the same to me. "You just said it was better than Manhattan," she tried to say playfully. Once again, I rolled my motherfucking eyes. "John, talk to me, dear," she said. "Is it the job you retired from that's bothering you, or losing the girl you hardly knew?" "The job I retired from?" I said, my voice rising nearly an octave in response. "I didn't retire, Mother. I was forced to resign. Big damn difference in the meaning of those two words." "You had to know the day would come," she said. "Our family has no choice but to remain dutiful to ourselves in this nasty world we live in." I finally looked at her. "Nasty world we live in, eh?" I questioned her. "You know how ruthless it is out there. People kill each other over the—" "Stop," I said, unwilling to sit through another Aster family history lesson outlining our value and worth for being such amazing people when all we did was stab each other in the back to get our way. All I know is that there couldn't be anything crueler in the world than the things I've witnessed in my own family. You say it's ruthless out there, ignoring our family's tactics. I won't listen to you speak ill of our family because you're acting like a spoiled child." "Give me a goddamn break, Margot," I snapped, using her first name. "You're lying to all of us, forcing that shit down our throats, but you're lying to yourself most of all." "Oh, really?" she said, as she dropped the soft, tender, loving mother mask she'd been wearing to get me to open up to her. "Please tell me how I fill everyone, including myself, with lies." "As if you don't know," I scoffed. "Everything is based on a lie. You are obsessed with projecting a picture of perfection to all of your associates. I won't call them friends, because we both know you don't have anyone you care about other than us, but you will stop at nothing to get whatever you want. You and Dad have had people silenced, torn down, and sent away more times than I can count. You've destroyed countless reputations of people who dared to cross either of you and have been responsible for the rise and fall of politicians, corporations, and families all over the globe." If looks could kill, I would have dropped dead. "And then, of course, there's this fake bullshit you've been pulling since I was forced to live at home." "Fake?" she snapped. "I may be many things, darling boy, but fake is not one of them." "Really? After everything I said, what bothers you is that I called you fake?" I laughed in disbelief. Talk about being out of touch with what's important. Fine, let's focus on being fake. Since I've been made to stay here, you've been sweeter than ever, even having the chef prepare all my favorite meals. And, she said, smiling, that is because I love you and want you to be happy and comfortable. You were just kissing my ass to keep me pacified. I leaned forward, both elbows on my knees, and ran my fingers through my hair in agitation. Fuck, I hate all of this, I growled, miserable, trapped, disgusted, and unsure of how to break free from this prison. I understand, she softly said. I felt the same way when I was young, growing up in the same type of home as this family. Stop saying the word family, I snarked. It's not what we are. I looked over at her. We have no idea what the hell a family is, and we still throw that word around as if it applies to the fucked up people we are. We defend ourselves, yeah? That's what families do, right? Right. She matched my angered tone. Then tell me why you all went behind my back and set up that fucking hospital the way you did, forcing people to pull their donations and tank the place if I didn't come home. Because, she said, an Aster has no business, and you call yourselves family? I cut her off because I wasn't going to hear another excuse. Family doesn't do shit like that behind each other's backs. I just don't understand what you plan to do with me or what the fucking point was to bring me back here. Your father will need you to take over the French. No, I cut her off. I'm not moving to France. I'm not fucking dating Summer, and I guarantee you that I will remain single for the rest of my life before I date any woman you and Dad decide will make me happy. I found a woman, and you both threw a fucking fit about her. Now she's gone, along with my life, and here we sit. Fine then, she said. Tell me, what was so very special about this woman? I should have let her ruin it for both of you, but I didn't want you hurt. I felt it was time we end it before... So, while Dad and Seb fucked with my career, you had your eyes on my love life. All of you were ready to pounce at the first sign of losing me to any of it, right? Wrong, she snapped. Sounds to me like that's exactly what happened. It took Mark having enough of this family's shit and running away for the straw to have broken the camel's back regarding me. John, that woman has no idea who you are and where you come from. You mean that woman has no idea how wealthy my family is and the status they need to uphold, and she would become an embarrassment if she married the youngest son? You think you have it all figured out, do you? I think Mark has it all figured out, I answered. He's the one who took off and disappeared. He's probably living it up in Fiji as we speak. Your brother has rejected his inheritance and his family. And his family would be happy for him to suffer homelessness on the streets before they help him out, I'm sure. That is not who we are, and you know it, she snapped. Then where is Mark? I have no idea, and I don't care to know. He probably ran off with another woman. It must be the reason behind his sudden disdain for Pollyanna and daring to embarrass and insult our family. You're sure of that? I questioned, wanting to know what she thought or whether she cared to know where her other son had gone. There's no other explanation for his actions, she sneered. Sure there is, I answered her. Perhaps, unlike you, Dad, and Seb, he wanted a life of his own. He was determined to find happiness and not allow his parents to find it for him. I sighed. Mom, do you know that since we were little boys, you decided who our friends would be and what houses we could sleep over at? You played some strange game of Mother of the Year with your boys, and though Seb loved all that fucking attention, as most older children do because of the responsibilities their parents place on them, Mark and I didn't need you to defend us. We didn't need you to approve of our high school girlfriends and warn us if any of them would be using us for money or whatever the hell you thought you were protecting us from. It's sad, I said, shaking my head at her frown. If you're so miserable in this family, then leave, she snapped. I will not sit here and be insulted by you. You throw these tantrums because you're not getting your way after everything your father and I have provided for you. If we never speak again, then so be it. Right. So now, after all this, you want to relinquish control over me? Not likely, I said, returning my attention to the ocean. John, you hardly knew that girl, she said, not letting shit go. And you're filled with self-pity, wallowing like you can't live without her. Now you suddenly hate your family and are spewing your hatred everywhere. You always knew the job was temporary, and you never argued about that with us. But this girl seems to have brought out a side of you that I don't recognize. I have no idea who my own son is anymore. You keep acting like the amount of time I spent with Mickey is insignificant, but regardless of your opinion, I fell deeply in love with her. I looked over at where my mother stood, prepared to leave. It surprised me most of all, but it was very real. I didn't understand the extent of it until I was forced to lose her. I stood up. And yes, all my resentment stems from losing Mickey because of this. It's not just about losing my job, house, or independence. I wanted a life with her. I hadn't ever been that happy to be with someone, to hear her laugh, see her smile, or watch her shake her head at my nonsense. It was the beginning of something extraordinary, and you and Dad stole it as soon as you saw us together. Very true, she said coldly. We thought we'd stop something that we obviously could not. And that was, I said with anger, our son being taken away by a woman who will never appreciate his worth. You have a sculpture that hangs in the hallway of this beach house, and you used to tell us stories about it. The Bronzed Mermaid, she said. The story you told us was about the sailor who believed he loved the mermaid, and she brought him into her world, and it drowned and killed him? Yes. The perfect metaphor for you to take to heart. That woman will take you into her world, and it will kill you, your spirit, and the man you were raised to be. I don't see it that way, I said with determination. Any woman you would choose for me would be my killer mermaid, and I would never be the person I am meant to be. Mickey was saving me, but you are the one who wants to kill my spirit and the man I've become, the doctor, and turn me into some desk-sitting, greedy, cigar-smoking asshole. That's not who I am. Mickey knows that, and I know that. The sad part is that my parents don't know that, nor do they care. We know what's best for you, she answered nervously. No, you know what's best for you. I know what's best for me, and a life obsessed with status and wealth is not that. I couldn't take another second of this life, so I made up my mind to burn it all down if it came to that. I'm leaving, and if you so much as think about making good on your threats to ruin Michaela or bring harm to anyone she loves in any way, I will call the first news outlet I can find and tell them every secret the Aster family has. I watched the blood drain from her face, and that's when I realized I had the power to leave all along. They were counting on me loving my family legacy more than I loved Mickey, and that was their mistake. Of all their threats, the ones placed on Mickey were the ones that kept me away. I just couldn't believe it had taken me so long to recognize that the ruination of the family name was the key. It was the one thing they'd never allowed to be tarnished, and that was what put me in control, because I didn't give a fuck about it. You wouldn't dare. Her voice was steady, but I saw the fear in her eyes. Oh, I most definitely would, I said. I think you know that, too. Your father will never forgive you if you leave, she threatened. Then, after I find Mark, he and I can have a good laugh that our father chose greed over his own blood. I don't fucking care. With that, I turned and marched off the beach, leaving my mother there to wonder if I was going to act on this and leave my family behind. I felt sorry for them. They had everything a human being could ever ask for, except for happiness. But I'd found happiness outside of this family, and I was going to bust my ass and risk Mickey kneeing me in my balls to get it back. I was ashamed it had taken me almost 6 months to realize that only I could help myself. And maybe Mickey wouldn't want anything to do with me after what I'd allowed to happen. God knows I wouldn't hold it against her. But I needed to take charge of my life again, and I'd stop at nothing to fix things.
Chapter 51. Mickey. I took one last bite of my chocolate chip birthday cupcake and dusted off the crumbs from my trousers while I pulled my lab coat back on. Today was a fantastic day. Ash was completely cancer-free after 6 months of chemo, and she was now on a frontline treatment to ensure it wouldn't return. I loved seeing Ash in high spirits with all the good news. It reminded me of the corner I was turning, bringing more positivity into my life. "Hey, Mickey," Presley said. She was a new intern, and her youthful and vivacious spirit was the main reason this doctor's office had been jumping with excited energy for the past few months. "I heard you did a delivery for Dr. Harold today?" I chuckled. "Yes," I said, trying to keep gossip about the 76-year-old doctor filling in for John at a minimum. Poor guy must have eaten something bad last night. I paused and looked at her with a defeated expression. "But yes, the baby is happy and healthy, and so is Dr. Harold." "Honestly," the intern cringed, "I think he needs to retire. How long has he been here?" "Just because he was alive when Moses was a boy doesn't mean he doesn't know what he's doing," I teased, not wanting to disparage the man, even though Presley was probably right. I just didn't like the idea that people wanted you to step aside once you reached a certain age. "I understand why you say that, but he's a brilliant doctor, that's for sure, and sharp as a tack. He's just here on a rotation sequence from UC Irvine. I'm not sure if he will be permanent, but thank God he came to St. John's because Dr. Aster was our only oncologist in the women's clinic, and we would have had to outsource a lot of patients after his resignation if Dr. Harold didn't." "I heard Aster was a really good doctor," she said, "and, hot, sexy, and funny." After not hearing a word from John or knowing anything about what happened to him, I'd done an excellent job moving on from the guy as best I could. The heavy aches in my heart came in waves, though, and sometimes the agony of missing him was almost too much to bear. It was all ridiculous, really, because it didn't make sense to me why I would have to put so much effort into forgetting someone I was just getting to know. We hadn't been together long enough for me to behave this way or feel this much grief, so I wasn't sure why I missed him like this. Like a piece of me was just gone, and if I acknowledged it, I'd be fucked up all day. "He was pretty great," was all I could manage in response. "I've heard that you two—" "Nope," I cut her off. "We're not going there. Whatever hospital gossip that has been fed to you about my personal life is off limits." I smiled as sweetly as possible. Dr. Aster was a gifted doctor, but unfortunately, he resigned and moved on. That's where we leave this, and I would appreciate it if you would help spread the word about the more important parts of Dr. Aster's time here, and leave me out of it. "I understand," she said. "I'm sorry if I upset you." "Don't apologize," I answered. Dr. Aster's loss was felt by more people than me and his coworkers. His patients were also upset about his sudden resignation. Dr. Harold being here just goes to show that everyone is replaceable. I meant that, too. John's disappearing act affected a lot of people, especially his cancer patients. He was vital to them. They trusted him with their lives, and he abandoned them. "Are you going out for drinks with us tonight?" Allison questioned. "It is your birthday." I smiled at her and signed off the charts I'd almost missed before I got ambushed in the hallway about my birthday after my last patient for the day. "No," I said. "You know Ashley Mitchell?" "Yes, I heard Dr. Harold talking about how well she was doing on her maintenance therapy, completely cancer-free." I grinned at her excitement. That's how we all felt around here whenever we watched our oncology patients have such positive wins. "Well, I'm off to celebrate with her and some of the others tonight." I handed her the charts I'd finished in my office while eating my cupcake. They've planned a surprise party for her at Dr. Brooks's ranch in Malibu. That sounds fun, she said, turning to enter the information I'd just handed her. Is Miss Linda on 2-week visits for prenatal care yet? Not yet, I said about our youngest mommy-to-be. She'll be moving into her 3rd trimester next month, and then we'll start seeing her more often. Perfect, she said. Well, I'm going to finish this, and then I'm out of here. Okay, I just need to see if Dr. Harold survived the day before I check out of here myself. I chuckled at her, shaking her head as I turned and walked away. After a fantastic hot shower and a quick change of clothes, I was finally on my way to Colin and Elena's house to celebrate Ash beating cancer. I had to admit I was loving this side of working with cancer patients. It was very therapeutic, and it was helping me cope with the grief of losing my friend, something I never thought I'd be able to get through. Being around a fighting spirit like Ashley's was an eye-opening experience to see that there were positive outcomes as well. I pulled up a long asphalt driveway lined by white, split-rail fences in absolute awe of this home, or ranch. Horses grazed in green pastures, and seeing something so rural for the first time in forever made me smile. It wasn't like the ranches and farms I was used to seeing in Tennessee, though, because this place had a majestic ocean view. I thought I'd seen it all, winding down this driveway that led up to the lodge of a home that made John's Aspen place look like a hut. But I hadn't. I parked my car next to the rest of the fancy ones, looking entirely out of place, and then got out to take in the beauty of the view. Holy shit, I said in awe. The crisp ocean breeze washed over me, blowing my hair out of my face and allowing me to take in the sparkling, vast ocean below the hillside this home was built on. Seeing how the sea sparkled beneath the sun was refreshing to my tired soul. The water moved easily, glistening and dazzling all the way out to where the horizon met it. Wow. Just wow, I said softly.
There's a reason my wife insisted this home be the place to rehabilitate patients with post-traumatic disorders, I heard Colin say. I turned to greet him. Hey there, Dr. Brooks. I extended my hand to shake his. This place is stunning. Shaking my hand and calling me Dr. Brooks? Did we break up too? He questioned with a friendly smile. Bring it in for a hug, sis. He pulled me in, wrapping his strong, friendly arms around me while I laughed. I liked Colin. He was the wildest of his group of friends, the most sarcastic, and had no filter. It was easy to see why he and Jake were so close, and if John's sorry ass had stuck around, I could see him becoming closer with them as I had unexpectedly done with their wives. Sorry, I said, pulling back and catching my hair that the wind was blowing from behind me. All the formalities are coming from being at work all day. How's Doc Harold working out for you? He questioned with a knowing grin. I see the gossip about the poor guy reached the lower floors of the hospital, I said, biting my lip and trying not to laugh. He really is the sweetest man. Hey, I do not doubt that. He threw his hands up, turning to guide me toward the house. But when someone sharts, I know about it. Sharts? I questioned the term. Yeah, shits their pants after trying to let an easy fart loose. I covered my mouth. I'm not laughing at this. It could happen to anyone, I said firmly. Hell yeah, it could happen to anyone. It happened to me once, but thank God I was in the privacy of my home. It sucks, too, because you think you're just going to blow off some steam, relieve the gut a little. Then the next thing you know, you've unleashed a shit-flavored chocolate soft serve in your pants. I shook my head and started laughing. A shit-flavored chocolate soft serve? Where the hell do you come up with this stuff? He smirked. Oh, I've got tons of amazing material. You should have chosen neuroscience as your profession and spent a couple of years of your residency program with me. Right. So I'd be doing brain surgery while you're cracking jokes like that? Surely I wouldn't do any damage at all, right? What the hell are you two doing? I heard Jake say with fake frustration. Ash is waiting for you. Me? I questioned, confused. I didn't realize I was late. Jake smiled. You're the doctor of the hour, he said, and then, unexpectedly,
I was in his arms for a hug next.
Today,
he started, stepping back,
was a beautiful day to get a clean bill of health for my lady. I swear to God, if I lost her—
I said, wagging my finger at him. We don't talk like that. Ashley will kick your butt for it, and you know it.
Facts,
Colin said.
Let's lead the way to the party barn and get this celebratory event rolling.
Jake and Colin had struck up a conversation about this estate and plans to develop it more, so I remained quiet as we walked under strings of party lights strung throughout the trees, swinging gently in the constant soft breeze that filtered through this area. It was dusk, but the last of the brilliance of the sun was still hanging in the atmosphere, making luminous sparkles dance on the ocean before we walked through clusters of cypress trees. I looked over and saw neatly framed writing arenas throughout the area where Elena worked with her patients. What a way to make a dream come true. Elena had always had a passion for horses and neuropsychology, so she combined them, and this place was the result. It was inspiring, to say the least. We walked into the massive barn lit by candles and strings of globe party lights crisscrossing throughout the entire ceiling area, and I would like to say I was astounded by that, but that wasn't what caught my attention. What shocked me most was the 2-tier cake on a table in the front of the barn area and my parents and sister standing on each side. "Happy birthday!" the group cheered in unison. I did what any person would do when they were in complete shock to see that an occasion, which was supposed to be about someone else, was for them. Well, what any nerd would do anyway. I covered my heart, smiled, and said, "This is for me?" I couldn't process what I'd walked into. I didn't think for a second this would ever be about my birthday, and I was genuinely stunned. Mom and Dad? And Lydia? "Happy birthday, honey," Ash said, the first to come out of nowhere and greet me. She looked at Jake and Colin. "You both insisted on no catering, so go check on your barbecue. I'm not eating a burnt hot dog." She chuckled and hugged me before my parents could reach me. "We flew in your family, and we're going to make this one hell of an awesome night for you because you deserve no less." "This was supposed to be about you," I eyed her with a smile. "It's about both of us," she answered. "We're celebrating milestones and 2 lovely lives. 30 years old, eh?" "Yup," I said with a smile. "And you don't look a day over 50, Lydia teased, hugging me as everyone laughed. "Seriously, sis, happy birthday."
"Happy birthday, Peaches,"
my dad said, giving me a hug. "Happy birthday, sweetheart," my mom said as she approached me from the other side. This was lovely. What a memory to treasure after such a challenging time in my life. I'd suffered through these past few months, trying not to stare at my phone in hopes I'd missed a call from John, or willing him to call, text, or add me as a friend on social media. My mind had been purely consumed with the man after he disappeared on me in the early months. Once I started focusing on myself, I could feel the weight of sorrow and grief leave me, being replaced with happiness and joy. My life was on course and back on track, and it did help to have the support of my friends and now even my family here. I knew I would finally get through all of this, and each day I felt stronger and happier for it. Chapter 52. Mickey. After all the hugs were given and introductions were made to people I hadn't met yet, namely Nat's husband Spencer and their friends Alex and Brianne Grayson, the excitement died down into a more comfortable setting. We'd all finished eating the most delicious lemon and whipped cream vanilla cake, and I was so stuffed I felt like I might throw up. The men had gathered in the corner, and I smiled at how my dad was schooling all these amazing doctors and CEO billionaires with his Tennessee football skills. Usually, Dad would pop off with one of his goofy slang terms or do something improper or embarrassing. But these guys were treating him like he was Vince Lombardi in the flesh. "Your dad definitely has their attention," Avery said, while my mom and sister were listening to Natalia talk about her various celebrity real estate clients. I've never seen the guys so engrossed in conversation before. I chuckled. Well, my dad is an act, that's for sure. He has no manners half the time, and that's probably why they're all so captivated by him. Usually, my mom ensures he's behaving and not letting anything too nutty come out of his mouth. Well, I think they're all going back to their high school football days, Brienne said, her adorable dimples lighting up the room every time she smiled. Cameron is going to hate himself for taking the family out of town this weekend, Ashley said. That boy and his boy are both huge football fans. Considering how mesmerized these guys are with your dad and telling them about his life in coaching college football, Cameron and Jax would kneel before him. I smiled proudly. Yeah, my dad's an awesome coach, I stated. His players practically eat out of his hand like the guys are doing now. I wish I could hear what he's saying because sometimes my dad has no shame at all. You've met Colin, right? Avery said with a laugh. No one on this planet could beat that man when it comes to being shameless. Yeah, well, when Colin does it, it's funny. My dad? He's your dad, Brienne laughed. That's why you think he's a bit off when it comes to that. You've not been in a discussion with him, I laughed. And God only knows what gets said when my mom isn't there to police him. I eyed my mom, who was still in a lively conversation with Nat and my sister. Oh, let the men talk, Avery said. Jim could use a little humor right now. He's a bit irritated that... She stopped, and I saw her glance at her friends briefly, suddenly making me feel like I was missing something. Irritated? I questioned, while my mother, Nat, and sister tuned into our conversation. Is there something I should know? You probably don't want to know, Avery said with annoyance. And I'm sorry I said anything because you've been doing so well and seem so happy. I'm fucking sorry. Oh, my mother said. I hadn't had a chance to introduce her to Avery myself and prepare her that fuck was Avery's favorite word, and she could care less if anyone judged her for it. Is everything okay? Listen, Ashley said as Avery slouched, evidently angry at herself for doing something that might cause the exciting night to crash and burn. Jim has a meeting with John tomorrow. I only know about it because they discussed having Jake attend. Do you know what it's about? I questioned, my heart feeling like an electric current was thumping through it. I have no idea, Avery answered dryly while Ash shook her head. But Jim says John is insistent upon having this meeting. Maybe he ditched his family and wants his job back, I said nonchalantly. But fuck if my heart wasn't going to burst, knowing that he was in California at this very moment. And how would that make you feel? My mom questioned, knowing only minor details about the Monaco disaster and mine and John's short-lived relationship. The girls, on the other hand, I'd been hanging out with more often, and they knew it was extremely difficult for me to process that John had fallen off the face of the earth without any explanation or apology, and it was the worst mind screw I'd ever experienced. I don't know, I answered truthfully. It would be weird working with him again. I would imagine it being uncomfortable as hell, my sister added. I haven't heard much gossip, but from what my client has said, her husband's family is quite close to the Asters. John seemed miserable at some event they were attending. She said he looked like he was about to flip the table and storm out. Good, Avery added. That's what he gets for allowing his mommy and daddy to make his decisions for him. Let's not get too carried away, my mom added without the full knowledge of the pain and suffering I'd gone through. One thing is certain, though, she smiled at me. John was obviously too immature to handle a relationship with my daughter, and, as fate would have it, he was taken out of the picture before he could do any real harm to her heart, like her ex-fiancé did. Everyone seemed to look at me for answers I didn't have. You know, Ashley started. Okay, don't everyone freak out on me when I say this. No one will freak out, I laughed, wishing my parents weren't here so I could down the bottle of wine in front of me and allow Ashley's wild, hippie spirit to take control. We're not returning to the true love hurts and spiritual soulmate stuff again, are we? You're just afraid of the truth, Ashley winked at me. But I think you both are more than soulmates. Dear God, here we go, Nat said, joining the conversation. Ashley, honey, you know I love everything about your quirkiness and love for finding things that the universe throws our way when it comes down to breakups with bastards, but this is one I'm not going to allow you to intervene on. The man ghosted our sweet girl, and even out there in the multiverse, that is just wrong. That's the thing, though, Ashley said. It's perfectly normal for a twin flame relationship to do this. I think John and Mickey are twin souls. I loved the woman, but I swear, I had to wonder sometimes if all the incense she used was clogging up her brain cells when it came to shit like this. Well, if you ask me, Nat said, continuing to argue while my mom looked at me, wondering if all rich people were weirdos. There is nothing twin about this situation because twins are known to be alike. Mickey, she looked at me, would you ever just up and vanish on John as he did you? Or would you have the decency to at least explain why your parents were obnoxious assholes who hated him? I smiled. I would have explained myself. Because I raised you with manners, my mom interjected. And that's why I think they're twin souls, Ashley added, mixing in the confusion again. You see, John and Mickey almost have every trait of a twin soul relationship. They fell for each other hard and fast. Their personalities are opposite, as if staring at each other in mirrors, and, well, it ended abruptly with the divine male running away, leaving the divine female broken and hurt, destroyed. I understand very well that Mickey is quite divine, Nat added, then looked at me. And honey, I will state that you're nearly a goddess with everything that you've got going on with your looks. However, she looked back at Ashley. There's nothing divine about John. If there were, I wouldn't agree that he's a divine asshole. I don't care if you agree with me or not. All I'm saying is that he's her perfect other half. He just needs to work on himself. Ashley smiled at me. Whether or not you think I'm crazy, I'm telling you he'll be back in your life when the time is right. You're sweet to say so, I answered her, gulping the last of my glass of wine. But regardless of if he works on himself or why my strong feelings happened hard and fast, I'm not allowing him back into my life. I can't be with a man like that. I glanced at all the women sitting around the table. I'll admit, his funny, immature, and spontaneous personality drew me in, and the attention he gave me was great, but it was a rebound relationship, and I agree with my mom. I smiled at her pleasant expression. He left at the perfect time because I could never be with a man who lacks so much consideration for someone's feelings. I'm telling you, twin flames, Ashley said, finding this amusing. I, however, was over it. Well, if twin flames make a toxic and ridiculous relationship that was doomed before it even started, I said, pouring another glass of wine, that must be exactly what we are. Either way, it doesn't matter. If he meets with Jim to get his old job back, many of his former patients will want a good explanation as to why he up and left them like he did. They depended on him for their survival, and he vanished. I think that's why Jim wants Jake to join the meeting, Avery said. It's probably to put his ass through hell. Well, exactly, I answered. I'm shocked Jim is even entertaining him after he resigned without any explanation and left like he did. Jim is a very forgiving man, Brienne said after quietly watching this exchange. I mean, I don't know you well, she told me, and I'm sorry to hear that you went through such a terrible breakup with this guy, leaving you hanging as he did. However, I know Jim well enough to know that he'd at least give the guy a chance to explain himself. She looked at Jim's wife, Avery, for validation on her statement. Avery nodded in confirmation. That's true, but Jim's teddy bear and CEO sides are very different personalities. She rubbed my shoulder. Jim will speak to you first to ensure how you'd feel about John returning, if that's what he's meeting with them to speak about, of course. Her vibrant blue eyes locked onto mine. You'll get the teddy bear side of my husband, so just be very direct, upfront, and honest with him. He's a stiff asshole when he needs to be, but he also considers everyone's feelings. And with the way that man just up and abandoned everyone there, Nat said, Jim should immediately refuse that boy's access.
I see you've all met the reason my wife sells the majority of the most expensive real estate in Southern California," Spencer said as he approached with all the men in tow. Nat snatched her purse from the table and turned to capture Spencer's lips with hers, while offering a low moan that prompted a laugh from all of us. She turned back to where we sat, watching the daytime drama play out between her and her handsome man. "Listen, no more of this supernatural talk." She eyed Ashley and gave her ponytail a little tug. "It's cute, but this goes far beyond triplet souls or whatever you were chanting about." "Twin souls," Ashley corrected her with a confident grin. Nat rolled her eyes. "It's all the same. It's strange and completely too far out there. Sometimes it's cute, and it fits the cure for a broken heart. But this time, your cute little universe interpretations are just condoning bad behavior from a man who chose his family over the woman he said he loved." She paused and smiled at me. "And for whatever it is worth, I know heartbreak is bullshit, but just be thankful you didn't enter a 20-year marriage with the man, only to find out his first loyalty is to his family before his wife. That's all I'll say. But you're all fools if you don't listen to my advice." "You remind me so much of my husband's sister, Mickey's Aunt Beverly," my mom said with a laugh. "I'm truly flattered, as this is not the first time I've received that compliment. I just hope she's as an incredible personality as Vivian Winthrop." Nat winked at me, then stepped back from the table. "We need to get going, but first, I need to sneak upstairs next door and give sweet Elena my get-well-soon wishes." "Elena is sick?" I questioned. I realized that I hadn't seen her, but I figured she was running around organizing things or something. Avery chuckled. "She didn't want to spoil your surprise by letting it be an issue. Everyone was under strict orders to not bring it up unless asked where she was." "Well, spoiling the party would fall under the category of bringing up John being in town," I teased Avery. "No shit," she agreed. "Listen, take it with a grain of salt, especially what Sister Ashley Crystal Moonchild here says," she said, tossing a crumpled-up napkin across the table to Ashley. "All of it. Just do your thing and try to act like he's not even in town." "True," I answered, smiling at Ashley's blush-red cheeks. "You know we all love giving you a hard time, right?" "My husband is the worst about it," she rolled her eyes. "Hey, I don't care. We all believe in something, right? Trust me, I'm used to the denial." "Denial my ass," Brienne said. "You know that some things are hard to wrap your mind around." Ashley shrugged. "And that's why all of you deal with anxiety and depression." She poked back at everyone teasing her. "You're right," Lydia said, nodding at Ashley. "I agree that closed-minded people definitely appear to be higher strung." "Who are you to talk?" My mother laughed. "You're the most anxious one in the whole family." "That's because I'm always treated like an outcast," she said. "Outcast, she says," I mocked. "Hey, thank you, all of you, for this night. This has been more than expected, especially with Ash giving us all these far-out love lessons." Ash smiled triumphantly. "I want to point out how amazing I think you are, Ash, for how you remained so courageous and fought off cancer the way you did." "What can I say? It was the universe," she chuckled. "In all honesty, it was just trying to remain hopeful. I wasn't going to let it take me from my kids like it took my mom from me." "Because of you, and watching you absolutely thrive during the hardest times of your fight, I gained a new sense of confidence and found a desire to investigate pursuing oncology as another specialty." "Oh, wow," my mom said with a smile. "This is news." "Truth," Avery chuckled. "I'm happy to hear that Ash could steer you down a more positive path, because I was worried you'd never get there after you told us about your friend. If we've learned anything from John's abrupt exit from the hospital, we could use more OBGYN oncologists at St. John's." "Well, now that the best part of the party is over, I'm going to head up and check on my little Latina love, who's sick in bed," Colin said, stepping over to the table before making his exit the same way Spencer and Natalia had left a few minutes ago. He looked at me. "Elena wanted me to extend her apologies for not being here. She caught some stomach bug that took her down just before noon today. But that—
Colin? We heard a cheerful voice say from behind where we sat around this table covered in crumpled napkins and cake crumbs. I'm sorry to interrupt you guys, but you'll never believe this.
Holy shit, mi amor. You look fucking horrible. But happy?
Colin answered with humor in his voice as he made a direct line to his wife.
I mean, that sounds bad, and I'm sorry, but what are you doing out of bed?
I'm pregnant! She laughed and cried out simultaneously.
What?
Colin said in shock as she rushed to him, and he wrapped his arms around her.
How? I mean, I know how.
Nat bet Spencer on the way here that I was pregnant, and it was morning sickness. And you know how she is.
She's always right, and we're all wrong. God, I don't know how Spencer deals with that woman sometimes.
Colin said with a laugh, hugging his wife again. Anyway, Nat bought a pregnancy test and had me take it before they just left because she was convinced.
Those two are shameless,
Jim said.
Who buys a pregnancy test for a friend with the stomach flu?
Natalia does, babe. Avery laughed. Oh my God, I can't believe we have another baby on the way. All of us got up and moved in the direction of where Elena and Colin stood in tears. Mickey, Elena said with a daring smile. Looks like you're my new baby doctor, and I hope you're up for the challenge. I chuckled, loving that my job always carried so much positivity, even when negative emotions had tendencies to carry over into my life. These women had faced challenges beyond belief, but they were all fighters who came out on the other side, and I wanted that too. I wasn't going to sulk anymore or get spikes of anxiety whenever I heard my phone, thinking that this might be it when John came back into my life. If he ever did, it would all be up to me in how I would receive him. One thing was for sure. No one would find me running up to him with open arms, welcoming him back like I'd imagined myself doing so many times since he went silent on me. This time would be different. No flirting and no rushed behavior. I wouldn't be as emotionally available as I was when he wouldn't leave me alone, and I wanted nothing to do with him before I threw caution to the wind and let down my guard. I was exceptional, and I was not desperate. If I wanted any man to respect me, I had to respect myself first.
Chapter 53. John. Returning to Southern California after all these months of feeling trapped and suffocated in Manhattan was more liberating than I could ever explain. My father was in Zurich when I decided to throw down the gauntlet on my mother, and I hadn't heard a word from them since, which was how I wanted it. I had only two goals now: getting back the love of my life, knowing I'd fucked that up beyond belief, and getting back my job. I spent most of the week waiting for this morning's meeting with Jim at a rented condo on the beach, since my parents took the liberty of selling my house the week after they ambushed me in Monaco. I didn't care where I was, though, as long as I was here. Being on the West Coast again filled me with such rejuvenation, and I didn't miss Martha's Vineyard for a second. This was home, and this was freedom. I leaned over the balcony of the one-bedroom condo, knowing that today was a game-changing day, but still unable to shake what I'd been through this year. I sipped my coffee, thinking about all my parents' talk about how being home was the right move for my life. It wasn't the right move for my life. It was the right move for their lives. My parents' issues were beyond the scope of any therapist, so I was well aware that I wasn't about to figure them out. All I knew after living back home with them again was that they were miserable people, and they didn't know the meaning of the word love. They just knew how to use love to manipulate people. It might have taken me way too long to stand up for myself and walk out on my parents, but I did. And now all I could do was try to pick up the pieces of the life I'd broken when I skipped town. Here I was now, not knowing anything about my future, my financial situation, the future of St. John's, which my parents were likely in the process of financially burning to the ground, or the most important thing, my relationship with Mickey. Had she moved on? Did she hate me? She had every right to. I wouldn't know until I sought her out, but I needed to find out the damage my family had caused St. John's first. I couldn't go to her jobless and homeless and expect her to even look at me twice. Within the hour, I was showered, dressed, and walking into the south tower of the Mitchell & Associates Global Building. The place was pristine, exuding a level of elite professionalism that was difficult to put into words. People could say what they wanted about James Mitchell, but there was no denying how impressive the man was. Building this empire took a level of business acumen most men did not possess. "I have a 10 o'clock appointment with Mr. Mitchell," I said to the receptionist on the penthouse floor of the extraordinary building. The woman looked like your typical Mrs. Claus, portly and white-haired with rosy cheeks and even half-moon spectacles. "I've got it from here, Miss May," Jake said to the sweet-looking lady as he approached from behind me. "This way, John," he directed me, and from the looks of the friend I'd come to know better on our trip to Aspen, this probably wouldn't be the meeting I'd hoped for. Jake was distant, cold, and direct. 3 adjectives no one would ever use to describe him. "Dr. Aster, Jake." Jim stood behind his desk and greeted us upon entering his palatial office. "Come and have a seat," he waved us in. "Just have the financial and legal teams go over the last 2 paragraphs one more time, Spence," he said to the tall, suited businessman standing across the desk from him. It had to have been Spencer Monroe, Jim's right-hand man. He was a legendary bulldog in the business world, and his reputation preceded him all over the globe. "Once it's confirmed, we'll begin the acquisitions, but I need to be sure." "You're sure about this?" Spencer said. "It could go sideways if you're too greedy." "The last thing I am is a greedy man," Jim smirked at the guy. "And I wouldn't waste anyone's time if I believed it would go sideways." "You just want the wife to—" He paused, most likely because I was in the room, and this wasn't the time for the two to be candid with each other. "Just handle it, Spence," Jim said. Spencer turned to leave, nodding at Jake and me as he passed by. Jim's expression darkened when it fell on me. "Good to see you, John. Have a seat. Jake?" He acknowledged his brother, motioning him to sit in the rich leather chair to the right of mine. "Thanks for taking the time to meet with me," I told Jim, as he sat intimidatingly behind his desk. "Am I correct in assuming you're here about resuming your position at St. John's?" Jim asked directly. The friendly side of the man I'd known was replaced by the James Mitchell I'd only heard about from people intimidated by him. "Partly, yes," I answered. "I'm unsure where I should start, though." "Why don't you start with why you requested a meeting with me a week ago?" Jim said. "I'll be honest with you, Dr. Aster. I am not a man who appreciates having his time wasted. I'm talking about hearing bullshit excuses. I expect you to be direct and to the point." If I weren't acutely aware that I'd put myself in this position, I would have been angry that Jim had the nerve to speak to me this way. He was one of the most intimidating men I'd ever been in the presence of, but I'd been dealing with powerful men my whole life. Being spoken to like I was a child after what I'd just gone through with my family wouldn't get us anywhere. But I knew better than to buck up and try to be a big shot. Mea culpa. I'd done this to myself. "Allow me to translate," Jake said, a bit of humor in his voice, because the tension in the room could be cut with a knife. "Don't start blaming everyone but yourself for your decision to abandon your job, your patients, and anyone else who depended on you to act like a grown-ass man and not a child whose doctor failed to cut the umbilical cord between you and Mommy." "That's enough, Jake," Jim snapped at his brother. I quickly discerned how badly my actions had pissed off everyone, and at this rate, I was becoming terrified to see Mickey again, much less explain myself and beg for her back. "I get it," I said, reminding myself they had every right to be disappointed by my actions. You are pissed off at me." "I don't get pissed," Jim said. "Anger displays weakness, and I am not weak unless my wife is working her charms on me. However, I'm extremely disappointed by how you abandoned your patients and resigned from your duties at one of the best hospitals in the country. If I allowed every physician to play those childish games, everyone would take their jobs, which are selectively appointed, for granted. So no, I'm not pissed. I'm disgusted by your lack of ethics and decency, given you come from a family that prides itself on being honorable and loyal to business, friends, and most of all, charitable cases." "I understand, and I should have started by apologizing for how I chose to leave," I said. "While Jim doesn't need your sympathies, I do," Jake said, raising an eyebrow at me. "My brother is right when he says he doesn't get pissed off and allow anger to show weakness." He mockingly eyed his brother, most likely hoping I didn't see it, then looked at me. "But I do get pissed off." "Is that why you're here?" I asked. "He's here to help me determine whether or not I'll allow you to return to St. John's and resume the position you resigned from, if that's why you're here." "As I said, that is part of it, yes," I answered. "Well, before we get to the other parts," Jake cut in, "I want a fucking explanation about why you abandoned your patients, cancer patients, and vanished into thin fucking air." I nodded, knowing his wife was one of the patients I left behind. It was extremely unprofessional of me. "Unprofessional? Your patients trusted you with their lives, John. Ashley trusted you with her life." Jake's voice nearly cracked when he said it, and if I didn't already feel like the worst man on earth, I would have now because he was right. "Again, I'm not Jim, who doesn't want excuses regarding your cowardly actions, but I do. Why the hell would you just walk out on everyone and everything like you did?" "Jake, as much as I appreciate your candor, I won't allow your personal feelings to get in the way of this meeting. John," Jim looked at me, "why should St. John's rehire and allow you to treat their patients when it has been made extremely clear that you only serve your interests and no one else's?" "Over the last several months," I answered Jim firmly, "I've learned a lot about myself and the life I was raised in. Before the events that led to my resignation, I loved being an OB, and more than that," I looked over at Jake, "I love oncology and all the patients I treated." I returned my attention to Jim. It wasn't until recently that I realized I shouldn't have been hired or trusted to put a patient's life over my own. Jim frowned. "Go on," he said, after I paused for a response. "I was raised to believe I needed my family's endorsements for everything I did, although I rebelled against most of it because my passion truly was my career. However, I didn't realize how much I mentally depended on their approval. So, in trying not to blame anyone but myself for my resignation and leaving the way I did, I must admit that I did it out of fear of my parents and what they are capable of." "Speaking of what your parents are capable of," Jim started, "your family and the investors who are friendly with them have recently withdrawn all of their support to St. John's. Are you aware of that?" That was one of the threats made if I didn't resign and return to the family. Knowing I've returned, I can't say I'm surprised they acted on it. Jim's countenance changed entirely, as if the mood had lightened and the sun came out from behind a thundercloud. "Your parents certainly have you by the balls, don't they?" "They did," I said. "That's the main reason I resigned and didn't stick around to give any farewells." Jim unexpectedly smiled. "I would have spared you a lot of fucking trouble if you had only chosen to speak to me about this first. However, it does appear that since you managed to give me an acceptable reason for your lack of professionalism and have held yourself accountable, I feel that if I were to rehire you, after the board's approval, of course, You would likely be a better physician than before you left." "I would appreciate the chance and opportunity to prove myself," I answered. "And prove yourself you will, buddy," Jake said, smacking me a little too hard on the back. "I'll tell you something, though. I'd hate to be you." "Why, because of Mickey?" Jake and Jim laughed in a way that made me fearful of seeing her again, more than I was moments ago. "Well, definitely that," Jake chuckled. "But more the fact that you resigned everything because you're still on your mom's tit." "I guess that's one way of putting it," I answered, disgusted by the analogy. "Although that's not exactly—" "We understand what happened between you and your parents," Jim interrupted. "It's hard when you're raised to believe your parents have unconditional love for you, only to find out it isn't the case. It fucks with your mind. But it's up to everyone to own who they are and take control of their lives. I'm impressed that you learned from your unfortunate circumstances and were courageous enough to face those you abandoned. A real man owns up to his mistakes. If there's one thing I do relate to, it hurts when you realize the love and support in your life is an illusion. But you are sitting in front of me to get your life back, and not sitting in front of your parents helplessly, wondering what the fuck happened to yourself." "Trust me, that's exactly what has been happening," I answered. "I'm glad you could see it for what it was." "No happier than I am." "Families are always so fucking complicated," Jake added. "However, finding balance and throwing up some major steel-framed boundaries is the secret to owning your life and not giving a fuck what your parents feel about it. It's hard, but I've seen many people happier for doing it." "I'll discuss your return with the board," Jim said. "But right now, I'm ready to eat. I've been here with Spencer since 4 a.m, and I'm having an early lunch. You two care to join me?" "I'm down." Jake stood with me. "If your ass wants any guidance on how to get the girl back, you'd be wise to join in as well." I grinned. "Brunch sounds great," I said, then looked at Jim. "Will the hospital be okay without the funding?" "Your parents overestimated their ability to affect any part of my business," Jim grinned. "They aren't the only people running the world, you know. I have more than a few people and tricks up my sleeves." I suddenly felt stupid, thinking a man like James Mitchell wouldn't see pretentious, age-old billionaires like my parents coming from a mile away. He'd been around people like them his entire life and didn't get to where he was by being stupid. "As I said," Jim clapped his hand on my back as we turned to leave, "you should have spoken to me about all of this in the beginning. I could have saved you a lot of trouble." I didn't deserve the second chance, and I knew it, but Jim's approach made me realize that things would be different this time. I would feel steadier and in control of my life again. Now I just had to hope these two had great advice on getting my girl back, because something told me it would be 1,000,000 times harder than getting back my job.
Chapter 54. Mickey. It had been a reasonably decent day so far. Still, sadly, some difficult conversations took place in this field of work, miscarriages and infertility being 2 of the worst, and I had to have 1 of the former and 2 of the latter today. Let's face it, I sucked at helping people cope with things I couldn't relate to. I had never lost a baby, nor had I ever attempted to have one, so my empathy could only stretch so far, and it left me feeling like I wished there was more I could do. I had about another year of residency before I could even consider going into an oncology program, and days like this made me second-guess whether I should even do it. All I could do for these women today was to be there for them and answer their questions, always offering hope for the future. I tended to do well by offering hope for better days to come and reminding people that things will always get better, but I was a hypocrite when it came to myself. I was the first person to start beating myself up over things, and the doctor who'd returned to St. John's last week, Dr. John Aster,
was a reminder not to make any more stupid mistakes. Luckily, because of scheduling differences, I'd not encountered him since he'd returned, but I wasn't looking forward to when that would change. One positive thing that had come out of my stupid decision to date him was the lesson that I'd never trust an immature, fly-by-the-seat-of-your-pants rich boy again.
Mick.
I closed my eyes after the oxygen was sucked out of my lungs when I heard John's voice for the first time since Monaco.
Mickey,
he called again. I turned and mustered the most professional expression I could pull off. Dr. Aster, I said, sounding pleasant and professional, and very proud of myself for pulling it together after our eyes locked. His flirty smile and dazzling eyes, filled with excitement, helped encourage me to act maturely and keep everything professional, as I should have always done. I heard you were back, I said with a decent smile. A lot of your patients will be very pleased. And if you'll excuse me, I have one more patient, and I'll be—
Mick,
he said with a sigh.
Can we try to act like—
Oh no, Dr. Aster. I interrupted his smooth way of trying to make this conversation personal. We cannot try to act like anything. The last time I saw you, I was part of an act. A show? Kind of like the opera? I arched an eyebrow at him.
Yeah, well, but that's not what I'm referring to,
he answered, his confidence still there, but I could tell he might have expected a different response from me. It's what I'm referring to. You and I were nothing more than an act from the moment we first met. And yeah, perhaps I was the lucky girl who made it to the second act with you. But it ended the same for me as it did with your other hookups or flings. I'm neither of those. I don't know why I expected more from you, but I did. Sadly, you proved to be nothing more than a player, even if you did love me, like you said.
Mickey,
he said more sternly,
I still love you. It's why I'm back, and why I couldn't—
The mistake I made with you was following my heart and not my mind. And look at where that landed me. Silence. Exactly. Your silence speaks volumes about where I ended up in this mess. I suppose it's par for the course with you. Silence. Nothingness. Abandonment. And I wouldn't ask you to care or anything of the sort, but what I will ask you to do is never tell me that you love me, ever again. Because from the way we ended things, you dropping off the face of the earth without one last damn word or explanation, I'm certain you don't know the meaning of the word.
You have every right to never forgive me.
Oh, thank you for your permission for that. I chuckled at his delusion. I'm not worried about forgiving you, but I have forgiven myself for believing anything you said, which is the only reason I've been able to move on and how I can converse with you now. I still have to work with you and prefer maintaining a decent workplace relationship, nothing more and nothing less. As for resuming any relationship we previously had, that won't even be discussed. You had your chance, and you blew it. Never again will I allow anyone to treat me like you have.
Fair enough,
he said, shoving his hands into his pockets.
Then, we'll be co-workers and nothing more.
Thank you, I said, and then turned to grab my next patient's charts and enter the exam room.
I can't believe you're moving,
Aunt Bev said. She'd returned home 3 days ago after wrapping production in Morocco much sooner than expected, and I wasted no time finding an adorable bungalow to rent in Pasadena. I adored Aunt Bev, but I needed my own space.
I was hoping we could at least be roomies,
she teased, sipping her large goblet of fine wine. Trust me, I chuckled, signing off on the final box the delivery man was loading up on his small moving truck and walking back into my aunt's favorite sitting room, where she loved talking for hours and drinking. You don't want to be roomies with me. My work schedule is insane, and I could never imagine you keeping those blackout curtains up while I slept during the day.
God, no.
She rolled her eyes at the thought, while I grinned in response.
Those things had better be going out with Francisco on that moving truck.
They were the first thing I packed. I teased, pouring myself a glass of wine. So, catch me up on how many lovely men have been romancing you in my beautiful home. Nice try, I teased, taking a sip and sitting across from her on the chaise. But I'm not getting into all that. You would tell your mother all about this ex-boyfriend of yours, but you won't regale me with anything at all? I sighed. Why are you and Mom always in such stiff gossip competition? She was all pissed off that I knew about your true love, and she didn't have a clue. That's because she's jealous, Aunt Bev answered with a smile. And you're not? Have you two ever been friends? I chuckled. Sure, when your mother wasn't such a prude with a stick shoved up her ass sideways, we were fantastic friends. I laughed. And now? And now we just get into these little pissing matches. I'll be honest, she's so prim and proper now, but I remember how she was before she married your father. And guess what, honey? She flashed me this coy look. What? I smiled. She wasn't the saint she makes herself out to be. Mom was a bad girl, eh? I laughed. I knew my mother wasn't always perfect, but if Aunt Bev was willing to spill it, I wanted all the details. No, she said. She was a lot like Lydia, never planning for anything, but following any adventures that headed her way. What changed in her? Responsibilities of life, of course, she said. She fell victim to what was expected of her, and sadly, she just lost that little spark I remember her always having. Well, you have to grow up a little at some point, I said. But you can't let it age you or change you. I also sense it was a bit of responsibility towards your dad and how that made her feel. Don't get me wrong, your dad is a wonderful man, but my brother... She rolled her eyes and took a large gulp of wine. He expects things to go a certain way. She probably thought he wouldn't love her if she didn't act like the prude our mother was. My grandmother, Eloise, was a wretched bitch, if I was being honest. There were so many times when we stayed at her house that I wondered if she hated my parents because they forced her to become a grandma. I even overheard her tell my mother never to expect her to babysit or raise her kids, because it wasn't her job. Grandma Eloise never seemed to like us, but Dad would never make my mom feel like she wasn't a good enough wife because she wasn't like his mom. It's all in the name of impressing, darling, Aunt Bev said. And if you don't live your life for yourself, how could you ever call it your own? I think my mom did, I said honestly. Maybe she was a little uptight and too strict with us, but she loves my dad and has never seemed miserable. True, Aunt Bev nodded, but the woman will never cut loose. Well, I have to say that she was on her best behavior at my little surprise birthday party with my friends, I answered her. Maybe a little uncomfortable with the foul language, but I was surprised. Aunt Bev chuckled. Don't kid yourself, honey. I know all about the conversations at that party, and that's because your mother chose to gossip about it. You both are too much. I licked the wine off my lips. However, I won't lose myself to anyone. Could it be that your ex-boyfriend, who chose his parents and family over the woman he professed he loved, helped encourage you to remain true to yourself? I felt my heart hammering against my chest. That's exactly what it took, I answered her. I wanted to hate him, but I couldn't. I had to thank him instead. Thank him? She frowned in question. How could you ever thank a foolish man who broke your heart with his immaturity? It's just that. I fell hard and fast for his big words and goofiness, and I didn't look at all the red flags beating me over the head. When I think back, it was all just fun, games, and flirting. There was nothing serious about the guy. He thought he wanted a relationship, but his mother and father determined it was the wrong one. So, being the complete asshole he was, he decided to treat me with as much respect as a one-night stand and just disappear and change his number with no reason or explanation. The wretched fool. She narrowed her eyes into her glass. You know my soap character, Vivian? Well, she knew how to punish her many ill-fated husbands.
Oh, yeah? I loved it when my aunt went on a roll about her characters.
I'm certain if she weren't restricted by TV rules and regulations, she'd have cut off a dick or two. The penis is the cause of most women's heartaches, you know.
That's a bit harsh.
I laughed. What man would want to go on living without his member?
I just prefer to move on and find someone who won't treat me like shit, I answered her. Let him suffer if he did love me, like he said.
Well, that works too, she said. But I find it a tad bit boring.
You find it a tad bit boring, or Vivian Winthrop finds it boring?
Oh, honey, she smiled. I didn't play that character for so many decades because I couldn't relate to her.
She had a look that said she had answers to all the secrets in the world.
However, unlike Vivian, I'm not sleeping with everyone in the judicial system, and my plots for revenge aren't quite so elaborate.
Aunt Bev, you're too much sometimes.
I laughed and stood. I'm only too much for those who take life too seriously. Like your mother, she smiled. Now come here and hug me goodbye. Promise me you'll visit me often?
Of course, I promise you that.
And if this boy wants another chance?
It's going nowhere beyond the work that we're forced to do together.
Well, I would advise that if he wants another chance, this time he must work for what he has previously attained from you so easily.
I'm not in the business of hiring anyone to work for my heart.
Yes, you are, she said. You love him even still. I see it in your eyes and hear it when you act like it is no big deal. This man shattered you, my girl. He broke your heart, and if he wants back in, you make him work for it.
She tucked my hair behind my ear and rested her hand lovingly on my cheek.
No man will love you more than the man who works for you when he knows he doesn't deserve you. You'll know what I'm talking about if this boy pursues you, and you make him walk his talk, honey. Big words are one thing, but big actions are quite another.
Make him walk his talk. She was right. If John were going to try and return to what we were before, he wouldn't get that us. He treated me like shit, and I wasn't going to allow it to happen again, all because he said he was sorry. Chances were, he'd get bored easily and search out emotional bullshit from easier women who didn't make him work so hard, right? That's the approach I would take with John, but only if he tried to pursue me again. Given what I'd learned in our short-lived relationship, I had a feeling he was likely already reacquainted with a former ex or a new girl. John did what was easiest with no accountability, except to his parents.
Chapter 55. John. I got the response I'd expected from Mickey once we finally encountered each other at work, which was nearly the same as it was from everyone else, if I was honest. I'd hurt many people, and it wasn't because I'd left. It was how I went about it. I wish everyone could understand that I didn't mean to hurt them, but that was just wishful thinking. All I could do now was go on a mission to rebuild my integrity and pray that I could rebuild my relationship with Mickey, which was why I'd returned. "So, what made you rent this shithole?" Jake asked, stopping by after he got off work. "It's only a shithole if you're comparing it to your house," I said, sipping my beer, sitting on the tiny balcony of the condo on plastic patio furniture. "True," Jake said, with an ankle crossed over his knee, enjoying a cold one himself. "How'd things go with Mickey?" I rolled my eyes and smiled at him. "Well, I'm shocked that the gossip of my rejection hasn't reached the lower floors." "It has," he said casually. "I just wanted to hear it come out of your mouth." "Hear what come out of my mouth? She wants nothing to do with me?" "Yeah," he answered, reaching over for a strawberry from the tray of fruit he brought. "And that you should have taken my advice." Unlike yours and Colin's remarks about winning the girl back like Edward Cullen did with Bella, I have a sneaking suspicion that shit isn't going to score me any points with my gorgeous Amazonian goddess. You didn't try it, though. Cam from Pediatrics did with his lady, and guess what happened? I'm sure you're going to tell me, I said. Got him laid without fail, of course. You and Colin are the two biggest dipshits I know. The fact that Dr. Brandt used Twilight tactics to get his girl back makes me think he lied about it to kiss your asses. I, on the other hand, am not in the mood to be kissing ass. That's it right there, man, he said, taking another swig of beer. Edward wasn't as prideful as you. He knew he fucked up, and the wolf boy was working his angle and succeeding. So Edward did what all 100-year-old vampires do. This guy and Colin were always so full of bullshit and loved to hear themselves talk half the time, but fucking Twilight? I think they just loved to fuck with their friends to see how we'd respond. Which was? I tried to act interested. He showed up because the way to most women's hearts is being sorry when you fuck things up. It's the humility factor. Humility factor. By acting like a hopeless little bitch. Tell me one man who got his girl back by acting like a cocky prick, putting demands on her and not the other way around. Well, I'm not acting like either, I answered, and I'm trying to humor you, but let's be serious. You said you really fucked it up with Ash when you were dating, so how did you get her back? I ate my shit, then laid down some smooth moves. It helped that we had a decent relationship foundation before the fuck-up, though. I leaned forward, feeling the uneasy knot I'd had since I first came back twisting in my gut. I was so used to having everything spoon-fed to me my entire life, blaming everyone else when things went wrong, and easily able to move on from women without any trouble at all. Now here I was, stuck and having no idea what my next move would be. I ran my hand through my hair. I don't know what I'm going to do. Seriously. I'm in love with this girl, and even though I know I don't deserve it, part of me thought she'd give me a second chance, or at least a window to one. That's your first mistake, Jake answered. I'd say it's your attitude that's the issue. You've got to reprogram your entitled way of thinking. I'm not entitled, I snapped. Oh, please, sure you are, he answered. All of us trust fund babies are entitled. And since you've been mommy's little angel who can do no wrong all your life, you're doubly screwed. Most mama's boys move on to someone new and don't try to fix things or own up to their failed relationships. However, you're willing to fix this, correct? Yes, of course. Why the fuck would I want to move on to another woman? Because it's easy? True, but I'd never be happy. Then take everything that's telling you your actions haven't brutally hurt this woman and throw it out the window. Once you realize the damage you've caused her, you'll find a way to be patient with her and do anything she needs to prove you're trustworthy again. Renting this shithole apartment isn't going to be what gets her back. That's not why I rented this place, I answered. That's horse shit, and you know it. Of course you rented it to get her back. You're trying to make it look like you've humbled yourself since you returned from Martha's Vineyard and shit. That you've cut off the family and don't need them anymore. All you need is her, right? I couldn't help laughing because he was right. I'd just done it subconsciously. I'm telling you, it won't work, he shrugged. Listen, if you want me to continue with vampire and werewolf comparisons, I can, but I think you understand what I'm telling you. I think I'm all caught up on Twilight, thanks, I laughed. I stood and leaned on the iron railing overlooking the parking lot below. Well, I guess if I was trying to look modest and humble, looking at the silhouette of my Ferrari under the car cover isn't cutting it, is it? Far be it from me to deprive a man of his sports car, Jake said, finishing his beer. I don't know where to start with her, I said. She has zero respect for me after I bounced out of her life like I did. Because she's a self-respecting woman, Jake said. Listen, I chatted with her a couple of times while you were living with Mommy and Daddy. She was fucking pissed, but you do have a chance. How so? I questioned. She was heartbroken, but... He stopped and opened another beer. But, I pressed, she never moved on with another guy, as far as I know. He stood as soon as the light of hopefulness returned to my eyes. No one? She didn't even date? Nope, he said. Women don't need men to feed their egos, which could be a double-edged sword for you. On the one hand, you might have a chance to weasel your ass back in, but on the other hand, Mickey is independent, and all you did was remind her that she doesn't need a man to fill some lonely void. Fuck, I said. Right. The independent ones are the best to have around and the hardest to nail down. You gotta find a way to make her want you. But she wanted me in the beginning. And you fucked it up, he said, making his point. I don't know, man. Considering her independence, I guess it's best not to be surprised if you don't get anywhere with her. Well, isn't this all just wasted conversation? I said, annoyed and frustrated. Not really, Jake smiled. You're a humble man now, remember? He waved his hand around my small balcony. And humble men don't act like little bitches because they don't get what they want. They understand what they want and appreciate it even if it doesn't come back to them. And how does she come back to me? Well, for starters, you need to work your ass off to get her to date you again. Send her fucking flowers or a teddy bear, shit like that. Make her feel important, and don't give up just because you're not achieving overnight results. You either want the girl, and she's worth waiting 1,000,000 years for, or you don't. You must decide for yourself. He glanced down at his watch. And that's all the time we have for me stopping by to check on your pathetic ass. I'm happy to hear everyone loves you at work again, except for the one person you went back to work for. He laughed while I shook my head and walked back into the house with him. I didn't realize shag carpet was a thing anymore. It's like you really tried to look like a broke piece of shit, eh? Shut the hell up, I said with a laugh. It's temporary, and I needed something quick. That's easy to see. Hey, Jake, I said, before he snatched his keys off the counter and headed out the door. I know I've already apologized for this, but I am so sorry for walking away while Ash was finishing chemo. His face became solemn. I felt like such a piece of shit, but I knew this was part of making amends. Yeah, you did apologize, but thank you for saying it again, he said. I won't lie. After you left my wife hanging like that, I wanted to hunt you down in New York and kick your ass. I nodded. Well, if you'd done that, perhaps I would have come to my senses a whole hell of a lot sooner. He grinned. And save you the experience of learning all these humbling lessons on your own? He offered with a cocky smile while glancing around my tiny-ass apartment. Hell no. I hope you're stuck in the lease for this shit motel for at least a year while Mickey makes you plead and beg, not getting laid for a minimum of 2 years. You know, just to ensure that your head is back on straight and the guilt trips and manipulations from your mommy and daddy don't have their way with you again. Trust me, my parents and I aren't speaking with one another, I assured him. And when you decide to take their phone call one day, that'll be a cold day in hell. Listen, dude, he sighed. Each of us deals with our parents differently, but from what I can tell, your parents exercise a bizarre sense of control over you. Just be careful. If they didn't give a fuck what happened to your life before you went back there to do their bidding, they won't give a fuck when they pop back into your life and act like they care now. Fucked up families are just that. Fucked up. And you've got to be solid about who you are and whether you agree with their ways of thinking. God, I'd hate to think. Then don't think, jackass. Know, he said with a grin. Fucking know who you are and what you want. Because if you bring Mickey back into your life while you're still making excuses for your parents' behavior and not dealing with your issues, you're going to fuck up worse than before. That isn't going to happen, I said. I'm going to get my girl back, and I don't care if my family accepts her. Good, he chuckled. Now, real cute place you got here, man. I can't wait to watch you climb that ladder and get the life you fully deserve. Well, grab some popcorn, because it will be quite the show.
Chapter 56. Mickey. I exhaled, trying to figure out where I was supposed to put this life-sized teddy bear. Should I put it in the corner? No, I can't do that because of the various vases of roses lining that wall. I couldn't put it in my office chair because I would need that to consult with my new patient today. The gourmet candy, truffles, and cupcakes lined the other 3 walls, and my office officially looked like a bakery merged with a floral shop on Valentine's Day. I had no idea what the hell I was going to do with all this shit. "Dr. Smith?" Presley said after 3 raps to my door as she peeked in. "Holy shit!" "Yeah," I grinned. "There's cinnamon swirl candy apples over there in the corner if you want some." "No," she laughed. "What the hell is all this?" "Don't even start. What brings you in?" "Well, I needed help with some charting, and if I weren't allergic to pollen, I'd probably come in, but I can't with all of this. Lilies, roses, daisies, tulips?" I widened my eyes in humor. "Yes, and they all represent something about everlasting love, forgiveness, grief, or repentance. You name it, and my doctor's office is a sudden florist shop for people to enjoy." "What are you going to do?" she questioned, then sneezed. "Talk with you about whatever you need in another office. Give me a second, and I'll meet you in Dr. Aster's office. He's gone for the day." "You should put all of this in his office," she chuckled. "Not a bad idea," I answered. I followed her out, and the headache I thought I'd developed from staring at charts all day suddenly dissipated. Perhaps I was also allergic to pollen, or one of the 50 varieties of flowers sent to my office. "Felicia?" I questioned the receptionist. "Yes, Dr. Smith? Can you call the main hospital and ask if they will distribute flowers, goodies, and any other items that have been delivered to my office? Maybe they can bring them to the pediatric wing. Or, I don't know, someone can stand at the entrance and hand them to people visiting their loved ones so they don't need to go to the gift shop?" She laughed. "I can take them to the child fair I'm going to tomorrow for a charity event." "They're all yours, doll." I winked. "You might want to rent a van. It'll probably cost you." "Small price to pay." "You're not forgiving him, are you?" she pried, even though everyone knew I was not entertaining conversations about John. I couldn't expect people not to ask, though, especially after all the bullshit he was doing to draw attention to our situation. "I think asking you to haul all that shit out of my office answers that question." I grinned before going to help Presley. The following day, I walked up to the hospital about 20 minutes before I went on call, and that's when I noticed a small white moving van outside of the medical office building. I assumed it was something John must have delivered to my office again. Eventually, I would have to talk to the man outside of work and professional conversation, but I wasn't looking forward to that before starting a 24-hour on-call shift. "Hey, Mickey," John said, stepping out of the van with a big-ass grin. "Hey," I answered, crossing the cobblestone path beside the hospital's front entrance fountain. "What are you doing? Shouldn't you be at work?" "Well, Felicia said she needed help getting all these flowers and things out of your office. She said she's grateful for your donation to her charity event. And since I had no patients this morning, and she made it clear you wanted nothing to do with any of it, I'm helping her use it for a better cause. And of course, I'm here to apologize to you for being a little too forward." "John," I smiled, trying to push away the feelings that were threatening to surface. It was cute shit like this that made me fall for the guy, and I wasn't about to allow it to work its dark magic on me again. "What the hell are you really doing?" "I'm really trying to load everything up and get it out of here. I'm sorry I upset you with it." "You know what I'm talking about." "I do?" I sighed. "I think it's clear that you and I aren't getting back together. I know you're sorry for everything that happened, but I take responsibility for my part in it too. I shouldn't have allowed things to go so far." "I want another chance with you, Mickey," he said. "I swear to God, I'm willing to do fucking anything to prove to you that I love you. And I'm sorry.
I just want you back in my life."
I chewed on my lip. That's what every woman with a broken heart wants to hear, you know? We all want everything that you had delivered to my office, and we want the guy to beg us to see how much he loves us and take responsibility for his fuck-up.
And so?
And so, what? I'm not buying into this bullshit. It will take much more than rom-com cliches from unrealistic couples to win me over.
Well, I'm not stopping until you know how much I need you.
I was growing frustrated because I wanted him too, but this wasn't a rom-com, fairy tale, or any other fantasy. Real life wasn't so simple. I don't trust you, I told the truth, or that anything has changed. The start of this relationship was as insane as how my office looked yesterday. We honestly can't believe that we fell in love. It was founded on nothing.
I call bullshit,
he said. I don't, I countered.
Since I've been gone, all I could think of was being with you, wanting you, needing you, until I couldn't take it anymore, and I walked out on everything. I came back with a plan to start over and get you back. If it takes years for you to trust me again, so be it. I'll do anything.
I narrowed my eyes at him. You'll do anything?
Anything.
Okay. I eyed him, thinking of the perfect way to torture him. 4th of July. He eyed me and grinned from ear to ear.
My favorite holiday.
You're way too confident, I said with a smile.
I've missed that smile,
he said, eyes moving to my lips and meeting mine again. I'm taking a week of vacation and flying to my family in Tennessee.
Ah?
He said, as I saw the wheels starting to turn in his head. Indeed, I said. And while most women wouldn't dare to bring a guy with your background around my family, if anything will be the straw that breaks the camel's back, it'll be that.
Huh?
Well, your parents didn't succeed in keeping you away from me, so we'll let my family step in and convince you that we aren't right for each other.
You think I'm afraid of your parents? You've met mine, correct?
That's my point. If your parents failed to convey that we live in 2 separate worlds and it'll never work, perhaps my family can do the trick.
I'm down,
he said, accepting the challenge. You have no idea what you're signing up for. It's not just my parents back there. It's a full-on family event. They go all out for the 4th.
Should I be scared?
I don't know. Should I have been scared when you flew me to Monaco for your brother's failed wedding ceremony?
Shit. Okay. He cringed. Before I haul all these novelties out of here, can I ask a question?
Anything, I said, knowing he'd be backing out of this idea before the sun rose at the end of my shift tomorrow morning.
Is there going to be a human sacrifice or something like that?
I covered my smile. Well, my dad knows you broke his daughter's heart, so that can be arranged.
Oh, fuck, he answered. Well, at least you're giving me a chance. That's all I care about.
Who said this is a chance? I asked, trying my hardest not to melt under his gaze. I'm allowing you to realize what your parents were saying, and what I've come to understand is true. You and I can't work. He was so irresistibly handsome, and I'd missed him so much, but I would be a fool to take him back because he sent me flowers and goodies. I wasn't convinced by anything I'd seen or heard that things were different, and if I let my guard down and he broke my heart again, I don't think I could stand it. I wasn't setting myself up like that. At long last, my plane touched down at the Memphis airport, not far from my hometown of Collierville, Tennessee. Collierville was positively straight out of a Hallmark movie, and everything about this town of 50,000 people was charming. The familiar smells, sights, and sounds were everything I needed after this long year filled with ups and downs and unexpected surprises. Dad picked me up from the airport, and after a 30-minute drive, we pulled up to our home. It was a 2-story red brick farmhouse, surrounded on all sides by 100-year-old oak trees. "Oh, honey," my mom said, stepping out of the front door as the wooden screen door snapped shut behind her. There's nothing like being home and hearing the sounds of wooden screen doors slam shut. I chuckled as I embraced my mother's consuming hug. How was the flight? The drive? She looked at Dad, grabbing my suitcase from the trunk of the Lincoln town car my parents had owned since '94. After dealing with delays and Dad yelling at people who cut him off on the highway, I'm glad we're home. That's good to know, sweetheart, she answered, sliding her hand around my back and guiding me into the house. I just pulled a loaf of banana bread out of the oven. I baked your favorite lemon cookies last night, and I'm about to stir up some sweet tea if you want some. You're making my mouth water, I said, looking around to see that nothing had changed in this home since the last time I made it home, or since I was a kid, for that matter. I turned your old room into my craftin' room, Mom said, but Dad and I rearranged things for you and John on this visit. So there's a queen-sized bed in there, and just ignore my craftin' desk that we shoved into the corner. I chuckled. John's not staying here with us, Mom. She frowned. I thought you said he was coming for the 4th. He is, I said. Well, I just assumed since you invited him that, in the spirit of having a little self-respect, given the man just up and left me without a word and expects I'll take him back because he said he loves me, I thought I'd treat this as a starting from ground zero situation. I see, my mom said, obviously confused. Where will he stay? He mentioned something about getting a hotel. He'll be fine. She smiled. You can be a little rough on him, but let me advise you that punishing the poor boy is not the answer. And what he did to me wasn't punishment? I answered. I didn't consider this punishment. This was me putting all my cards on the table. You want me? This is what I am. I am a down-home country girl who spent her childhood barefoot and drinking from garden hoses between catching frogs and exploring the woods behind our house until Mama turned on the porch light to signal it was time for supper. I was raised eating deviled eggs, fried chicken, and okra, licking my fingers before downing a jug of sweet tea. I was not a debutante, and I never wanted to be. John needed to see that if he ever had an inkling that I'd be the type of girl to have a week-long wedding with stylists and the like, he was dead wrong about me.
It's her competitive side, Alice, my dad said, coming downstairs after he brought my luggage up to the room. She's not like those other young women who would take back their man with open arms because he wrote them a poem. You must make these boys prove their words.
You sound like Aunt Bev, I said, patting Dad's shoulder. After hearing that boy is going to stay in a hotel, it sounds like you've also had a little conversation with your Aunt Bev, my mother said with a sly smile while turning to her baking counter and rolling out a pie crust.
As you know, I've had players quit on the team for whatever reason and then try to come back.
Dad started, sitting on one of the bar stools that faced my mom's remodeled and gorgeous kitchen of white cabinets and stainless steel. Go on, Coach Smith, Mom said, working vigorously on rolling out her pie crust. Tell us how you handled those players. I smiled, sitting beside Dad after pouring some tea for us both.
Well, firstly, I didn't take them right back. They broke my trust by leaving the team, and then they tried to come back with a bunch of excuses about why they left. Now, 90% of the time, they're back because they learned the grass wasn't greener on the other team. So, I need to see their motivation to play for me again, and the rest of their teammates need to see it too. They need to earn their way back. I won't just put them on the starting lineup again, no matter how good the player is.
Well, that's easy if they quit to play for another team, I said. They most likely did that because you had them riding the bench and they had no playtime. Dad shook his head.
Do you remember Justin's boy, the Johnson kid?
Matt? I asked, laughing at how the old folks in this town still referred to grown adults as everyone's kids. I was probably still known as Coach Tim's little girl.
Years before he got drafted into the NFL, you know he was a natural at quarterback, and we never lost one game with that kid. He quit my team and went to play for another.
Then came back? I questioned, confused.
He did, telling me that his dad insisted he leave for the other team. But now he was making decisions for himself and wanted back on my team. I wanted to start that kid so bad.
He chuckled at the memory.
We were on a 10-game losing streak when he came knocking on my door.
And did you play him?
No.
He shook his head.
I did what you're doing with this John fellow. I made him do some grunt work to prove where his priorities were."
"Was he pissed about it?" I asked. "Oh, your father got many phone calls from his parents." Mom laughed, pressing the flattened dough into the pie pan. "What did you say, Dad?"
"I told them they could go back to making his decisions for him, or they could let me work this sense of entitlement out of him. No matter how great he was, I wouldn't have some spoiled brat playing for me."
"And what happened? Did they agree?"
"Hell no, they didn't agree."
My dad laughed.
"They were worse than their boy."
"Tell her about the cake," my mom added with a smile.
"Oh yeah,"
Dad chuckled.
"The mother baked me a cake after one of the big games when her son had been benched."
"That was nice," I answered, somewhat confused. "Until your dad cut into it after dinner and saw it was filled with wet dog food." "What the hell?" I said with a laugh.
"Mm-hmm."
Dad rolled his eyes.
"Parents can be so childish when their precious babies don't get their way. Instead of allowing them to learn that life doesn't always go your way because you want it to, they pull some immature bullshit."
"I guess Abby got a good dinner that night," I said.
"You know how much that hound dog loved a free meal,"
he said, smiling at the memory of his favorite dog.
"I would have loved to laugh at it all, but it irritated me how some parents could behave when their kids didn't get their way. That boy never learned his lesson, I'm afraid."
"Do they still live here?" "No," my mom answered. "They followed that boy around from city to city, following one third-string quarterback job after another until the NFL cut him loose entirely. I think they ended up in Houston or somewhere."
"The moral of the story is this," Dad said. "It seems your fellow has parents who might be like the Johnsons. The next thing you know, you'll end up with a dog food cake from his mother."
"I guess Mom told you about his family," I said.
"You know how it goes when your mother is on the phone. It's hard to hear anything else,"
he teased as my mom arched her eyebrow at him playfully.
"But I am proud of you. Make him work for it. I just hope Mommy Dearest doesn't get in the way again, if you know what I mean."
"Well, he seems like he's on a mission." "Yeah, well, we'll find out once the family is together tomorrow for the 4th, won't we?" Mom said. "Hey, if the guy still wants a relationship with me after he meets everyone tomorrow and sees where I come from and what we're all about, we'll know whether he's a keeper."
Chapter 57. John. I didn't care what Mickey said about me learning my lesson. I knew in my heart that there was still a chance to get my girl back. I didn't care if I had to walk barefoot through hell on hot coals with the devil shoving a poker up my ass. I was going to do whatever it took to get my Mickey back. "Thank you, sir," I said, when my Uber driver approached Mickey's parents' place. I came straight to the house from the airport after Mickey gave me the address and said the barbecue would start at 2 o'clock sharp. I was pulling in at 2:30, but that's only because the driver got mixed up with the directions and sent us the wrong way out of Memphis Airport. "Have a great 4th of July, the man said, then backed out of the cobblestone driveway onto the quaint, tree-covered street. I waved the man off and then glanced around at my charming surroundings. This was the epitome of country charm, and being in such a beautiful place was almost surreal. The house was pristine, and the landscaping and lawns were impeccable. From what I could tell, the brick house stood at least 2 stories tall, with white shutters and dormers lining the 6 windows facing the street. I instantly thought of Mickey spending her childhood in this home. I could imagine her stepping out of this home as a teenager, walking out to go to high school with her backpack slung on her shoulder, or walking out barefoot to get the mail. I could hardly wait to see her again. "Dr. Aster," Mickey's dad said, interrupting my thoughts as he swung open the wooden screen door and stepped outside. I held my hand up to wave before hopping up the brick steps with my duffel bag to shake his sturdy hand. "Tim, correct? Mr. Smith, I mean." I instantly corrected my rudeness. I didn't need to give her family any more reasons to be unimpressed with me. "Tim is fine," he said. I could tell the man appreciated my nervousness, facing him after I'd hurt his daughter. Okay, Tim it is, I returned. And please call me John. All righty then, he answered. Well, I see your bag. He looked with confusion at the duffel I'd thrown some jeans, shirts, and necessities into. But Mickey said you'd be staying in town. I can set up my den for you if you want to stay with us.
That won't be necessary, Dad, Mickey interrupted, and her cute expression, while being sassy and trying to keep me in my place, made me grin. John will stay at the hotel he reserved.
The hospitality here is awesome, I teased her. You'll find it even more enjoyable once you have some of my wife's sweet tea, enjoy a bowl of her dumplings, and cut into the apple pie she made last night, Tim said. If you both will excuse me, I'm going to sneak into that pie before anyone runs it over.
Mom always makes a second pie for you, Dad. Mickey rolled her eyes at her dad's excuse for leaving us alone. This house is beautiful, I said, stepping into the entryway and seeing a sweeping staircase built against the far wall leading to the second-floor landing. Thanks, Mickey answered. Here, put your bag in the front closet. There's room in there, and you can grab it on your way out.
Mick, I smiled at her.
Mickey, she corrected me. Mick is a name I allowed you to call me too freely before, but if you want to use it again, you've got to earn the privilege back.
You're going to put me through hell, aren't you?
You're the one who wants to try and get back what we had. I was fine with keeping things professional, she said. I don't mean to be a bitch, John, but I'm not getting hurt again. Most people would probably go easy on you, but
the Olympian is going to force me to bust my ass to get back on the team? She smiled.
Something like that. I've realized I do not like being left high and dry.
I'll never.
I thought you never would the first time. I thought that if you were done, I'd at least have gotten the memo. However, you just fell off the earth, and I was clueless. She clasped her hands in front of her like a tour guide, giving me the facts. I deserve more than a man who can just disappear for months on end, leaving me feeling like I meant nothing to him, even if he said I did. Now I'm beyond words. I need action.
Challenge accepted.
We'll see, she shrugged. She wasn't angry or mean or even indignant. She was perfectly pleasant, as friendly as she always had been before we got involved, but she was keeping me at a distance and had every right to. My cousins are here and can't wait to meet you, she said. Oh, and John?
Yeah, baby.
Fuck. I said it without thinking, and it hit us both sideways. I saw a flicker of sadness in her eyes that hurt my heart. I'd fucking destroyed this woman with my selfish actions, and it was written all over her face in an instant. I wasn't a fool. I know what I saw, and I felt it too. I deserved every ounce of pain she could muster for breaking her heart the way I did, for failing to be the man I said I would be for her. The pain flashing in her eyes was enough to let me know that I was willing to take the fucking heat, even if it meant I didn't win her back. She was a precious gem and a treasure, and I treated her like she was a fake diamond. I didn't deserve to be in her presence, yet she was granting me the pleasure, and I wasn't going to fuck it up.
Jesus, this house smells like a Texas barbecue, I said, walking past the kitchen and seeing heaps and mounds of food spread over the counters in deep aluminum trays. We don't use the word Texas in this house, a linebacker-type man said with a laugh. He must have been 6.5 feet tall and nearly as wide. Coach Tim ain't having that shit around here. Hi, I'm John, I said, reaching to shake his hand. I tried not to react with disgust when he licked his fingers after dropping one of about 20 barbecue chicken wings on his plate and then used that hand to shake mine. I acted unfazed by the gesture after he released my hand and wiped the rest of the grease and sticky sauce on his jeans.
This is my cousin, Jimmy, Mickey said. He's my dad's #1 fan.
Oh, I thought you were a player of his, since you called him Coach Tim, I offered with a look of confusion. Nah, man, Jimmy answered, barbecue drippings hanging from his scraggly beard after he popped a whole deviled egg into his mouth as if he weren't in the middle of speaking. "Everyone knows you must call that legend Coach Tim. If I called him Uncle Tim?" He chuckled as he looked at his plate, deciding between a rib and a hush puppy and choosing the rib. "I don't rightly think he'd even know who I was talking to." "Jesus, Jimmy," Mickey said with some annoyance. "Dad doesn't walk on water, you know." "That man is a football god," a voice said from behind Jimmy, who was looking for somewhere to discard his bones so he could fit more food on his plate, no doubt. "How you doing? I'm Petey," he said. Petey wore a tight white shirt with a pack of cigarettes rolled up in his sleeve and blue jeans with boots that had seen plenty of days of manual labor. His hair wasn't quite cut into a mullet, but it was damn close, with a ring around his head that showed he'd been wearing a hat all day and took it off as a sign of respect because he was a guest in someone's home. "Nice to meet you, Petey," I said, shaking his rough hands. "I suppose you're related to Mickey as well?" "Lucky for me, we aren't related," he said, laughing and looking at Mickey. "Unlucky for me, she never gave me the time of day, so I did what you're doing right now." "Which is?" My God, this is a weird conversation. "Showing up at the family events, working the charm best I know how, and praying she'll find me suitable to love and cherish one day," he said, winking at Mickey, and then dipping a large serving spoon into the homemade mac and cheese and plopping a heaping scoop onto his plate. "Oh, don't listen to Petey's bullshit. He's a childhood friend of ours," Mickey said, grabbing a stiff paper plate and handing it to me as he laughed. "He's also one of the best damn mechanics in the country, if you ask me." "You hear that?" Petey said, eyeballing the potato salad as he grabbed a corn muffin. "She flatters me, loves me, and speaks highly of me, but she just won't do the right thing and settle down with me." "Get your hot link and get out of here," Mickey teased the man. "Are there more where he comes from?" I questioned Mickey as I scanned the dozens of foil casserole dishes lined up on the large buffet area. I didn't know what most of this shit was, and I had no idea what to get. "What do you mean?" Mickey said, reaching for a deviled egg. I thought it'd be best to follow her lead and get what she got to eat. I didn't want to seem like an asshole, but I was a bit shy to eat mystery food prepared by random strangers. I know it sounded pretentious, but after getting a finger-licking good handshake, I didn't trust the food. So hate me if you want, but I was treading lightly in this department. "What are you doing?" Mickey questioned, after noticing I had one deviled egg, one rib, and a dinner roll, and I was mimicking her every move. "I think it's obvious." I smiled at her. "I'm getting some food." "No, you're getting what I'm getting." She laughed with that mischievous look in her eye that told me she was about to challenge my ass. She caught on. "You can eat as much as Jimmy when you're hungry. I've seen it. And don't tell me you ate on the flight here because your chef and personal flight attendant filled you up with airplane food on your way over." I set my plate down when I heard roaring laughter coming from everyone in the backyard. Since they were all entertained, I took a moment to set the record straight with Mickey about the lifestyle changes that had occurred since I'd been back. "Listen, gorgeous." "Don't call me that," she insisted. "All right," I smiled. "Listen, beautiful." "John," she said, more irritated. "I'm not doing the cute pet names. Now tell me why you're eating like a bird." "Allow me to address your first false accusation so you understand the reason I'm not trying to be an asshole with my sudden fear of eating homemade food." She set her plate down and crossed her arms. "I'm all ears." I did not fly here on a private jet. After I left my unforgivable parents and walked away from that life, I made some changes. I live in a 600-square-foot apartment now. After taking a world of shit from Jim and Jake, and personally apologizing to the patients I abandoned during the worst times of their lives, I can humbly say that I am not the same John you remember. She narrowed her eyes at me. "That's hard for me to believe," she pulled the hem of my sleeve, "given you're wearing one of your Armani t-shirts." Well, I'm sorry, but it didn't seem very practical to throw away my wardrobe and replace it with second-hand clothes, if that's what you're getting at. Why aren't you eating? She pressed. I don't know, I said, scared to death to be rude by stating I didn't trust the food her friends and family had prepared. You don't know? She mocked, and I could see she was trying not to laugh at me. Thankfully, I clocked some slices of watermelon. Here, I'll get a few pieces of these, I said with a smile, then reached for the large bowl of chips, and a couple of handfuls of these. I hoped that if I distracted her, she wouldn't keep pushing. Oh, my heavens, would you take a look at this? A woman not much older than Mickey said in the thickest accent I'd heard so far as she walked in from the backyard. You have to try Aunt Myrtle's chili. She reached past me, shoving me off to the side with the little child she carried on her hip with her left arm. Steph, Mickey laughed, this is John. John! She turned with a paper bowl nearly overflowing with slop that looked like hot, chunky dog food. Are you just a doll? Here, she said, shoving the bowl at me. Eat this. You'll love it. It's nice to meet you. I'm Steph. She took a can of cheese, shook it, and squeezed some nozzle, sending a worm of unnatural cheese all over the top of my chili. Or, as all my friends and lovers like to call me, Mama Steffi. Mama Steffi, I said, watching Mickey cover her smile out of the corner of my eye. You heard me, sweet buns. She gave me a sultry look. I got that nickname after my last child was born. All my babies got different daddies, but you best hold your judgment, she said, crumbling up Ritz crackers and sprinkling them over the top of the canned cheese worm. It's not because these men won't commit. No, I said, not knowing what to say and most certainly not looking at her extremely pronounced cleavage and a pack of cigarettes parked in her bra strap. Hell no! She snapped her fingers, and I prayed she was done garnishing the chili that I would have sooner died than eaten. I'm the one who doesn't want commitment. She looked over at Mickey, pulling a piece of steak out of one of the many foiled dishes. I just don't want a man telling me what I can and can't do. I like my independence. Well, I suppose that's their loss, I said, scared that whatever I said might encourage her to continue this story. You're damn right, she smiled. Listen, if you and Mickey can't work things out, I'm a good time you'll never forget. She winked at me, giggled, and then walked out. She's a character, Mickey chuckled, and she's fucking with you. Well, that goes without saying. Look at this fucking bowl of chili. I'm talking about her personal life, Mickey teased, taking the bowl of chili from me and dumping it into a large trash can. She's married to one of my cousins. She may or may not know that you and I broke up because your wealthy family were assholes to me. May or may not. We were drinking moonshine last night, and it loosened my lips a bit when everyone asked why my ex-boyfriend was celebrating the 4th with us. You know what I find the most adorable about you? That I threw away that disgusting bowl of chili she made for you? No, it's your cute way of being pissed off at me. God damn it, I would have loved to see you moonshine drunk last night, talking shit about me with all of those people. Oh, you would have had an earful, she laughed. It tells me there's a chance, I said, and I'm down to do anything to get it. Even eat a bowl filled with Steph's disgusting chili? Yep, I lied. Good, then I'll recreate that dish for you right now, she said, turning, and, to my horror, working on overloading a bowl of that chili with canned cheese and Ritz crackers. Well, if it means I'll be shitting hot lava for the next 3 days, then I guess it's cheaper than a colonic. Mickey laughed, but I knew the real challenge wasn't this bowl of chili. It was assuring her that I'd never hurt her again, and it was going to take real work. Chapter 58. John. The fireworks were spectacular. The most entertaining part was watching people light the bottle rockets and shit with the lit ends of their cigarettes. About 50 people, Mick's cousins and friends, joined this backyard party, but I hardly saw any of these people. All I saw was Mickey and how she smiled with the excitement of a little girl as sparkles and embers from the fireworks fell all around her after her dad set off a display that shot up past the trees and exploded in the sky just for her. She'd loosened up a couple of beers ago, and that's when I got to see my favorite side of the woman I'd fallen in love with. She danced and teased the others as they lit their fireworks, filled with a childlike joy I'd never seen from her before. Her parents mainly kept in conversation with the people I assumed were their neighbors, or maybe their cousins. I couldn't keep everyone straight anymore, but I noticed everyone referred to Mickey's dad as Coach Tim. Watching how the man held himself and puffed on his cigar, I'd be a fool not to call him Coach Tim, too. Her mom seemed to keep her distance from me, and though I could easily understand why, I was the asshole who hurt her daughter. It made me wonder why the woman allowed me in her home if she didn't like me. I had to admit I was intimidated by the woman. Alice was quite the opposite of Coach Tim. She was highly proper, and ever since Mickey told me her mom was a school principal, that's all I could see when I looked at her. She didn't look like a woman you wanted to cross.
"Are the fireworks here any different than in New York?" Alice said, as if my thoughts had manifested her. I turned from where I'd thrown my beer bottle in the kitchen recycling can and smiled at her. "No, ma'am." "Ma'am?" She offered me a smile of sympathy. "Well, now I'm certain someone has told you I'm a principal if you're using those manners on me." I sighed. "I'm sorry. Should I call you Alice? We haven't spoken much tonight, so I'm unsure." "I'm sorry for that," she said, smiling while covering the food trays with foil. "When we have this many visitors, I am shocked when I'm finally able to sit down and eat something myself."
"Everything was lovely, and I truly appreciate you opening your home to me," I said, trying to help her tidy up her dining area.
"Now, don't you dare lift a hand," she said, batting my hand away from covering the tray of baked beans. "If one thing gets out of order, you'll face my wrath," she chuckled.
"Well, then I'll leave you to it," I said, not knowing how to approach her.
"Tell me something, John," she said directly, stopping me from walking away.
"Sure," I offered.
"Do you love Michaela?"
Oh, shit. "I've fallen extremely hard for your daughter, yes, and the pain I've put her through is unforgivable." She turned to face me with a solemn expression that only a mother could wear when coming to the defense of her daughter.
"It is," she confirmed, with a friendly acknowledgement. "Unfortunately, just as that pain is unforgivable, love can also be quite difficult to discern. Therefore, pain and heartbreak are inevitable."
"I'm not sure I'm following you," I honestly and curiously responded to her.
"When you love someone, nothing and no one can come between you. I would imagine if you loved Michaela, nothing could have stepped into the middle of that, ending things the way I've been told."
"Ah," I said, feeling a metric ton of shame bearing down on me. "You know, I've had much time to think about that. I was raised a spoiled, rich, golden child." I smiled, but she didn't, so I continued, feeling like an idiot. "Well, unfortunately for me, I was raised to believe that whatever excuses I made would absolve me of any bad behavior I displayed. But I realize now how wrong I was. I never thought any of my family issues would hurt Mickey. I believe I was only thinking of myself."
"Well, that's easy for everyone to see," she answered. "May I ask what changed to make you believe she should give you another chance?"
"Now I know I don't deserve her, and that no woman out there could ever replace her in my heart. I didn't believe I was missing anything in my life until I put myself in a position to lose her."
"And your parents?" she questioned. "What will they think if you choose to be with a woman they don't approve of?"
I was angry at the reminder of my parents. I wasn't upset at Alice for mentioning the truth of the situation, but I was angry at my parents for nearly costing me everything. Even more, I was mad at myself for not realizing their game sooner and avoiding all this unnecessary suffering.
"I see the mention of your family disturbs you," Alice said, with a curious look.
"It does because of what they have cost me," I answered truthfully. "It's about more than losing Mickey, too. The short story is that my whole mentality was shaped in a bubble. I was made to believe my parents are better people than they are, and that my family is God's gift to humanity, among other ridiculous things. All that brainwashing, for lack of a better word, caused me to hurt a lot of people, most of all myself."
"I understand. And, my dear boy," she chuckled, "don't fret over this too much. Many of us had parents or in-laws who pass on their trauma to us. We can allow it to destroy us or learn and grow from it."
"Right, well, it's my greatest hope that I've learned from it. I waved my hand around the room. Just being here and spending time with you and your friends was good for my soul." I smiled, loving how relaxed and happy I was in this environment. I never experienced anything like this growing up. My parents never had any real friends. They surround themselves with sycophants and yes-men. I suppose it reinforces the lies they tell themselves about their importance.
"You know," she smiled sympathetically, "most insecure people are like that."
My parents are far from insecure, trust me. I chuckled at that truth.
"Is that so?"
She arched an eyebrow, resembling Mickey's famous expression.
"The way I see it, your parents are extremely insecure."
I smiled, taking the beer she pulled out of the fridge and handed to me after grabbing one for herself. As we both twisted off our bottle caps, I couldn't help but be charmed by this woman. She might have been intimidating, but she was intelligent and articulate, and I was coming to feel very comfortable in her presence. "I'm very curious as to why you think that. A lot of very powerful people are intimidated by them."
"Well, anyone who uses money for threats to control their children is just giving themselves away. But you used a very specific term, brainwashing, right?"
"Yes."
"Any parent who feels they should dictate rules or conduct through methods of manipulation is doing so because they are not secure in the belief that they are worthy of your love. Do you understand?"
Her gentle way of explaining something that should have always been so obvious blew my mind. She unlocked a level of realization about my parents in my brain that I would need to take some serious time to unpack. "Interesting," was all I could manage to say, as my thoughts were reeling that my parents' facade of being mighty and untouchable was just a cover for being insecure assholes.
"Could you imagine loving my daughter as you do, and bringing her into a family like that?" she added.
I rolled my eyes. My family would have never approved.
"Let's say they did," she smiled. "Let's say they rooted for the marriage and were so happy for you. Because they are afraid to lose their son."
"Okay."
"They'd play along with this wedding to Mickey, and then, one day, they became their true selves with my daughter."
"I would have protected her from them."
"Is that so?" she said, with that eyebrow arch again. "Tell me, how would you have protected her from your parents if you can't protect yourself from them?"
"Well, I'm no longer speaking to them."
"Okay, let's say you rekindle this relationship. What then? Let's say they suddenly adore Mickey because they don't want to lose you again. Do you believe it will stay that way, or will you revert to your old patterns and belief systems because it is familiar?"
"I honestly don't see myself ever speaking to them again."
"Your parents are afraid to lose their children," she answered. "So I hate to break it to you, but you will speak to them again. And when you do, you must be prepared to put boundaries in place, because if you don't, it will destroy you both. And you won't even see the day coming."
"Shit, now you're scaring me."
"Nothing to be afraid of," she smiled. "It's why I asked if you truly loved my daughter.
You need to know this before you go back down that road with her again. She is a loving, smart, driven, and extremely loyal woman. Her traveling to Monaco for that wedding, only to be shamed by your family, should prove that she'll do anything it takes to make and keep you happy," she said, observing me as I soaked up her advice, trying to organize my many thoughts. "You must be willing and able to protect your wife from people who mean her harm, and I see you have, for the time being, put them in their place. But when they return with their charms and loving words and all is forgiven, will they work to reclaim their son or let him be free? It's up to you. They only have control over your weakness if you allow it." Mickey means more to me than my family. I know that now. It was a hard lesson to learn, but I knew it the moment I knew I might never get her back, I said. But I swear if Mickey would grant me the honor of being with me again, I will never let my parents hurt her again. "A hard lesson learned indeed," she answered. "I see the sincerity in your eyes, but I can sense your hesitation. I'm not saying these things because I want to pressure you or enforce my will. My daughter is an adult and knows how to make her own decisions, but I thought I should give you an objective point of view, not muddled by wishful thinking or broken promises. So I offer you this advice. Think hard about this matter before you take the woman you love down this road again. Mickey deserves a man who will put her above everyone else." "I agree, and I promise I will think very seriously about what we've discussed," I said. "I just don't know if I'll ever be given another chance." "Give her time. You both need that," she smiled. "Rebuild a solid friendship and foundation, and you'll be surprised at how quickly everything falls back into place, if it's meant to be, of course. But whatever you do, don't force anything. Let Mickey come back to you when her heart is ready. If you do that," she grinned, "she'll make you the happiest man on the planet." "I intend on making her the happiest woman on the planet," I countered. "And now we're talking," she winked. "You know what? You're not so bad, Dr. John Aster. You have some growing to do, but I can see you getting there so long as you keep those priorities straight." "Thanks, Alice," I answered. "Now cancel that damn hotel," she said, with a roll of her eyes. "I had Tim fix his office for you to use while you're here. The days of playing romance games are over. You and Mickey need some time to consider if you want this to work, and I will not be having a friend of hers from out of state staying at a hotel." "Did you just say a swear word, Mom?" I heard Mickey say with a laugh. "I don't know." She took another sip of her beer. "You've been hiding behind that wall the whole time I've talked to John, so you tell me." I turned and smiled slyly as Mickey's cheeks flushed and the embarrassment filled her widened eyes. "Mom!" I chuckled. "It's fine by me. Hopefully I answered your mom well enough to gain a little trust from you, since everything else I've been doing hasn't really been striking the matchbook." "Oh, eating that chili was definitely striking the matchbook," she teased back, using the term I'd overheard Cousin Marty say earlier when he was talking about catching fish. "And now you're spending the night here?" she cringed. "I'll stay at the hotel," I said. The last thing I wanted to do was overstep. "Well, I won't stop you because when that chili cleans out your intestines in the early morning hours, we won't have to smell it or hear your cries for help." I laughed with her, and then, for the first time in what felt like forever, I hugged the one woman I loved. I nearly crumbled into her embrace, smelling the strawberries and vanilla fragrance of her perfume that I'd missed more than the sex itself with this woman. I loved her so much, and I would give her all the time in the world to decide if she wanted me back. Would waiting be easy? No. But it would be more difficult to spend my life without her.
Chapter 59. Mickey. The difficulty I had keeping this protective barrier around my heart was more than words could describe. John was a natural charmer, hence the reason I was in this position with him, and second chances to begin with. If I hadn't fallen for him and been able to refuse him as I should have in the beginning, none of this would be so damn trying, testing every part of my being. I didn't want to be nasty about things. I wanted to trust him and take him back with his simple words, smiles, and gifts, because I loved him more than I'd ever loved anyone. But I couldn't afford the emotional pain of losing him again. I knew I was overthinking things and being overprotective of myself, but I didn't want to be a fool, and had I been thinking this way with John from the beginning, I wouldn't be in this situation. I suppose my conundrum was this: am I an idiot to even think about giving him another shot? Or am I an idiot for keeping the man I love at a distance when he is trying his best to show he loves me? Was it safe to follow my heart, or was that the most dangerous thing to listen to? What the fuck was I supposed to do? Other than that, I was doing great. I'd watched John charm the pants off everyone who attended the party last night. He had them all eating out of his perfect hands, laughing and joking just like everyone did when they were around the man. Mom insisted he stay the night, and after joking around about it for a while, I conceded, and he agreed to sleep over. After I heard him talking with Mom in the kitchen, I could tell she wouldn't let him drive 20 minutes to a hotel he hadn't even checked into yet, especially so late at night. Mom tended to see through all of us as if we were children, and sometimes it could be downright annoying, but I was grateful for it last night because I needed to hear how John felt about her concerns. What I needed to hear the most was that he seemed solid on the fact that he didn't care whether his family accepted me. He loved me, and I was the one he wanted, not his parents or their money. That was huge, and after Jake and Ash told me about his tiny apartment in a shitty part of Orange County, it was apparent he wasn't using his parents' money for his living arrangements. What I didn't get was why a very well-paid doctor chose a flea bag to live in. I could only assume he was trying to punish himself and prove to me that he was willing to live in unnecessary poverty, which secretly made me want to laugh because his money was never the issue. Regardless of whether that was his intention, I admired his commitment to change. The day before I flew to Tennessee, he told me, "I fully understand that money can't buy my happiness. You are my only happiness." After overhearing most of his conversation with my mom, I had a glimmer of hope that maybe things were adding up a lot faster than I imagined, and the torture of this would be over soon.
"Over easy or underdone?"
John said with a laugh, taking a sip of freshly poured coffee my mom had handed him.
"Underdone? What the hell is that?"
my dad questioned.
"I can't remember what you call it when the eggs are pretty much flame-kissed."
John chuckled while Mom took the biscuits out of the oven. "Sunny side up," I said, walking into the kitchen and refraining from staying in spy mode while John and my parents pranced around the kitchen happily as if he'd been part of our family for years. Fucking charmer.
"That's right,"
John smirked back at me.
"And you like yours poached?"
"Thanks, Mom," I said, taking the coffee she poured me before walking over to join Dad at the table while John stood behind the stove where bacon sizzled in Mom's favorite cast-iron skillet and eggs were cooking as if the man were a short-order cook. "I didn't know you knew how to cook like this," I questioned with a smile, finding this incredibly charming and attractive.
"There's a lot you don't know about me," John said. "I love to cook."
"Then why did you always hire a chef or have food delivered when we were together?" I asked.
"I figured you dug that shit."
He shrugged. "Well, it seems you have much to learn about me too, don't you?"
"And that's why we're doing it this way,"
he said, as my parents discussed going to the hardware store. They needed to get stuff for Dad to fix a bench that Jimmy broke in the backyard after the moonshine caught up to him. "What are we doing in what way?" I asked. He handed me all the eggs he'd slid onto a plate, and then, one by one, he took the bacon strips and started to pile them onto another plate.
"Well, if you'll trust me enough to date you again, we'll go slow and do it the right way." We moved too fast in the first round. I'm not making that mistake again."
"Ah," I said, handing the plate of eggs to Mom, who was instantly there, taking them from my hand and bringing them to the breakfast table. "Well, I'd love to keep you hanging, wondering if I'd date you again or not. But I think I'll give in a little." He smiled at me so brightly that his eyes nearly sparkled.
"You're serious?"
"As serious as I am about my preference for poached eggs over underdone eggs," I said. "But I'm not playing games this time," I warned him. "It's up to you if you think it's worth it to try again, or if you'd rather just move on to someone who doesn't expect you to prove yourself and try to make everything right again."
"I wounded your heart,"
he said, looking somberly into my eyes.
"I plan to heal that wound, no matter how long it takes. It would kill me to know I'd caused you this kind of pain, ruining your ability to trust anyone again. I'm an honorable and loyal man, and I hold myself accountable for what I've done. I'm just honored to have the chance to repair the damage I've caused and make you happy again."
"I like the way that sounds," I said. "Now, let's eat before this gets cold. Then maybe we can take Marmaduke for a walk along the river?"
"That is the biggest dog I've ever seen,"
he said, referring to my dad's Great Dane.
"Are you sure he's not going to walk us instead?"
"She is the biggest sweetheart you've ever met," I laughed. "And while she might be big enough to ride, she doesn't realize that. Once she gets to the river, she hops around like a puppy, chasing all the bugs and trying to jump in the water."
"I thought Marmaduke was a boy,"
he said, confused.
"It's the dog from the comic strip, right?"
"Don't get me started," I said as my dad chuckled. "Pop thought he was being clever when he gave her a boy's name." "You two better hurry up and finish your breakfast," Mom said, hearing the dog barking outside. "I think she heard your plans." I didn't know if this would be a long or short road. I had no idea how long it took to trust someone again after being hurt so badly, and I wanted to be smart. However, I was happy my fear that he could never win back my trust or heart was fading with each interaction. Most of all, I loved that he was willing to have patience with me and my heart, something my ex never did. Jesse moved on and took the easier route, blaming me for everything and finding the first gullible woman to entertain his smile and big words. Until John, I'd never had a man make me feel so important, or, dare I say it, cherished in all my life. I knew in my heart that things were different with John. This was real. And though a short-lived relationship forced us into a painful separation, it was a love I'd never known before. I guess the saying to trust your heart is true, because my heart knew exactly what it wanted at this very moment. And that was John. A month had passed since we came home from Tennessee, and things had been going great. We were flirtatious with each other again, and taking things slow. The pace was perfect. I thought John would be impatient because of my fears of things going awry, but I was the one coming out of my skin, wanting him again. I pulled up to his tiny apartment after I got off work and smiled as I looked at the building. The place still cracked me up. It was a far cry from his multi-million-dollar bachelor pad, and his igloo ice chest out on his balcony became one of my favorite pieces of decor for his humble abode. I walked through the apartment complex, iron fencing out of 1972 lining the face of the yellow-painted stucco, and turned right when I made it to the broken fountain in the courtyard that was probably cute back in its day when it worked. I hopped up the cement steps to apartment 106, John's place. After knocking 4 or 5 times, I figured he was probably out on his balcony, looking down at the cars parked in their assigned spots for the tenants who resided there. Instead of walking around and waving up at him, I called his phone. I missed him so much already. We'd been working crazy schedules. He'd been on call at the hospital all week instead of in the office with me, and it made me yearn to see him again. God only knew what that meant for the Chinese takeout I had in my hand and the cot he used for a bed.
"Hey, gorgeous," he answered after one ring. "I'm in the laundry room. It's across from the fountain and around the corner."
"The laundry room?" I questioned.
Oh, right. You don't have a washer and dryer. You should stop making fun of my unfortunate situation. He chuckled. Get your cute ass over here. I've missed you.
I've got Chinese takeout, I told him, turning and walking over to where he said the laundry facilities were. I stopped at the Golden Dragon on the way here.
You read my mind.
See, we do think a lot alike.
Well, we discovered that about a month ago, along with the other numerous things we've figured out about ourselves.
And what else did we learn? I played along, knowing that the only thing that we really learned about each other was that we both hated pickles.
That we can't live without each other.
Ah, I said with a smile after I walked into a laundry room filled with appliances so old that I was shocked they still worked. I'd love to argue with you. I paused when he instantly placed his lips on mine for a quick kiss. But I have to agree and say you're dead on. He started laughing when he turned and grabbed a bag next to his basket of clothes. I quickly realized he was holding Chinese food from the same restaurant I'd been to.
I ordered takeout from the same place. Now,
he arched an eyebrow at me, looking sexy as a motherfucker.
Let's see if we ordered the same thing.
And if we did? I questioned, sitting in an old plastic chair against the wall.
Well, if we did, I'm reading my fortune cookie first, and if it says to marry you, I'm asking right here and now.
I rolled my eyes. I got broccoli and beef, fried noodles, steamed rice, and kung pao shrimp.
You're fucking with me, right?
No, I chuckled.
I swear to God, that's exactly what I ordered. I was craving shrimp and the beef from the last time we got it.
God damn it. Neither of us could have ordered some egg rolls, huh? I laughed. These things were so silly and probably wouldn't have meant much to anyone else, but it was everything I loved about John and being with him. He reached down the side of his bag, grabbed the fortune cookie from where it had slid down next to the hot mustard and soy sauce, and opened the plastic wrapper.
Get ready, baby,
he said with daring eyes.
Our future lies in this fortune.
I opened the noodles and glanced over at John, who stood silently staring at the cookie he'd broken open, looking like a boy on Christmas who went downstairs and saw that Santa hadn't come for him. Well, I pressed, trying not to laugh at one of the many expressions I loved seeing on his handsome face whenever it looked like someone popped his balloon at the circus.
There's nothing.
He looked at me, confused and depressed. You don't really believe in those things, do you? I teased, offering him a bite of the noodles I'd just gathered between my wooden chopsticks.
Everything was moving in a direction that made me know that a fortune would guide us toward marriage.
You mean you wished? John, we've been dating again for a month. We haven't even had sex yet. We're taking it extremely slow. And now you want to just jump into an engagement?
If the damn cookie would have given me some fucking direction,
he said after he opened the shrimp, took his chopsticks, and offered me a bite before taking one of his own.
I would have at least felt more confident to ask.
It's okay if there's no fortune in your cookie, I said, swallowing another bite of noodles. Maybe that's your sign to slow the hell down.
No,
he answered,
because I know I'm going to marry you, and I know you'll marry me. I'm just trying to figure out the timing.
What happened to you taking it slow?
The heart knows what it wants, he smiled, and I know what I want, and I don't need that damn fortune cookie to tell me anything.
I don't know why, but I was suddenly nervous. Don't, I freaked and stood, threatening to ruin what should have been a cute moment. I mean, John.
Baby,
he said, setting down his box of shrimp and reaching to embrace me because he must have seen the panic in my eyes.
I'm not going to ask you right now.
No, I'm sorry, I said, taking a deep breath and not letting myself get carried away. I don't understand why I reacted like this. Nervously. Because this is cute and very much you to do something like this. And the thing is that I really want it. But I'm just...
You're scared,
he said with a smile.
You have every right to feel scared. I mean, shit. Look at what happened to your previous engagement, and then the way I fucked up our relationship after that. It's okay. We don't have to get married tomorrow."
I exhaled, not realizing I would react to marrying anyone this way. It was apparently a fear I didn't even know I had until now. "Well, if it helps, I think I'm just terrified of marriage all the way around," I said.
"You're not afraid of marriage, Mick,"
he said with a sympathetic smile.
"You're afraid of committing to someone who won't live up to their vows and will hurt you. Sadly, it seems I'm right there with your ex, as someone who has already let you down in that department. The difference is what I promised you already. I will do whatever it takes to help you heal past the hurt I caused you. I'm in this for the long haul. I want to be with you until death do us part, whether I say the vows in front of a room full of people or in front of a judge."
"So you're saying this is long-term, huh? You and me? With or without marriage vows?"
"It's exactly what I'm saying. You remember the old man we met when we were camping?"
Yes. I can't remember the funny name you called him, though. What was it?"
"Huckleberry Joe."
He chuckled.
"Remember he talked about wants versus needs? Back then, it was all the same to me. However, now I can distinguish the difference between the two after losing you and then trying to earn back your trust."
"Oh? And what's the difference?" I asked, smiling and calming down.
"Well, I wanted you before I fucked everything up. It took that catastrophe and living with my parents again in their twisted world to realize how much I needed you. My parents have always imposed their ideas of what I needed onto me. Let's face it, the way they treat their children is a masterclass in wants versus needs. I just didn't know it until it was almost too late."
"Well, your parents probably thought they were considering your needs," I answered him honestly. "All parents think they know what's best for their children and do their best to—"
"No,"
he interrupted.
"The fact that they've allowed our silence to go on this long and are stuck in the frame of mind that it's their way or the highway proves they only care about themselves."
"True," I answered.
"However, leaving them out of this, I learned what I needed for my happiness and contentment. I need you. I don't just want you, Mick. I sincerely need you. And sure, I could have tried to replace you with another woman."
He reached his hand to my face.
"But she wouldn't have been you. No other woman has managed to captivate me, body, mind, and soul, as you have. I won't lose that or you again. Everything about me is satisfied and fulfilled just seeing your eyes as they stare into mine, or watching you smile at the silly things that wouldn't put a smile on anyone else's face, like that damn empty fortune cookie, or when I opened the laundry room door and you smiled, holding the same bag of Chinese food that I had. That's all I need. Your beautiful smile. The fact that you put up with my goofiness and that we laugh over the craziest shit. That's what it's all about. There's no one else I want to share my life with. It doesn't get any better than this."
That spoke directly to my heart. Everything was light and beautiful with John. It was indeed fulfilling, and it was just right. He was like the other part of my soul, like we completed each other by simply being in the other's presence. We laughed at the silliest things, and the best part was that this man was never cranky or driven to anger the way some people could be. Being with him was like being with my best friend all the time. The break we had in our relationship was needed to determine if this was what we wanted. I was learning that there were no hard and fast rules in relationships. I mean, of course there were rules, but no freaking law said that you had to do certain things to ensure it was love. Your heart just knows. More than that, your soul also knows. It was like our souls had recognized each other from the moment we first met. It just took us a while to figure out whether we could trust it, because we lived in a world that suggested certain things must be done before you can fall in love. We all make mistakes in love, that's to be sure, primarily driven by lust and desire, wants. But sometimes, those mistakes lead us to our needs. John was right. Once again, we were both on the same page. We didn't just want to be together. We needed to be with each other, with or without wedding rings or exchanges of vows. I could safely admit here and now, to myself and God, that John was my perfect other half. I was thankful that we'd found each other and that our souls had made their way back home after being ripped apart by other people's opinions about what was best for John's life. I'm thankful he came home to me, and without another thought or fear, I followed my heart, reached up for John's face, and smiled. "Marry me, John Aster."
Chapter 60. John. The look of certainty in Mickey's eyes as she proposed, and the promise of a future I wanted with no one else, made me toss aside my Chinese food box and nearly attack her, sweeping her into my arms and taking her to my place. It was way past time to have her in my arms again after the hell we'd gone through. I was spellbound by her fragrance, the soft feel of her buttery smooth skin, and the soft moans erupting from her while I kissed her deeply. She emitted loud sighs of pleasure while my lips worked their way to her neck as I laid her back on my cot. Her perfect breasts, which I'd nearly torn her shirt away from, were calling to me as I unbuttoned her jeans. I couldn't get this woman undressed fast enough. With every kiss down the center of her abdomen, along her pelvic bone, and down to her beautiful, dripping wet pussy that was always shaved to desired perfection for my hungry eyes, I found myself home with the woman I loved more than anything. Once my greedy lips found the warmth and slick entrance of the one place that I never believed I'd have access to again, Mickey massaged her firm fingertips over the top of my head, leading and guiding me to the slow and perfect way I wanted to devour the delicious taste of my woman. Her legs opened further, giving me all the access I wanted between them. My eyes rolled back while I found a perfect rhythm with my tongue rolling over the top of her clit and making a simultaneous slide into her entrance, tasting her and loving her, while my cock pulsated, aching to be inside her. This would not be a quick moment for either of us. It was something I could tell her body longed for as much as mine. To be reunited with my true and only love was something that wasn't just about me fucking her again. It was about loving and cherishing that our intimacy went to the next level, and it tied our hearts and souls together in the way they should be. "Fuck, baby," I growled, when she shuddered under me and started to climax already. She was more wet than ever, and the cream dripping from her sex was more desirable than I could bear. "I love you," I groaned, her hands clenching each side of my head while I buried my face further into her. I wanted to pull this orgasm out of her and devour it not only with my mouth, but also with my body and soul. The energy was shattering as Mickey exploded into an orgasm that jolted her pussy hard as I consumed her pleasure. It was taking everything I had not to come all over myself, but I held it back because I wanted to be inside of her so badly it hurt. "You're amazing," Mickey said, her breathing relaxing with her body. "You have no idea how much I missed you." My lips and tongue blazed a powerful trail up her perfect body, over each of her hard nipples, until I found her mouth. While using my tongue to ease between her parted lips, I shoved off my jeans and boxers and freed my cock. Her hands slid under my arms and gripped over the tops of my shoulders as I slid my dick into her fiery pussy, which was still contracting from her orgasm. I needed her on top of me, riding me, breasts bouncing while she moved her tight and wet pussy up and down my cock. I practically came at the thought. "Come, handsome," she begged, as I thrust deeper into her. "You're coming with me again," I ordered her. She smiled while reaching to massage her clit. "Fuck yeah," she answered. That's all it took. The idea was to use a fluid motion to roll onto my back while holding on to her, bringing her to straddle me, But that wasn't the smartest move on a cot. Falling off the cot and onto the ground wasn't so bad. It wasn't that far, and I managed to secure us both as we fell over the edge. However, what I didn't consider was the jolt of pleasure with the way her pussy was clenching onto my dick, and how the sudden drop thrust me deeper inside her than I'd ever been, all at once. As soon as it happened, it forced me into an electrifying spasm of pleasure, sending my cum deep into her as she laughed and kissed me, while I groaned in ecstasy of epic proportions.
"I forgot how sexy you look when you come," Mickey said, laying on top of me while I ran my hands over her ass and along her sides and back.
"I didn't forget anything about you." I smiled lazily at her, loving this moment of undone pleasure, even though I came without her and entirely unexpectedly.
"Oh?"
she teased playfully with her eyes.
"Well, if that's the case, why did it take you so long to return to me?"
"I had to work out my shit, baby," I said, running my hand over her forehead and studying her eyes. "I'm just so sorry for all the hurt it caused you while I was away. I think that's the hardest thing to forgive myself for."
"We're not going backward," she said,
her eyes locking onto mine while she slid next to me on the floor, both of us clinging on to each other and holding our embrace.
"It's all in the past now, especially because I can see the hurt you endured, too."
"You mean the punishment you've put me through, wondering every day if I'll finally earn back your trust and love?"
"No."
She smiled sexily.
"There is no way I could have punished you the way you were already punishing yourself."
I frowned. "Fair enough," I answered. "I was a fool to think I could make my parents proud while simultaneously keeping you and the life I'd created for myself." I reached up to run my fingers along her cheekbones. "My parents had more of a stronghold on me than I believed, and I didn't know it until I was forced by my stupidity to move back with them."
"I think all parents exert a certain level of control over their kids, though. Some don't do it intentionally, and others are selfish and dysfunctional and know exactly what they're doing but don't care what kind of damage it does to their kids or anyone else involved."
"They just care about what brings them satisfaction," I said, shaking my head. "While I was back there, I realized that my eldest brother is more enslaved by my parents than I ever could have been."
"He's the one who gave the wedding speech, right?" she asked.
"That's right. Seb," I answered her. "In the beginning, he just pissed me off by trying to get me to fall in line with our parents and the woman they'd chosen for me." I rolled my eyes. "Don't worry, I didn't date anyone. I couldn't even fucking look at anyone without thinking about you and yearning for you," I reassured her.
"Same here," she laughed. "I couldn't even think of dating or imagining myself with anyone else."
I smiled, enjoying that confession. This beauty was 100% all mine. Anyway, Seb puts on a good front, but I can see he hates his life.
"Because of the woman your parents forced him to marry?"
"No," I shook my head. "He doesn't hate his wife. They have a beautiful baby daughter, and my sister-in-law, Melissa, is the most agreeable of all the socialites one might be forced to marry. She's sweet and funny in her own way, and she doesn't bug the shit out of me as much as Pollyanna did. However, while Seb is fortunate to have a beautiful family, that's not what drives him. He measures his worth by how proud my father is of him."
"Oh, that's sad," Mickey answered.
"It's extremely sad. He hates his life because he hates himself. My dad will never give him the approval he's after, and because of that, Seb has this asshole approach to everyone. He seems to love his wife and daughter, but after all my time observing them, not even his family is enough for him. His loyalty to my dad has royally fucked him over."
"And what about your other brother?"
"I have no idea where he ran off to. He's the type that will disappear to avoid my parents so he can keep his new life and never confront any issues." I chuckled and kissed her chin. The guy probably changed his name and social security number and moved to another country. What about you? She finally asked the question I knew was coming if we would move forward properly. Might as well deal with the potential thorn in our relationship, my controlling parents. Where is your relationship with your parents? I don't want to be the reason you'll never speak to them again, or never have. You won't be the reason for anything other than making me the happiest man alive by taking me back. I know you have concerns about my parents. I'm confident they'll come back into my life once the dust settles. However, they play no part in my happiness, and I won't let them suck the joy from my life ever again. That's a bit harsh. I mean, I've met your mom, and she's pretty brutal, but no, it's on me, not them. I allowed them to control that part of me. It took me sitting with Jim and owning up to my mistakes to realize that, too. He told me not to give excuses for leaving like I did, and for me to own my shit. It was no one's decision but mine to do what I did. Being back there made me realize I was doing what Seb is still doing. And that is? Believing I could make my parents proud of me and making decisions based on that myth. Nothing I could ever do would make them proud because their hunger for us kids to do whatever they want is insatiable. The fact of the matter is that my parents are responsible for their happiness. I chuckled in disgust. Though they're doing a very shitty job of that because they are so consumed with controlling us and our status as a powerful family that they don't even know what true happiness or love is. It's sad, but I'm not responsible for that. Wow, she said. Long fucking story short, I smiled, moving over her and kissing her collarbone as my dick began to get hard again. I learned a valuable lesson. And that was? You, Mickey Smith, I kissed her lips, are the other half of my soul, and I felt the emptiness when I was separated from you. That void is something I never wish to feel again. I'm not only a better and happier man with you in my life, but a complete man. And after realizing that the way I was raised almost destroyed me from seeing life so beautifully through your eyes, I'm so glad I stood up to them and came back to where my real life and home are. And now we're getting married? She laughed. You state that as if it were a question in your mind. Well, it was a bit chaotic the way I asked you. Then, here we are. Here we are. I slipped my cock into her. Already one body. And now we just need to make it official and say the vows that we are and will always be one soul. She smiled in return. I knew that, for the remainder of my days, this smile would greet me every single day, and I would never take her for granted. From this day on, I would make it my mission to ensure Mickey felt cherished, loved, and happy. Most of all, I would ensure she always knew she was my everything.
Chapter 61. 1 year later. Mickey. We were officially in the middle of August, and a perfect cliffside wedding, scheduled just before sunset, was on the agenda for John and me. John and I wanted something very intimate, yet as enchanting as the way we found love without looking for it. I hated to admit this, because I genuinely didn't want to make a big deal of the wedding, but my mind went wild after I envisioned a charming ceremony with an ocean view. If I was honest, I felt like one of the snobs from the Monaco wedding disaster, and I'd apologized at least 1,000,000 times to John, Ashley, Avery, my mother, and my sister during this whole process that started about a year ago when John and I announced our engagement. It started with a simple courthouse idea, which then mutated into this cliffside wedding, thanks to Avery showing me photos from her and Jim's wedding in Hawaii. I found it perfect and serene to marry at the ocean, and after spending many sunsets alone on the coast while John and I were broken up, I wanted to replace those memories with a beautiful wedding at sunset. After scouring the internet and many failed missions to pick the perfect place, I'd nearly given up until John took me on a trip to San Francisco to go to the opera and stay in the infamous hotel that sent me to the hospital. Sharing our box seat was a newlywed couple who'd just had their wedding in Half Moon Bay, a gorgeous place 30 miles south of San Francisco. And if they'd never mentioned it, I would have never found the perfect place. Half Moon Bay was charming and peaceful, with a unique charm perfect for inviting John's family. Yes, the rekindling of that relationship happened. And no, it wasn't why I insisted on this venue. I had nothing to prove to them and couldn't care less if they approved. However, having the Ritz-Carlton within walking distance was something I expected would keep them reasonably comfortable while they watched their son marry the woman he loved. John and his parents mending fences and reconnecting came on the heels of a devastating situation that made John, his brothers, and his parents unexpectedly learn that life is too short for judgments and indifference regarding the ones closest to you. When John's eldest brother, Sebastian, was on a business trip to Rome, his wife, Melissa, went out shopping with friends for the day, leaving their daughter with the nanny. Sadly, Melissa's Uber driver was intoxicated, and they crashed. The driver was in a coma for over a month, but Melissa Aster passed away the following day in the hospital. The devastating events were bittersweet. Bitter in the sense that a husband and little girl were left without their spouse and mother, something I could only imagine was the most devastating experience anyone could have. But it was sweet only in the sense that it brought a very broken family back to each other again. John wasn't as close to his parents as he was before our breakup, but he was thankful that he was no longer estranged from his family. The tragic events surrounding Sebastian losing his wife caused a ripple effect on the entire Aster family. Mr. and Mrs. Aster resumed their donations to St. John's. They created a memorial for Melissa in upstate New York, where her family originated, and they spent more time on the West Coast while working with Jim on various investment opportunities. John remained guarded with his parents, keeping firm boundaries and rejecting their offer to purchase our marital home from his trust fund. When they concluded that he wasn't going to budge and let them hold him hostage with money, they relinquished the entirety of his trust fund to him, something neither of us expected. Regardless of the money, we decided to buy an understated home in a quiet suburb of LA, instead of purchasing a mansion somewhere in Beverly Hills, like the one he had before. It just wasn't me, and John's only concern was that the area was safe and had a big kitchen with a fancy stove for him to work his magic on. All of that now behind us, and back to the present day, John and I were set to say our vows under the canopy of stately trees in the most beautiful and private cliffside beach garden in all of California. The venue was small. Our friends from Aspen, Jake and Ash, Jim and Avery, Colin and Elena, my sister and parents, and John's parents and brother Mark were the only attendees. Sebastian was still too lost in grief to attend, which was completely understandable, and Aunt Bev was on location in Argentina, no doubt seducing Latin lovers for miles around. "My goodness, you look as beautiful as the day you were born," my mom said, entering the room. "But you have only 1 hour to go and are still in lounge clothes?" I chuckled. "Well, I spent so much of my efforts trying to find this perfect place," I said, sipping the hot tea that was given to me to relax my nerves in the adorable cottage where I was dressing for the wedding. "And I forgot to pick out a dress." "That's why I'm here," my sister laughed. "Okay, the final adjustments were made, and the dress should fit like a glove." "I still can't believe you designed this for me," I said, hugging her. "Well, I will admit," my sister said, having just opened a boutique of her own clothing designs, "it's my first big piece, and you're my first picky-as-hell client, but this baby came out gorgeous. Now, get naked and let's get you into this." The exquisite strapless gown was crafted with luxurious cream-colored satin gracefully cinched at the waist. It fell into a voluminous floor-length skirt with delicate embellishments of pearl beading that offered a touch of timeless elegance. "God, you look ravishing," Lydia said, while my mother gasped as I walked out in front of the mirror to see the final product. "I'm glad you let me go strapless. It enhances your neckline and accentuates your shoulders." I was in awe of my sister's design, which someone might think was plain, but how she designed it to hug every curve made this dress stunning. And me, too. My hair was loosely curled and pulled to the side, my auburn locks cascading over my shoulder and touching the top of the bodice. The brown in my hair and the ivory of the dress enhanced the tanned glow of my skin. And while I wasn't someone to gawk at myself, I was blown away by my appearance. I felt tears welling up in my eyes. "Thank you so much for making me so beautiful," I said, turning and laughing while I hugged Lydia. "What would you do without me?" she asked with a laugh. My mother was walking over to give her praises when a soft knock was heard at the door. "Dad must be here to gather you early," my mom said, knowing he was the only one who would come to the bridal cottage close to an hour before the wedding bells would start to ring. "Oh," I heard my mother say. "May I help you?" I turned, and my eyes fell on the exquisite appearance of Margot Aster, accompanied only by her resting bitch face, which didn't faze me in the slightest anymore.
"How do you do? I'm Margot Aster," she said in her sophisticated voice. "Would you mind if I came in and joined you in marveling at the beautiful bride?"
"Come in," I said with a smile. I didn't mind being around Margot, even though she was cruel to me in Monaco. The woman was still overly formal, making snide remarks regularly and exerting her dominance when she felt threatened. She was a wealthy bitch, to put it bluntly. However, she and I got along for the most part. All was well if she didn't come into my territory, and I didn't go into hers. Both of us seemed to have the same personality if we weren't kissing each other's asses, and due to that, we could handle a good hour or two of each other's company. Let's just say we were working on forming an amicable relationship. Still, I wasn't nominating her for Mother-in-Law of the Year, and she wasn't telling everyone in her circle about how her son married a lovely hillbilly from Tennessee. Margot Aster was Margot Aster. You either loved her or hated her. For me, I chose to remain neutral. I would honor a mother's wishes to ensure her son was happily married, but that's pretty much it. I wasn't trying to do more or less with Margot. That was the safest place to be with a woman like her.
"You look positively enchanting," she said, smiling at me, catching my shoulders and kissing the air next to my cheeks. "However, I believe I have something that would pull this entire piece together." She looked at Lydia, who was smiling at Margot's cordiality. "That's if the amazing designer will allow it," she asked. My mom remained silent, watching the exchange after having heard plenty of gossip about the woman who was a ruthless bitch to her daughter. My mother was not easily impressed and would never kiss an ass, even if you put honey barbecue sauce on it and called it a dish. My mom was a tough nut to crack, but she wouldn't ruin this day for me, even though I knew Margot was the last person she'd ever care to be in the room with.
"I think that can be arranged,"
Lydia said with a grin. Margot opened a large black velvet box, and she held it in a way that displayed the beautiful pink gemstones inside.
"Our family is welcoming a rare gem today."
She started with a comment that I remembered John using when he clasped this same necklace around my neck.
"Do you remember this?"
she asked, her hazel eyes igniting with adoration, as John's had when he put the string of rare stones on me. I nodded and returned her lovely smile. "Yes, this is the necklace I wore the first night I met all of you."
"Indeed."
She held her perfect properness.
"And the stones? Did John ever inform you of how very rare they are?"
"He did." She glanced down at the pink stones and then at my mother.
"They're Part.2 sapphires."
"Very nice," My mother held up her protective front. I haven't had a chance to apologize to you for the egregious way I treated your lovely daughter in Monaco. I can see you are hesitant of me. God, I don't need this shit, I thought. John's mom was a direct woman, shooting straight to the point and bringing up the past right before my wedding to her son. I didn't need my mother, who also didn't mince words, locking horns with Margot. To be honest, as much of a raging bitch as John's mom could be, I'd put my money on my mother to win that fight all day long. She dealt with hundreds of rascally school kids for a living, for Christ's sake, and nothing is more terrifying than that. I just wished this conversation could happen after the wedding reception and the champagne, the toasts, and the pictures before he and I disappeared for 2 weeks on our honeymoon that John had secretly planned, just as long as I didn't bear witness to it. I appreciate you acknowledging that, my mother returned with as much formality as John's mom. I want all of you to know, her eyes fell on me, especially you, my dear, that you are rarer than these stones. We know we were not warm and welcoming the first time, but we have been through so much pain since we first met, and we've learned that, in life, all that matters are the things that provide happiness. True happiness. And we see you've provided that for our son where we failed. I hope you will receive this necklace as a humble gift of love and gratitude. That's quite a large gift, I smiled, not knowing how to receive this. You are a gift to us. This is nothing compared to how grateful we are that John has found love with you. Thank you, I said, a bit overwhelmed by what Margot was saying. I'll accept it under one condition. Of course, she nodded. After our wedding, you will keep them in your safe or wherever because I'm honestly a bit intimidated by them. She chuckled. John brought us to the home you've purchased, and I can't say I'm surprised. She exhaled. I understand why you believe having these gemstones in your jewelry box might be slightly out of place. I saw my mom roll her eyes from where she stood behind Margot as I smiled in response. Good grief. I could only imagine the snark I was in for as part of this family. Just a little bit, I chuckled. Thank you. They are beautiful. I hugged Margot, and then she stepped aside so we could all look at my reflection in the mirror. As I stood there, all my concerns faded about future in-laws and how anyone felt about John and I marrying today and beginning our lives together. In about 30 minutes, I would be John's, and he would be mine for the rest of our lives.
John. I stood next to the reverend we'd hired to perform the ceremony and spied my parents and Mark, seated in white chairs across the aisle from where Mickey's mom sat with Lydia in the row in front of our friends. There weren't many people in attendance, but what each person meant to us was monumental. I chose not to have my brother stand up with me as a best man because I wanted to receive my beautiful bride standing here alone, as a strong man who was not dependent on anyone as I made this profound step into my future. Honestly, if it were up to me, we'd be doing this in front of a judge. I didn't need any moral or emotional support to marry this woman. Not anymore, anyway. What I loved the most about all the bad that had happened to separate Mickey and me all those months was how much I'd grown emotionally from it. With any luck, we'd gotten any stupid and immature shit out of our way. My mind snapped to attention once the violinist began to play a soft tune, announcing the arrival of my beautiful bride, walking with her hand clasped into the bend of her dad's arm. I could hardly breathe as I looked at her. The angel walking on the rose-petal-covered path down to me immediately outshined the ocean that sparkled with the orange glitter of the sun dancing on the waves. Her tall and perfect body was the most desirous image my eyes had ever fallen on. Her eyes sparkled with the same beauty of the gems my mother insisted upon giving her, laying perfectly on her neck. I felt a wave of emotions, knowing I didn't deserve this goddess. I thought I was humbled before, but my God, how was the woman of my dreams walking toward me in the most beautiful setting imaginable? I was pissed that my emotions got the best of me because my eyes filled with tears, instantly blurring the image of her beauty that had transfixed me. I quickly brushed away a tear that snuck down and out the corner of my eye, then saw that her eyes were as filled with tears as mine. "You're so beautiful," I impulsively said, without considering I wasn't supposed to talk yet. "You're not so bad yourself," she returned with a laugh. That's when my mind reset. This whole day was about me and Mickey. We weren't here to put on a show for anyone. "Who gives this woman to be married to this man?" the Reverend asked. "Her mother, Alice, and I do," Tim answered. I stepped forward, took Mickey's hand, and looked toward Tim. "I will always love and cherish her, Coach," I smiled. This profound gesture of me taking his beautiful daughter's hand meant that she was mine to love, honor, and protect, and I saw the proud grin in my future father-in-law's eyes. As the Reverend spoke, I stood there, utterly lost in my future wife's eyes. I couldn't tell you a word he said, because I was spellbound by her, as always. I saw our whole lives flash before my eyes, anniversaries and holidays, our children, their graduations and weddings, and our grandchildren. I saw us holding each other's wrinkly hands when we were too old and feeble to do much else. I saw my whole life in her eyes, and I could hardly wait to say the two words I'd been waiting for since I got her back. "I do," I said, my voice nearly cracking from the emotion I felt. "I do," Mickey said when the Reverend asked, her smile bigger than ever. "You may now kiss your bride." Without hesitation, I swept her into my arms, dipped her back, and sealed the deal. The area was lit by hanging party lights and candles in glass containers on the two tall tables that were filled with champagne flutes for us to toast our union. "Well, let's hear the toast," Jake said, holding his glass. "You selfish lovebirds didn't even offer cake. What kind of a wedding doesn't have a cake?" "The kind that offers petit fours in little boxes for you to take with you so we can get the hell out of here faster," I joked. "I knew something would get messed up," Colin teased. I ignored the somber expressions on my parents' faces. This was not up their alley, me doing something untraditional like not having a 6-tiered monster cake, and Colin and Jake acting like this wasn't a formal affair. My parents honestly didn't know how to respond. The best part was that I didn't care if they were insulted by my lack of etiquette. I was being myself, in love with my wife. To my beautiful wife, I raised my glass. "I'm going to wing this, babe, and I hope I don't pay for it later." She flashed an adorable smile. "You and me." I shook my head, suddenly overwhelmed with emotions again. "Damn it." I cleared my throat as the group chuckled. Mickey's eyes stayed locked onto mine and kept my mind steady. "We are about to embark on an amazing life together, and as I promised, I will forever honor you, love you, and cherish you. I thank God for you, baby. You've changed my life in many ways, forgiving me for the unforgivable." "Don't say that," she mouthed. "I will say it because it's true. I watched you walk down that aisle today, trusting that I would never hurt you again. As you walked like the angel and goddess you are, I couldn't understand how blessed I am to have you in my life. I was in hell all those months without you. I felt a painful emptiness when you were out of my life, and I never want to feel that again. However, I raise my glass to you now, Mrs. Aster. I smiled, then said with great pride, Dr. Aster. I promise to spend the rest of my days on this earth making up for any pain I caused you and thanking you for waiting for me to figure out that I can't live in this world without you. I love you, baby. Once the toasts were done, the conversations were over, I stole my bride from everyone and led her out to the getaway car. "Is this the 4Runner you bought for the camping trip?" Mickey laughed at my truck. "You know it, gorgeous," I said. "You're too much," she said. "Don't tell me we're on our way to go camping." "Would you hate me if I told you I wanted to relive that properly?" She turned to wrap her arms around me and kiss me. "This is why I fell in love with you. I would never get mad about reliving our crazy first date," she chuckled. "But I hope we're doing it all with the same gear." I put everything, truck and all, in a storage unit after the house sold, hoping we could relive it one day. "Do you think we'll run into that old man again?" she teased, taking my hand as I led her to the passenger seat. "One can only hope," I answered, helping her with the dress I had planned to take off the second we got to our hotel suite into the high truck. Huckleberry Joe needs to know that I finally figured out the difference between wants and needs. "And am I wearing my wedding gown all the way there?" "I figured we would stay at our hotel tonight," I smiled at her, "and then tomorrow we make the road trip to our destination. Your sister packed for you because she knows where we'll spend the first couple of days on our honeymoon, so don't worry about clothing." "Oh, so I'm not wearing a wedding dress the entire time. It was smart of you to work that out with her," she chuckled that I'd made preparations for the first time in history. "And my mother packed for you for the second part of our honeymoon." I waited after I stepped up into the truck, sat in my seat, and started it. Her reaction was precisely what I wanted: shock and curiosity. "Also, your sister packed your passport because I plan to reintroduce you to Monaco the right way. It truly is one of the most beautiful destinations, and I know how excited you were to enjoy it." "I think you're wonderful," she answered. "Although I'm worried about what your mother packed for me. I don't want to be all fancy and—" I chuckled. "She didn't pack for you, I was joking. I would never unleash that torture on you. I mean, I think you'd look amazing in cardigans and loafers or tweed Chanel suits, but I'm not ready for you to dress like her just yet." She giggled, looking ravishing, and for the 1,000th time today, I couldn't believe how lucky I was. I requested an extra week off work for both of us. We'll have so many sights to explore in Europe, and I want us to take our time. "Well, haven't you thought of everything, my handsome husband?" "I have," I said, excited for our honeymoon. "Well, you're missing something," she said with mischievous eyes. "Nope," I answered confidently. "I've got it all down." "Well, what if I told you I wanted a special gift and only thought of it as I walked out of that little cottage to marry you?" I looked at her in confusion. "You never ask for gifts. Now that I think about it, you have a great deal of trouble receiving them." She laughed. "Well, I never thought I'd ask for this, but I thought of something." "What is it?" Finally, the woman was asking for something. "What if we use our honeymoon to start our own family?" "Oh, yeah, I didn't think of that," I blurted out like an idiot. I was shocked by what she said, and immediately thought of my visions while the Reverend spoke during our ceremony. "I know you didn't," she said with a smile, and intertwined her fingers with mine. "So, want to think about it?" "No, I don't want to think about it," I said again, without thinking. She frowned in confusion. "Oh, okay." No, that's not what I mean." I instantly leaned over to kiss away the sadness I'd caused. "I don't want to think about it. Let's do it. I want a family with you, Mick, and everything that comes with it. There is no greater gift than that." "Are you sure?" beyond sure. I love you, Mickey Aster. You are my heart and soul, and I couldn't ask for a better gift than for you to be the mother of our children. Nothing in the world would make me happier. Just when I thought I couldn't get any happier, I leveled up again. I knew life wouldn't always be without its ups and downs, but with this goddess at my side, my perfect person who made me a better man every day, I knew I could face anything. It might not have been the ideal love story from beginning to end, but it was ours, and that made it perfect. This concludes Dr. Aster by Raylin Marks. Narrated by Stephanie Rose and Jeremy York. Copyright 2024 by Raylin Marks. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Raylin Marks and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
She was cruel to me in Monaco. The woman was still overly formal, making snide remarks regularly and exerting her dominance when she felt threatened. She was a wealthy bitch, to put it bluntly. However, she and I got along for the most part. All was well if she didn't come into my territory and I didn't go into hers. Both of us seemed to have the same personality if we weren't kissing each other's asses, and due to that, we could handle a good hour or two of each other's company. Let's just say we were working on forming an amicable relationship. Still, I wasn't nominating her for Mother-in-Law of the Year, and she wasn't telling everyone in her circle about how her son married a lovely hillbilly from Tennessee. Margot Aster was Margot Aster. You either loved her or hated her. For me, I chose to remain neutral. I would honor a mother's wishes to ensure her son was happily married, but that's pretty much it. I wasn't trying to do more or less with Margot. That was the safest place to be with a woman like her. "You look positively enchanting," she said, smiling at me, catching my shoulders and kissing the air next to my cheeks. "However, I believe I have something that would pull this entire piece together." She looked at Lydia, who was smiling at Margot's cordiality. "That's if the amazing designer will allow it," she asked. My mom remained silent, watching the exchange after having heard plenty of gossip about the woman who was a ruthless bitch to her daughter. My mother was not easily impressed, and would never kiss an ass, even if you put honey barbecue sauce on it and called it a dish. My mom was a tough nut to crack, but she wouldn't ruin this day for me, even though I knew Margot was the last person she'd ever care to be in the room with.
I think that can be arranged, Lydia said with a grin.
Margot opened a large black velvet box, and she held it in a way that displayed the beautiful pink gemstones inside. Our family is welcoming a rare gem today. She started with a comment that I remembered John using when he clasped this same necklace around my neck. Do you remember this? She asked, her hazel eyes igniting with adoration, as John's had when he put the string of rare stones on me. I nodded and returned her lovely smile. Yes, this is the necklace I wore the first night I met all of you. Indeed, she held her perfect properness. And the stones? Did John ever inform you of how very rare they are? He did. She glanced down at the pink stones and then at my mother. They're Part.2 sapphires. Very nice. My mother held up her protective front. I haven't had a chance to apologize to you for the egregious way I treated your lovely daughter in Monaco. I can see you are hesitant of me. God, I don't need this shit, I thought. John's mom was a direct woman, shooting straight to the point and bringing up the past right before my wedding to her son. I didn't need my mother, who also didn't mince words, locking horns with Margot. To be honest, as much of a raging bitch as John's mom could be, I'd put my money on my mother to win that fight all day long. She dealt with hundreds of rascally school kids for a living, for Christ's sake, and nothing is more terrifying than that. I just wished this conversation could happen after the wedding reception and the champagne, the toasts, and the pictures before he and I disappeared for 2 weeks on our honeymoon that John had secretly planned. Just as long as I didn't bear witness to it. I appreciate you acknowledging that, my mother returned with as much formality as John's mom. I want all of you to know, her eyes fell on me, especially you, my dear, that you are rarer than these stones. We know we were not warm and welcoming the first time, but we have been through so much pain since we first met, and we've learned that in life, all that matters are the things that provide happiness. True happiness. And we see you've provided that for our son where we failed. I hope you will receive this necklace as a humble gift of love and gratitude. That's quite a large gift, I smiled, not knowing how to receive this. You are a gift to us. This is nothing compared to how grateful we are that John has found love with you. Thank you, I said, a bit overwhelmed by what Margot was saying. I'll accept it under one condition. Of course, she nodded. After our wedding, you will keep them in your safe or wherever because I'm honestly a bit intimidated by them. She chuckled. John brought us to the home you've purchased, and I can't say I'm surprised. She exhaled. I understand why you believe having these gemstones in your jewelry box might be slightly out of place. I saw my mom roll her eyes from where she stood behind Margot as I smiled in response. Good grief. I could only imagine the snark I was in for as part of this family. Just a little bit, I chuckled. Thank you. They are beautiful. I hugged Margot, and then she stepped aside so we could all look at my reflection in the mirror. As I stood there, all my concerns faded about future in-laws and how anyone felt about John and I marrying today and beginning our lives together. In about 30 minutes, I would be John's, and he would be mine for the rest of our lives.
John. I stood next to the reverend we'd hired to perform the ceremony and spied my parents and Mark, seated in white chairs across the aisle from where Mickey's mom sat with Lydia in the row in front of our friends. There weren't many people in attendance, but what each person meant to us was monumental. I chose not to have my brother stand up with me as a best man because I wanted to receive my beautiful bride standing here alone, as a strong man who was not dependent on anyone as I made this profound step into my future. Honestly, if it were up to me, we'd be doing this in front of a judge. I didn't need any moral or emotional support to marry this woman. Not anymore, anyway. What I loved the most about all the bad that had happened to separate Mickey and me all those months was how much I'd grown emotionally from it. With any luck, we'd gotten any stupid and immature shit out of our way. My mind snapped to attention once the violinist began to play a soft tune, announcing the arrival of my beautiful bride, walking with her hand clasped into the bend of her dad's arm. I could hardly breathe as I looked at her. The angel walking on the rose-petal-covered path down to me immediately outshined the ocean that sparkled with the orange glitter of the sun dancing on the waves. Her tall and perfect body was the most desirous image my eyes had ever fallen on. Her eyes sparkled with the same beauty of the gems my mother insisted upon giving her, laying perfectly on her neck. I felt a wave of emotions, knowing I didn't deserve this goddess. I thought I was humbled before, but my God, how was the woman of my dreams walking toward me in the most beautiful setting imaginable? I was pissed that my emotions got the best of me because my eyes filled with tears, instantly blurring the image of her beauty that had transfixed me. I quickly brushed away a tear that snuck down and out the corner of my eye, then saw that her eyes were as filled with tears as mine. "You're so beautiful," I impulsively said, without considering I wasn't supposed to talk yet. "You're not so bad yourself," she returned with a laugh. That's when my mind reset. This whole day was about me and Mickey. We weren't here to put on a show for anyone. "Who gives this woman to be married to this man?" the Reverend asked. "Her mother, Alice, and I do," Tim answered. I stepped forward, took Mickey's hand, and looked toward Tim. "I will always love and cherish her, Coach," I smiled. This profound gesture of me taking his beautiful daughter's hand meant that she was mine to love, honor, and protect, and I saw the proud grin in my future father-in-law's eyes. As the Reverend spoke, I stood there, utterly lost in my future wife's eyes. I couldn't tell you a word he said, because I was spellbound by her, as always. I saw our whole lives flash before my eyes, anniversaries and holidays, our children, their graduations and weddings, and our grandchildren. I saw us holding each other's wrinkly hands when we were too old and feeble to do much else. I saw my whole life in her eyes, and I could hardly wait to say the two words I'd been waiting for since I got her back. "I do," I said, my voice nearly cracking from the emotion I felt. "I do," Mickey said when the Reverend asked, her smile bigger than ever. "You may now kiss your bride." Without hesitation, I swept her into my arms, dipped her back, and sealed the deal. The area was lit by hanging party lights and candles in glass containers on the two tall tables that were filled with champagne flutes for us to toast our union. "Well, let's hear the toast," Jake said, holding his glass. "You selfish lovebirds didn't even offer cake. What kind of a wedding doesn't have a cake?" "The kind that offers petit fours in little boxes for you to take with you so we can get the hell out of here faster," I joked. "I knew something would get messed up," Colin teased. I ignored the somber expressions on my parents' faces. This was not up their alley, me doing something untraditional like not having a 6-tiered monster cake, and Colin and Jake acting like this wasn't a formal affair. My parents honestly didn't know how to respond. The best part was that I didn't care if they were insulted by my lack of etiquette. I was being myself, in love with my wife. To my beautiful wife, I raised my glass. I'm going to wing this, babe, and I hope I don't pay for it later. She flashed an adorable smile. You and me. I shook my head, suddenly overwhelmed with emotions again. Damn it! I cleared my throat as the group chuckled. Mickey's eyes stayed locked onto mine and kept my mind steady. We are about to embark on an amazing life together, and as I promised, I will forever honor you, love you, and cherish you. I thank God for you, baby. You've changed my life in many ways, forgiving me for the unforgivable. Don't say that, she mouthed. I will say it because it's true. I watched you walk down that aisle today, trusting that I would never hurt you again. As you walked like the angel and goddess you are, I couldn't understand how blessed I am to have you in my life. I was in hell all those months without you. I felt a painful emptiness when you were out of my life, and I never want to feel that again. However, I raise my glass to you now, Mrs. Aster. I smiled, then said with great pride, Dr. Aster. I promise to spend the rest of my days on this earth making up for any pain I caused you and thanking you for waiting for me to figure out that I can't live in this world without you. I love you, baby. Once the toasts were done, the conversations were over, I stole my bride from everyone and led her out to the getaway car. Is this the 4Runner you bought for the camping trip? Mickey laughed at my truck. You know it, gorgeous, I said. You're too much, she said. Don't tell me we're on our way to go camping. Would you hate me if I told you I wanted to relive that properly? She turned to wrap her arms around me and kiss me. This is why I fell in love with you. I would never get mad about reliving our crazy first date, she chuckled. But I hope we're doing it all with the same gear. I put everything, truck and all, in a storage unit after the house sold, hoping we could relive it one day. Do you think we'll run into that old man again? She teased, taking my hand as I led her to the passenger seat. One can only hope, I answered, helping her with the dress I had planned to take off the second we got to our hotel suite into the high truck. Huckleberry Joe needs to know that I finally figured out the difference between wants and needs. And am I wearing my wedding gown all the way there? I figured we would stay at our hotel tonight, I smiled at her, and then tomorrow we make the road trip to our destination. Your sister packed for you because she knows where we'll spend the first couple of days on our honeymoon, so don't worry about clothing. Oh, so I'm not wearing a wedding dress the entire time. It was smart of you to work that out with her. She chuckled that I'd made preparations for the first time in history. And my mother packed for you for the second part of our honeymoon. I waited after I stepped up into the truck, sat in my seat, and started it. Her reaction was precisely what I wanted, shock and curiosity. Also, your sister packed your passport because I planned to reintroduce you to Monaco the right way. It truly is one of the most beautiful destinations, and I know how excited you were to enjoy it. I think you're wonderful, she answered. Although I'm worried about what your mother packed for me. I don't want to be all fancy and... I chuckled. She didn't pack for you, I was joking. I would never unleash that torture on you. I mean, I think you'd look amazing in cardigans and loafers or tweed Chanel suits, but I'm not ready for you to dress like her just yet. She giggled, looking ravishing, and for the 1000th time today, I couldn't believe how lucky I was. I requested an extra week off work for both of us. We'll have so many sights to explore in Europe, and I want us to take our time. Well, haven't you thought of everything, my handsome husband? I have, I said, excited for our honeymoon. Well, you're missing something, she said with mischievous eyes. Nope, I answered confidently. I've got it all down. Well, what if I told you I wanted a special gift and only thought of it as I walked out of that little cottage to marry you? I looked at her in confusion. You never ask for gifts. Now that I think about it, you have a great deal of trouble receiving them. She laughed. Well, I never thought I'd ask for this, but I thought of something. What is it? Finally, the woman was asking for something. What if we use our honeymoon to start our own family? Oh, yeah, I didn't think of that, I blurted out like an idiot. I was shocked by what she said, and immediately thought of my visions while the Reverend spoke during our ceremony. I know you didn't, she said with a smile, and intertwined her fingers with mine. So, want to think about it? No, I don't want to think about it, I said again, without thinking. She frowned in confusion. Oh, okay. No, that's not what I mean. I instantly leaned over to kiss away the sadness I'd caused. I don't want to think about it. Let's do it. I want a family with you, Mick, and everything that comes with it. There is no greater gift than that. Are you sure? Beyond sure. I love you, Mickey Aster. You are my heart and soul, and I couldn't ask for a better gift than for you to be the mother of our children. Nothing in the world would make me happier. Just when I thought I couldn't get any happier, I leveled up again. I knew life wouldn't always be without its ups and downs, but with this goddess at my side, my perfect person who made me a better man every day, I knew I could face anything. It might not have been the ideal love story from beginning to end, but it was ours. And that made it perfect. This concludes Dr. Aster by Raylin Marks. Narrated by Stephanie Rose and Jeremy York. Copyright 2024 by Raylin Marks. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Raylin Marks and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.